I played some Pokemon Go recently.
Did you? They were trying to do New Age Drake and Josh and New Age Zoe 101. Was it? It wasn't Aaron Sanders, right? Was it Victoria Justice? Oh my God, yes. The piss stand.
The piss stand.
I fucking love it. Shall we count off?
Let's count it off.
Okay, let's do it.
Ready.
3.
Wait, that's...
Oh, yes.
It was reflecting
Oh,
in
yeah.
my eyeball.
I know.
I was so bad. I was
so
like, I'm
sorry,
really
bro.
distracted.
Fucking
ready?
Kendall in the car all the time. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, my friends, to episode 12 of the Flash Bros fucking podcast.
Episode 12.
Episode
crazy,
12,
man.
baby. Isn't that nuts?
Oh, it's so nuts.
I can't believe it, bro.
It's so nuts.
I'm not kidding. It's crazy. I'm like, even just going through periods right now of,
Right.
I feel like the podcast, it's kind of becoming more and more effortlich. If that, does that make sense?
Of course it makes
yes,
sense.
dude. Yeah.
I'm with you in that.
I feel like as ideas are flooding to my mind,
Right.
I've got myself set up with like my notes apps
Totally.
and things for organization. I'll just flood it, and then I don't even know, bro. I can spend hours just writing and
Absolutely.
thinking about things,
Yeah.
and it just
Think about all the prep that you did for episode 1, and
Yeah.
then probably think about the prep that you've done for this one, or even like other
Yeah.
ones. It's just like it's getting seamless,
Yeah.
and it's so much like more comfortable.
Yeah, no, for real. You feel the same?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
literally
Oh, yeah.
like when we first started, I would kind of like hype myself up and like all that, but I'm like, I know what I want to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Going into here, and then it's also just fun because it's like catching up with you.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
So
No,
it's like-
it's very much a win-win, and I
is.
feel like the less when like we're talking right here
Yep.
on this podcast,
Yep,
even
yep,
though
yep.
it's being recorded,
Right.
I feel like if I take my mind out of that it's a podcast when we're
Right.
in this moment, and I take it to, do you want to shut it?
Yeah, should
If
I?
it- yeah,
Sorry
probably,
about that.
probably for the echo. Yeah, no worries.
There we
I feel like if I am focusing more on just having a conversation with you, right? That, like keeping it very casual.
Right.
I'm also just using significantly like less energy.
Totally.
You know.
I'm totally
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
I'm with that big time.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Still, is that okay?
Fuck yeah.
Is that
It's
okay?
with me,
Okay.
baby. It's okay with you guys? Let's get started, Joshie. My name
Please.
is Sam. I am the host for
What up,
today's
Sam?
podcast. What's up,
going on, man?
Joshie?
What's going on,
One of my
man?
dearest friends, Joshie, is joining me as my
me.
co-host, as always.
Welcome back.
Brother, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Catch me up.
Okay, so catch up time. First off, one of the biggest things for me right now, I am like obsessed with Spider-Man still, and
Yeah.
I knew this was what it was gonna
Fuck
be
yeah.
for weeks. Every time we have catch up, I'm gonna
Yeah.
be talking about Spider-Man.
Sweet.
I haven't been playing as much as I would still want to. I still feel like I have a pretty busy like schedule right now.
Totally.
Friend Trinity's in town, so I'm still hanging out with her all
Yeah.
the time. And yeah,
Shout out to Trinity.
Shout out to Trin. She's actually in the room,
Yeah.
right over there.
Yes, I hate her
Yeah,
right before it started.
Yeah, we
She's an
did.
angel.
She is. She's all right. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
that.
you know.
She's kind of a bitch.
Actually,
I'm
like,
just kidding.
Whoa!
I'm joking.
No, I actually love her dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
pretty
not
great.
really big fan of like dogs can kind of if I don't have a relationship with the
Yeah.
dog,
Yeah.
and I'm like in the same house and like maybe even not a relationship with the owner of the dogs,
Totally.
and I just hear a bunch of like rat barking
Right.
all the time,
Right.
I will get annoyed pretty quick. You know what I
course.
mean?
Oh,
and
of
I
course.
feel like so I was like, oh, it's a couple more dogs in the house.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
Right.
I knew it was Trinity's and stuff, but
Totally.
it's cute how quickly an
Yeah.
animal can just grow on you.
Oh my god,
you know?
especially like a kind dog.
Yeah.
I think, or maybe even just like an innocent dog. Because one of the dogs is a puppy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that's also something that I've been taking care of was that dog's been here a lot.
Yeah.
And I love it. I
Yeah.
really do. Like I feel like I've kind of learned why people, not that I didn't know it in the first place,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
why someone would want to get a dog or even a puppy. Even if they're like living by themselves, because for me, routine is almost everything. Like if I don't have a routine, I'll kind of fall into a rut and I won't really know
I am
how
exactly
to.
the same.
I know we're the
Yes.
exact same. So
Yeah.
the thing that's been kind of amazing about taking care of this dog mentally, just for me, is the fact that like every morning I'll wake up at like I'll wake up at like 8:30 and I'm like, oh, gotta let the dog out. I'll sit outside for like 30 minutes. Just not even on my phone. I don't bring my phone.
Yeah.
I noticed because I was out there just listening to birds chirp and like I like the sound of the morning, and I was like, what a fucking beautiful situation I've been put in because of this. And I love it. I don't know. I think there's something of high value that I guess I didn't realize about taking care of a puppy or taking care of an animal that I do now.
Yeah.
And I think that I get it so much more than maybe I even thought. I thought that I did.
I'm a little surprised because of your dog that you owned, Iggy. Right?
That's Iggy.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not. Unfortunately, it's not a JoJo reference.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I know.
But it kind of could be, right? Because it was like pre-JoJo for you, right?
But that's the worst part. It was that it was named the... Okay, so this is the funny lore of Iggy, the dog that I used to own. My
what kind of dog was it?
Took her. It was a... him, by the way, it's a guy.
Oh, okay.
I said her. It was a mixture of a deer-headed Chihuahua and a rat terrier. So you know what a rat terrier looks like? It's
no,
like the long
I don't.
Hair. They like the digging dogs. They kind of like shoulder legs.
Sure.
They like dig all the time.
Yeah.
They're like bred to catch rats and like find rats and kill them. Essentially.
Fuck.
So he was digging all the time, and he loved like squeak toys. Like he would just rip the hell out of them.
Like Lily?
Just like Lily, yeah. Which I think I think dachshunds were bred. I mean, like, you know, like early on they were bred for like farms, if I'm not mistaken, because they can sneak.
I think you might be
underneath things, and they can like grab rats.
Yeah.
And the whole point is to like get them and kill them.
Well, their fucking bellies are so close to the ground.
Exactly. There's like they're not miss anything. Like you send a Great Dane to kill a rat. Yeah, exactly.
Like I'm on alert.
I'm
on the prowl.
It literally walks around like its legs are like a millipede or something.
I'm one with the ground, bro.
Absolutely. So,
I distracted you, but
no.
Yeah, just so in terms of like what. Like Rocky, like this new puppy has taught you compared to like having Iggy in the past.
Iggy was very much so. He was a year when we had him, so he was still a puppy, of course. But there was something kind of about, I don't know, bigger dogs that have much less time that they've spent on this earth. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Where the more a creature lives, the more it creates a routine. If that makes sense, and it follows that. And for a puppy, you have to make that routine. Does that make sense at all? Like that idea.
You have to teach it.
You have to teach it, and so there's a level of like beauty, genuine beauty that I've experienced that I don't think I could even explain completely with words. Yeah. About taking care of a baby animal. Okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's. And I think I'll probably feel a similar way when I have kids one day.
For sure. That's honestly what it reminds me of. Yeah. That's a big reason for me personally why I've never owned my own dog, my own cat. You know,
I thought you had a cat with your ex.
Yes, but that wasn't my decision, right? So I've never made my decision. Sure. Let's go get an animal,
which is kind of a different. Yeah, it's a very different thing than being like being put in a situation where you have an animal versus having to like go out and get an animal.
Absolutely.
Even Momo to a degree was kind of like me and Dory's decision. For sure. And of course you love Mo. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it kind of like my experience with Mo is like the same but better experience than what I had before with my ex and her cat because she adopted that cat from a shelter like a year before we got married. Gotcha. So in that time, like then obviously I just inherited this cat. Totally. And I had never lived with a cat before this. Yes. And I was like 22, I think at the time. And really,
were you 23 when you got married?
22. Oh. Yeah, I remember I was a year after I turned 21. That's the best way I can remember, to be honest. Crazy. But yeah, dude, so at 22, that was my first time ever having an animal that I had to take care of in a home, and that was this cat. And I definitely was pretty resistant to it.
Was it not a good experience?
No, actually, it was a great experience. Oh, okay. It was a great first cat. Okay. Yeah, like she was really. It's fun. It's so funny how cats and dogs can have such defined personality.
Personalities,
like
are
genuinely,
absolutely,
beyond the puppy, beyond the excited, the animal, like, or a cute aspect, little kitten. Yes. Yeah, like when they really grow up, like you get to see like the adolescence into. Yeah, the adult, and there is a definite personality to all these creatures, you know? Like, Kendall even, her parents have 4 cats at their house.
Oh, really?
So all 4 cats have unique personalities. It's like there's like a papa and a mama cat Right,
Interesting.
and they're bigger cats,
Yes,
so
of course.
they look it and act it.
Yes.
And then there's 2 younger cats that are just, I don't even know if they're actually younger.
Yeah.
They're just actually way like smaller size wise.
Right.
And they also, ironically, they're all from like different places over different time periods.
Right.
But they look like the mom and dad cat, and they act like they're their children, like genuinely.
Very
so it's kind of this weird dynamic of mom, dad,
Totally.
brother, sister.
Very
you know what I
interesting.
mean?
No,
Yeah.
I do, and those are all things you witness, and I don't know. I feel like through time, I've seen just like the difference in personality of those animals. Like Huck, who's another dog who we take care of. We love him so much.
Oh my gosh, I've actually never loved a big dog so
Yeah,
much.
as much as Huck.
Yes.
I felt that way for the longest. I think I still feel that way. He's probably my favorite big dog.
Dude.
It's tough because, you know, I feel like there's a lot of big... I grew up with big dogs, so it's hard to say for me.
Yeah.
But Huck is... He's so special. And one of the things that I was talking about, even with Trin, is that he is so emotional. He is an emotional dog. He like... He feels things very heavily.
Yes, bro.
If something happens and he gets scared, you see it in his face. When he's happy, when he's excited, he expresses it so
When he's happy,
heavily.
yeah, he does this like
The smile?
the
Is that-
smiley
yes, dude.
grin
It's
that he
so
like can't
funny.
contain. He
Yeah.
starts looking at the ground and he's
And
like
and he just
moving
like,
his head.
Yeah, and he's like, it's so funny.
It is, bro. No, I love it.
That is, yeah, that's an example of like, that's just
Great example.
Yeah, that's just a dog. That's a unique like expression that a dog would feel. That dog would feel that in his personality, and it's interesting because I think us as people can learn a lot from being surrounded by animals, because I think it also kind of puts into perspective, for me at least, that humans are animals and humans are a part of this world that like we kind of encapsulate the world obviously more than others do, because we're human.
Sorry,
what the hell are you doing?
The sunlight is literally,
It really is kind of a bother.
beaming
We could
directly on my face and my laptop.
it's gonna move, so we could, why don't we hang up that blanket? Do you want to pause it here and then we could
Yeah,
move?
sure. All right, we'll pause real quick.
Sorry,
we gotta
everyone.
set this up.
That's
All right, we are back. We got the blanket drape
we
set
blanket
up now.
drape the window.
Yeah.
So we'll be fine.
It's perfect.
Just to wrap up what I was saying though, I think we learn a lot from animals, and I think that they teach us a lot about like what it means to be alive.
Yes.
You know? And I talk about this a lot with our friend Gabe. We just saw him last night.
Yes,
in
sir.
fact. Yeah, he was just over. Shout out Gabe.
And Johnny. Shout out to Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny was over.
My man.
Shout out to Johnny. I'm so sorry we couldn't kick it for longer. I had dinner plans.
Yes.
With Johnny, which was very sad. No, it wasn't. I love the dinner plans.
Yeah.
But I was sad I couldn't see Johnny.
Yeah,
Johnny's such a
course.
good soul.
He
also
is, bro.
donated a fucking ping pong table beer pong table to our
house.
What a real one.
I know.
Shout out, actually, the best supporter of the show.
No,
Psych, I can't say that.
Goated though,
Can I
bro.
say that?
For real.
Is that
You
mean?
can say that.
No, because Kendall's a supporter. Your mom's a supporter.
It's true.
I can't say
I
that.
will say though, with due respect to Johnny, he is one of the few who literally will listen to every episode.
Every single
and
episode.
usually get the episode wrapped the same day.
So real.
If not the next day.
So
Yeah.
real, by the way.
My dude is
love
on
you,
it.
Johnny, so much. So I've been doing that.
Cool.
I've been watching, what have I been watching? Shit, I was just watching something. Did I talk to you about
An
it?
anime?
Yes. Did I talk to you about anything?
Dude, we may have talked about it last night. Was it
Attack on Titan.
Is it Attack on Titan?
Yes.
Yeah, you and Dora were watching it yesterday.
Yes, I want to get into it a little bit later.
Yeah?
Because it's just
Some
one
news?
Of
Sure.
news articles basically just talking about
Totally.
it. Just some funny stuff.
Cool.
That we're going to
I'd
talk
love to
about.
know.
But I would love to talk about it a little bit later.
Yeah.
But
Sounds good to me, bro.
I will say it has not left, and I read the ending 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But just the way that they were able to capture the feelings so much better. Like, truthfully, yes, because anime, I think, has a step ahead than a manga ever will, because there's score and animation and stylized visuals that are, you can do so much better. And there's this incredible visual that I don't want to spoil. I'm going to say what it is, but I'm not going to say what's happening.
Yeah, sure,
okay?
sure.
But there's a mother who is holding up her baby, and there's like a crowd of people and they start kind of passing this baby.
I'm picturing the Lion King.
To try and keep this baby like from, because it's a huge crowd, from dying. And it made me cry while I was watching it. And I didn't cry when I read it.
You read it.
But they did this thing where everything was gray except for the mother and the baby, and this baby was wrapped in this beautiful red like shawl or whatever they're called. Yeah. And it was like, and that you see the baby crying in this like this red in this world of gray, and it was such an awesome visual that you can only do in animation.
Yes,
that
for
is
sure.
because you know the manga is black and white, so naturally you wouldn't notice if that's a thing unless they decided to color the baby, which
is rare.
Would be crazy.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean. But yeah, it's just moments like that, and then music and score. Attack on Titan has such an amazing score.
I'm with you on all of that.
Yeah,
on anime too, just because I'm also watching Demon Slayer right now, and I haven't read the manga. I've read other manga like Death Note, but I feel like manga can be. I've gotten so hyped with scenes, like action scenes specifically in manga, but there really is something special about like if an animation studio can pull it off. I feel like the ceiling of that, how that impacts you, and like just as entertainment, you know what I mean? Like as a piece of art, it hits.
Sound effects are huge,
voice actors too.
And voice acting, yes, it's music, voice acting, sound effects,
yes,
animation, colors, the way they use it. I agree completely. Yeah, and I think Demon Slayer is a fantastic example because I've read a decent amount of the manga. Because I just have.
I forget. Did you finish the manga, or was it Dory finished the manga?
Dory and Trepto finished the manga.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay away from it. I have two that I refuse to read the manga for. I almost said AOT, which is a lie. I definitely read that manga.
Yeah.
It was freaking My Hero and Demon Slayer. Those are my two because they are such a hype thing when they come out.
Yes,
I don't really want to know. Attack on Titan was one of those where I had to know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's one
That's
of those
how you
where,
and all the guys
absolutely.
Felt, bro. Yeah.
Because especially once you get deeper into season 4, you will see why it's like it's one of those shows you cannot put down. Like if you think that Demon Slayer is a show you can't put down, once you're watching AOT with Kendall, different
I'm so
breed.
excited.
Yeah, so I watched that and then I also watched the first episode of a new show called Undead Unluck.
Okay.
New anime.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, based on a pretty recent manga.
Oh, okay.
Very fun. Very interesting. Yeah, the whole plot is
Undead and Luck?
No, Undead Unluck.
Unluck.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the whole plot, and you'll get it from the title, is that there's a guy, one of these characters who can't die. He's been alive for hundreds of years, and he's like crazy. He talks crazy. He's this big guy running around doing all this shit. And because he can't die. And then there's another character who any person she touches dies. Right, with her skin. She touches them. Yeah. And the manner in which she touches them makes the death worse or more catastrophic. So, like, when she was younger, she, like, kissed her family on the face.
Okay.
And their plane exploded and killed, like, 250 people.
Yo.
Yeah, some crazy stuff.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this guy finds her, and he's like, holy shit, I can finally die. Like, this is perfect. And so anytime he touches her skin, just some terrible death happens. Like, he literally, like... He was standing on the edge of this thing, touches her face, and then he just like the brick just crumbles, and he gets hit by a train, and you see his head fly off. It's like so brutal, so bloody, and yeah, it's really cool because
but he can't die.
No, he can't die because he'll come back from that. So what happened was he literally like his head, he started squirting blood out of it, and he just like was floating in front of him. He's like, I didn't think that was gonna work.
Yeah.
So his whole thing is that he's going to try and find a way to die using her. And they become like friends at the end of it.
Oh, wow.
It's cute. It's really cute, really funny. And her whole thing is she wants to find like romance in this world, and she can't because she, the way she is.
Of course.
And so I feel like there's something blossoming there. Very, very cool. Very cool.
Like slice of life?
No.
Okay.
It's very much like a shonen.
Cool.
Because the guy, really cool thing, he... his attacks and stuff he uses with his like his body's regeneration, and so he's able to like pop his legs off and then he can just like squirt blood and like fly around, and it's fucking sick. And then he can also like at one point to catch her from falling out of this building, he regenerated just his like bone in his leg, and then just like stabbed into the side of the building, and then he was missing his other leg, and then he just uses that as like jet blood compulsion to like catch her from falling.
That sounds
it's
wild.
cool. It's really cool. I really like it, and I don't know if I am going to hop on it now, but I watched the first episode just to get a feel of it.
Sure.
And it's good. It's really good.
Okay.
And so yeah, Spider-Man, that, and that about wraps up my week, I would say.
Sweet.
And Doggy.
Bro.
And Doggy.
Thank you, man.
What about you, though, Sammy?
Brother, I wanted to start you off with the catch-up with Pokemon Go.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. We were talking about that for a second before the show started, because you said, I think I invited you to the game like 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And I don't think you've played much, but you just said that you played a little recently.
Decent amount,
and you said
like an hour
and you're kind of interested in the meta. And
just in the sense of like my obsession when I look at Pokemon Go, I don't know if I'm crazy about raids. We'll see if I get into it. But I love Pokédexes, and I love
collecting.
Yes, and I love collecting, and I love evolving, and I love like just seeing all these different Pokemon from every single generation. Is so fun.
It's so fun.
I saw like a what is it called? The Goth-chan, the little tiny goth girl.
Gothita.
Yeah. I saw it and I was like, what a fucking like a Gen 5, and then I just like caught like a like something else too, like probably like a Nidoran or something like that. And I was like, what a cool situation to be in, where it's like these Pokemon are the ones that I get to see in like a game with all of the Pokemon.
Yes.
And like Lechonk and like
the
like
Paldean stuff.
And
because there's still
Suicune.
My understanding with coming into it from playing the game pretty consistently now. Definitely it's ramped up. It was like I barely played it, and now I'm literally playing it every day.
Totally. That's how I feel. With what I've seen with just you alone.
Yeah,
is
definitely.
That you were like, I picked up Pokemon Go. I'm playing a little bit because Kendall played.
Right.
And now
I was playing it very casually. And now I'm in it because it's honestly way better and deeper than I thought it was.
Really?
And there's a whole meta. It's so Pokemon and it's so not. You know what I mean? You have to learn Pokemon Go, which in a weird way that maybe you'll understand, it kind of felt like relearning Pokemon.
That's fun.
Right? Like it's like, okay, it's still Pokemon, still the same types, all these things, but levels is out the window. Right. There's not 4 moves. Right. Like it's very, there's a whole meta. There's a meta behind like Shadow Pokemon. Right. Shadow Pokemon take and give 20% boosted damage. So in terms of like raids and PvP, that actually is a really good thing, and Shadow Pokemon are some of the most relevant Pokemon in the game. Wow. So you actually don't want to purify really good potential Shadow Pokemon. Like if you have like a Shadow like Blastoise.
Shadow, I mean like, I don't know the game.
Okay.
So what are we thinking? Are we like talking like kind of like an alpha, like from
a little bit, because alpha, like from like, because alphas are in Scarlet and Violet.
No, that's
so alphas are definitely in Arceus, right? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like,
I was just curious because I'm trying to relate it to something.
Yeah, it's not like you'll find one in the wild. You get them from Team Rocket or raids. Okay, so Rocket is a big part of this game, which is another reason I like it, because it's like, okay, the enemy here, it's back to OG, it's Team Rocket.
That is so lit,
and they have events where there's Team Rocket takeover even. So last week, I think at the end of last week, Giovanni had like a 4-day, it was a Giovanni takeover. Okay. And then Giovanni, when he comes into the game, allegedly, just in me trying to learn this meta, he'll come in with usually an old Shadow Legendary and then introduce a new one. So he brought back Shadow Lugia, which I guess Shadow Lugia is okay in the game. Yeah. But
do they have their own design?
It's the same like, Pokemon. It just has a shadow animation.
Like a kind of animation. I think I've seen those then.
Yeah. And the one he brought in was Regigigas.
Yeah,
right? And apparently those were both okay, so I actually saved you can only encounter Giovanni once with a special, it's like a super rocket radar. Okay. So I saved mine for the next time that he comes around, so then if it's something like Shadow Mewtwo, I could fight him twice and get 2 instead of fighting him once.
And you would be able to challenge him twice. You know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you
That's
have
cool.
2 of those Super Rocket Radar, because every event you get 1.
Oh, wow.
Does that make sense?
And you got your Master Ball?
No, dude. I actually update. I am 5 raids away, and I have my Master Ball. I've done all the other research.
So how much you have time, right? It's like the
absolutely.
26th?
I have like 13 days.
Oh,
like
dude.
12, 13 days. You
can finish that today.
I could. If I went out, actually. So speaking of raids, this is what I wanted to kind of show you, because we could have a whole episode just about Pokemon Go. I'll be honest with you. But raiding is kind of a wall in this game, and has been for me up until like 3 days ago, because raids are fucking tough, man.
Yeah,
if it's a 3-star, if it's a 1-star raid and you're a decent level, you can take down a 1-star raid pretty fucking easy, to be honest.
Really?
You have a team of 6 when you go to fight these raids, okay?
A traditional Pokemon?
Yes, but once, and it's like some Pokemon, it'll be like Helioptile, it'll be Sandshrew, something like that, right?
Yeah,
like
totally.
a little 1-star. And I was fighting a lot of those 1-stars, not because I needed the Pokemon, just to get my raid requirement in. Because to get the Master Ball, I had to do 60 raids.
Right.
Okay?
Which is a wild number, by the way.
Dude, it's wild.
Like,
it's
even
not
for,
just
like, a
doing a
video
raid,
game,
it's beating a raid.
Beating a raid, too.
So when you get to a 3-star, it's not legendaries, and it's not like mythicals, anything like that. It's just kind of better Pokemon. Like, the only way that I found to get a Alolan Marowak is through a 3-star raid. Okay. And it's like, CP is kind of how you gauge power. It stands for combat power. So that's like the power level of Pokemon, right? So my strongest CP Pokemon is my Mega Charizard. Why? And its CP is...
Oh, look at that.
It's so
You didn't even mention
gorgeous.
that it is a shiny.
It's a shiny.
It is
yes,
a
sir.
Beautiful shiny.
4,365 is my CP.
Megas only last for a certain amount of time. Right?
Yeah, Megas last for 8 hours is how it works.
What is that?
So... this is a whole mechanic. Josh pointing at like this mega symbol in the corner here, and this shows you the timer. And they introduced something called mega levels. So the more times that you mega evolve one specific Pokemon, it will level up its mega level up to level 3. And once you get mega level 3, you get all of these bonuses while the Pokemon is mega evolved, and they're huge.
So how long is he a mega right now?
It's 8 hours from when I did it. I did it about an hour ago. It says 6 hours and 46 minutes left.
And then when can you redo it?
I can actually Mega Evolve again anytime if I can afford it. It costs energy. So it has Mega Charizard energy is something you acquire. And you honestly, unless it's like an event or something random, generally the only way to get Mega Energy is beating a Mega Raid.
Interesting.
Yeah, unless the game gives you quests and things right, which is how I got Mega Charizard. There was a whole Charmander day, and in that it gave me, as part of a quest, the energy to get it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And that was a shiny.
Yeah, right. Like, and it even it's cool because it tells you like where you got it and the exact location you got it. Yeah, and the event that was happening. So it's got all that data. It's really
just
fucking
like
cool. It's just like Pokemon,
like the way
bro.
they do that. That's sick, man.
But I was really struggling with raids because I have barely any. I think I have 2 mythical / legendary Pokemon, and they really only happen in raids, okay? Wow. Which most mythicals are at least 4 stars, if not 5 stars.
Right.
And if it's a 5-star, we're talking like a 47,000 CP Pokemon.
Which I'm guessing is more than anything. Yeah. Oh,
right? yeah. Like I think the highest ranking Pokemon you can really get up to is around 6,000 CP, if I remember right. So, what makes the raids tough is the time limit, because if you do a 3-star raid and below, it's 3 minutes. Okay? So if your Pokemon just aren't strong enough, you will not take that HP bar down. These raids have huge HP. You know what I mean? Rough. Thousands.
Totally.
So I found this app called Pokegenie, and it is so seamless. It's awesome. You sign up with your account and link it to it. It's a community driven account or
is this official Nintendo?
App. It's not official Nintendo, right? Okay, so that's right. But it's not really cheating because it's real players inviting you to real raids. There's no spoofing. There's nothing like that.
Yeah.
So in this game,
or
you can
bots
get
or anything
nothing like that. It's you to do a raid. There's 2 things you can do. You can do a raid in person, which most raids, like shadow raids, you have to be local to be like have the raid happen. Does that make sense? I can't start it sitting here in my house and there's a raid happening like at Mesa River.
Right.
I would actually have to like drive over there and be within like a certain distance.
Unless someone invites you.
And you have what's called a remote raid pass. Ooh. And you're limited to 5 remote raids a day.
I see.
Does that make sense?
No, yeah.
Okay. So I don't really, because I'm playing this game mostly by myself, some with Kendo, but she's super casual.
Yeah.
I don't have any people I know that like I can just actively go raid with. Yeah. If you got into it, that'd be sick. Yeah, you know what I mean? Sick. Like no pressure, but
no,
then
absolutely.
we could actually raid together, right? Yeah. But I just don't really have that. So I was like, fuck, how am I gonna like get these legendaries?
And then you found the community thing?
Yeah, I found the
community thing. Can I see what it looks like?
Yeah. So check this out. So it is. It kind of looks like an old school looking like text app type deal, but it shows you what raids are currently happening. What? And so if you click on it, like Genesect and Houndoom, Mega Houndoom are kind of the 2 big ones right now. So if I really wanted Genesect, basically I can join a lobby after you make an account for free, by the way. Yeah. You press raid now. Literally within 5 seconds, it says raid matched, and it will have, you need a host and you need 4 people invited. So it'll be a lobby of 5.
Interesting.
Right? And so as soon as I press raid now, within 5 seconds, a screen pops up. It automatically copies the trainer code of the host. I paste that in. I go to Pokemon Go, paste that trainer code in there to add them as a friend. Then that host will add everyone in the raid lobby as a friend from this app, and then send a notification out that he's added you back. Then you get the notification in game and to do the remote raid battle.
Wow.
So
that's cool as fuck.
Isn't that really sick? Like it's all seamless. So you don't even have to like really communicate.
Yeah, how do they?
The app handles that.
How do they do that though? It's just some kind of like.
I feel like it's just it's a really well designed app. I think it has over 200,000 active users.
Wow,
which is nuts.
That is nuts, and that's really cool.
So I tried it out a couple days ago.
Yes.
Or I think yesterday was the first day I actually like, tried it out. Yeah. And so I wanted to try this Genesect raid.
Right.
Beat the raid.
Nice.
Shiny Genesect.
Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
Dude, Genesect is such a sick design.
He's a sick ass design.
Yeah. So cool.
So yeah, I love the red color. Like literally when he popped up, I was like, no fucking shot. Apparently with raids too, the shiny odds are much better. Like really? Much better. Like so something in like 1 in 100.
Multiple to get this guy? Or?
That was my first Genesect raid. Yeah. So not only did I feel great that I now can raid, and I feel like I have access to raiding completely by myself, but the first one was a shiny.
Dude, I'm
and look at. Are you on him right now?
No.
Go back to the Genesect real quick. Look where he was caught.
Canada. That's crazy.
The host was literally in Canada, and that was their gym that I remote raided to.
Very
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's fucking
It's really sick. I did another one with Mega Houndoom, and that one was in Australia.
What?
Yeah, because also here's the thing. Raids only they have like a time frame in the day. They're not 24/7.
Dude.
I think they start at like 9 a.m. and they go until like 7 p.m. local time.
You have a shiny Drifloon?
Yeah, isn't that cool?
That color is way cooler than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
For a shiny.
No, for sure.
That's the kind of shiny shit I want to see.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Where it's like very clearly, no way.
Like a bunch of different
shiny
colors. Quadsire. Yeah, and that fucking sick. There's a community day.
Oh my god, you're Flygon.
Yes,
you showed me.
I finally got Flygon.
Sorry, I'm looking through.
Yeah, you're looking through. No, that's totally cool, bro. Yeah, no, it's cool because it really promotes exactly what you said of what you love about Pokemon into like you always have your phone on you, right? Like you don't need to like boot up and you're not in this adventure. You actually feel more connected to I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like the app, like Pokemon Go, they promote all these rewards and things for you physically going out and spending time with people in the community. That's You're rewarded for your walking distance. You know what I mean?
That's the kind of shit that it's like, it's so easy to appreciate that because your phone is always on you.
Yes, bro.
And because I just did it the other day because I don't know how it works. I don't know if it's like the further away you go, you can find different Pokemon. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
There's a lot of intricacies to it. Yeah.
But I picked up Reese the other day from the airport, and then we went down to Gilbert where he lives, or he's in Gilbert, right? He's pretty close to I think he's close to Topgolf where I work, and
I didn't realize he was so far.
Yeah, me
actually.
neither.
Yeah.
Until I picked them up. No, I was playing. I'm not mad about that at all. But fucking, I pulled out my phone because I always have it on me.
Yeah.
And just while I was driving, no, I'm just kidding. No, when I parked it as apartment, I was like, dude, I kind of want to like check it out. I forgot to mention that too. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll talk more about it too off script here, and I would definitely want to show you more because Pokemon Go is way more depth, and I'm also going to say right now too that I feel like this hype also because of like rotating and active legendaries and megas. Like megas is something that's not in Pokemon anymore. But it's so relevant in Pokemon Go, and I miss that.
I miss that so much too. And you know what's really funny because that is my favorite mechanic that's ever been introduced in Pokemon, no question.
No question.
And so for the fact that it's not just a single gen like experience, it's like, it's still got a life to it.
Yes, bro.
I love that. Yeah. And those designs deserve to be seen.
I'll also say too that it's the current event right now for the next like 3 days is called the Festival of Lights.
Ooh.
And so if you hunt for Pokemon at night, and I even found some just sitting here at our house, like certain Pokemon that have like a light emitter are kind of like who is the seasonal Pokemon for this event. So it's like Florebe or something like that, or like Fluorite, I think, a little like almost looks like budding mushrooms. Like 3 of them.
Oh, yeah,
This tiny little, I can't remember.
It's from Sword and Shield.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, because remember there's that, it evolves into a bigger, like, mushroom guy.
Yeah.
But it's it's the little one. Because there was that whole Mushroom City.
Yeah.
In
so, that Pokemon, Lantern, and then whatever.
Lantern?
Is it Lantern? The
Lampet?
Maybe I can't. No. There's a Pokemon that like Chinchou evolves into.
Oh,
like Gen 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's whoa.
I thought it was like Lantern.
Lantern?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look it up, but that's okay. Keep
okay. Yeah. Well, the event is cool because if you see them on the map, like before you even click on them to like encounter them, they're lit up like a tiny little like festival light. Like, like those little like lanterns that they send off in like for like death in like other countries and things, and it's like those little like air balloons.
Yes.
Like at the end of Frozen, I think, has some
Tangled.
of those. It is Tangled.
Yeah.
That is what I was thinking of. Thank you.
I know what you mean, though.
It kind of has that vibe, and it's really dope. It's really dope. All the little things that they kind of like throw
it is
in
Lantern.
that. If you're a lawn, it is Lantern.
Yeah, it is Lantern.
Like if
I'm a dumbass.
It's honestly like it feels like it's made for the Pokemon fans.
I love that,
which is awesome because I felt like
OG
Pokemon Go and why it didn't interest me really at all was because it was appealing to the non-Pokemon players.
Which is why I enjoyed it for what it was. There's always something to enjoy about it. It's kind of the same feeling about Let's Go. It's not a game for Pokemon like players. It's a game to get people into Pokemon. And so all this does very much excite me.
Sweet.
And it's the reason I would hop on if it was still kind of, baby's first Pokemon.
Yeah.
I would probably not be as interested, but I definitely am.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
well, I feel like we've talked a lot about this, so I'll wrap up a couple other things I've been doing. But
please.
Like Kendall and I, we were long overdue for celebrating our 6-month anniversary, we wanted to.
When was the anniversary?
It was like at the beginning of October, so we're like almost like over a month over. But we really wanted to relive like our first date of going to Postino and like the bruschetta board and the bottle of wine. Oh yeah. So we finally got to do that this week, and that was so awesome.
So fun.
Yeah, and just
to those who don't know, if you are in the Arizona area, which I assume most of you are, Postino's on Thursday. No, Wednesday?
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
That's it.
Completely wrong. Monday and Tuesday, they have for $20, right?
It's like $25 for a whole ass bottle of wine.
An entire bottle of wine.
And a bruschetta board.
And a bruschetta board.
The bruschetta board alone, if you buy it, is like $18. I think it was
probably.
Like something like that, like at least.
So $25, you get an entire bottle of wine and a bruschetta board.
Oh, yeah.
So it's literally a steal. Go to Postino's on Board and Bottle now.
Absolutely, man.
It's a must.
You at least half off.
Yeah. It's a great date, too.
It is. Oh, dude, it is. Fantastic. The vibe is so good. A little candle.
So, no.
You went at night? Awesome. Yeah, we had to. Night, right? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I think it starts after like 8 p.m.
I'm a stupid idiot.
Yeah, well, I can argue that.
What?
I'm there with you, bro.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll take that.
And then 2 things here.
Yes.
Real quick.
Yes.
One, I'm literally at the end of Mario Wonder.
You finished it?
I didn't finish it yet, but we're like there. Okay. Like Bowser's Castle.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
I do.
We were almost gonna beat it last night, but I was like, all right, I gotta finish writing on the podcast.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah, and we kind of wanted to save the hype, and Kendall was like falling asleep, but she kept prodding me to keep going.
But I think those kind of things are important. Like, you don't want to, not that it would ruin the ending for you, but you don't want to miss out on the hype just because you want to do it right then.
Yeah.
That's how I feel when I'm like watching a show and I don't want to miss it, but I'm like falling asleep, but I'm like, I want to watch this show.
Yes.
I felt that way about Vinland Saga so often.
Did you?
Yes, because I'd get off work and I'm like, dude, I just want to watch Vinland Saga. Like, that's all I want to do.
Yeah.
But I was like, I cannot mess it up at all. You know what I mean? I can't miss the hype.
And
just because I wanted to.
Going along with that, then Demon Slayer here. This has been a crazy week for Demon Slayer because Kendall and I think when I told you last week, we finished Mugen Train and we're starting the Entertainment District.
Right at the beginning of last week.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So from that point, I think after we recorded, Kendall and I watched a couple more of the Entertainment District and we're on like episode 3. Right. And then literally like 3 nights ago, 2 or 3 nights ago, Kendall and I binged all the way to the last fucking episode, took a break, and then the next morning finished Entertainment District, and now we're on like episode 3 of season 4. We did like a whole season in one day.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you've seen some of the Swordsmith Village?
I have.
You're officially further than me.
That's crazy.
I watched the first episode, which is like an hour. Yeah. Where he gets to the village and talks with the Love Hashira, and not much more you see.
Her motivator is finding a husband.
Yeah, literally.
Sweeping her off her feet. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, okay. That's why I got stronger.
Yeah.
Jeez, all right.
Okay, well.
She's a little quirky.
Yeah, I love it, though. I think that the idea of a Hashira is really interesting because they're all very different. Yeah. You know what I mean? Which I think is a trope in anime where I remember the first time I kind of experienced it was Naruto. Okay. Where it was like there's a group of people called the Akatsuki. You probably heard that.
Yeah, right? I have. Yeah.
With the black robes and they got the red clouds.
The red.
Yeah. You know that cloud that Dory has a tattoo on? That's the Akatsuki. Okay. And all of them have such different personalities. Yeah. And I remember when I was watching it, I was confused when a character first showed up because they're the villains, but there was a character who was just acting like a character. Like he just seemed like a guy. He was young. He like had like this like he was just a very interesting character. His name was Datara. Okay. And I just remember being like, this is crazy. Like this is such a nutty like idea because like you think the Hashira, the top demon slayers of all time, you think they'd be like military men with like, you know what I mean, big muscles like. But it's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. Every single one of them has a unique personality with
and some even unique builds, like you said. Like some of them are ripped, like Tengen. You know, but
Tengen's huge.
Yeah, Tengen's like one of the 2 that are huge.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And then like what's her name? The butterfly girl.
Yes.
She is not strong. She has no strength to her. She literally can't chop through a demon, but she developed poison and fights in her own style. Yeah. Like, that's so interesting to me. Even the Love Hashira with her sword, the way it worked. Yeah. Have you seen it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw it. I think they showed it in the first episode, no? Or maybe I think they showed it in the trailer.
Okay. I saw it. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't think I've seen. There's like a little bit of action, but it hasn't included anything like that. Yeah.
I'm excited. Maybe I'll hop on that now.
Honestly, bro.
I also forgot to mention I watched an episode of My Hero too.
Oh, fuck
so I'm gonna hop on that soon.
Okay. Yeah. But
maybe I'll finish
My
Hero. And
then I'm not kidding. I'm gonna say right now, real quick, before we wrap up our catch-up section here. There's going to be some minor spoilers, actually major spoilers for Demon Slayer because I want to discuss real quick what happens in the Entertainment District.
You want to talk about it?
I do real quick. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, like we don't have to get super deep, but a couple
of
things.
Skip maybe 5 minutes ahead?
Yeah, well, they can actually just jump to the next chapter if they don't want to hear this.
Let's do it.
Okay,
hop to the next chapter if you're not caught up. 3,
spoiler
2,
territory.
1.
All right, so first of all, like Tanjiro, and Tanjiro and there's so much to dissect in the Entertainment District and what happens. Yeah. But first, when Tanjiro is fighting upper six,
Yes.
when it's just the girl. I can't remember her name.
I don't remember hers either.
Yeah, before you even see the guy,
Gyu-yu?
right? Her brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gyu-yu, whatever. Gyu and then Gyu-yu.
Gyu-yu, yeah, exactly. It's so funny because when I look up Gyu, it says Gyu-yu, and I'm like, Demon Slayer Gyu or Gyu-yu? I'm like, which one's which? And then it's Gyu-yu, yeah.
Gyu-yu is
Gyu-yu
last
is
boss.
another one, yeah, exactly.
So, dude, he's fighting her, and then he's literally like at the point of exhaustion because the show really does such a good job of conveying Tanjiro's emotions. There's all those. Like every episode will have like inner monologue of Tanjiro.
Yeah.
And in that, it's very much like he describes when he's in pain. He describes like, I can't feel my legs, like all these things. Like I'm at the point of exhaustion. He reaches that point.
Yes.
And then literally, he does the anime thing where his eyelids kind of halfway shut. He starts... His whole head turns red.
Yeah.
He starts bleeding out of his eyes. And
when he's on top of the building.
Yes.
And
yes.
he just goes...
He's going crazy.
And chops her ribbons up like it's a fucking... Like
it's
zucchini.
a joke.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, zucchini. Literally. Yeah. So that happens.
Yeah.
Nezuko, fast forward.
Yeah.
Dude goes to where the show says out, like the show proclaims that Nezuko is on the ranks power-wise of an upper level demon. An upper rank. What do they call the Kizuki?
Maybe.
I think it is a Kizuki. Yeah, like for the demon.
Moons,
for the 12 Kizuki, right?
12 Kizuki.
And so they literally were saying she's on the power level of an...
Did they say upper six or lower?
They said upper six is what they said. Like,
that's
how is she fight? Like,
yeah.
And all the things that they've showed up until that point, like we got a snippet of Nezuko's awakened power in season 1 from the flame bond.
Flame bond,
yeah. Whatever happened there. When she used her first blood demon art. Yes, exploding blood.
Yeah.
And then this is like a whole transformation. Like she's livid for Tanjiro.
Yes.
Like she reached her breaking point because Tanjiro was this close to death.
Yeah.
And her power, it's like unreal.
Yeah.
Oh, all you can do is kick.
Yeah.
All I can do is kick, and
absolutely.
she just goes nuts. Regrows instantly.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh!
She has a whole design with like the things going up her arms and the
horn, the one horn.
Yeah,
like
such a crazy
what
design.
is happening? And almost literally devours a human. Like she's resisting it. Tries to bite, but there's no muzzle.
Right.
And like she would have devoured that human if Tanjiro didn't step in.
Well, she's that's the thing, is that it's so interesting what's going on with Nezuko, because I don't really know, because I refuse obviously to read the manga.
Okay.
But I'm so like interested on what it means, the demon power and what it means, because it's like all these demons do so much for more power.
Yeah.
And the more blood that they had from Muzan, the more powerful they become as an upper rank. That's how it goes.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And so for her, I'm wondering if she did get a ridiculous amount of blood, or if her own will is bending the laws of the demon, like what's going on with Muzan, because already she discovered a new way to regain energy. She's sleeping all the time, you know, in Tanjiro's little backpack, right? And when that happens, she's changing like what Muzan would have like had planned for her, right?
Yes.
If he did have anything planned. And so I'm just interested.
I'm very interested too, because in the same vein, she doesn't have the limitations, like you said, of Muzan. Like it seems they've really conveyed in the show that it seems like Muzan can see through like what's happening to the world through the eyes of his demons.
Right.
And the demons are so controlled that even if they utter his name out loud, they'll die instantly.
Yeah, they
right?
can't say
From
his
the
name.
inside out.
Yeah.
Nezuko is not limited by any of this. Muzan doesn't know what's happening. He can't see through her eyes.
Right.
Like she can't Muzan is seemingly so frustrated that he has no control over Nezuko. So why? Yeah. And it's so fascinating.
Absolutely.
Genuinely. And
I
then
think it's super, super
to wrap, the fight between Tengen, Tanjiro, fucking
that
Gyu-yu.
fight is so freaking insane.
That's one of the most hype fights.
It is the most hype fight for me. Most well-animated fight, one-on-one fight that I've ever seen.
That you've ever seen.
Think about what was happening. The camera was panning around them, and they were literally swinging at each other so fast. Explosions were going on.
Yes.
There was like this moment where literally they're running, and like Yu was running backwards throwing scythe hands while fucking Tengen is parrying every single one. Every single one.
With one hand, by the way.
Yeah, one hand, by the way. They're both running, and Tanjiro is trying to catch up to them with how fast they're going, and you literally see him struggling. Just running as fast as he fucking can. Literally.
It's so funny.
It's so insane. Yeah, my favorite part in all of Demon Slayer is that moment where it's like, and also Inosuke is fucking hilarious. The fact that he knows how to move his organs around.
And I'm immune to poison because I grew up in the mountains.
Yeah, but like that shit is so funny. I'm like, of course Inosuke would be on some dumb shit like that, right?
Yes,
and
bro.
Zenitsu, just going crazy and literally just going so fast that this bitch can't even stop.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's literally
Godspeed or whatever.
Yeah, with Godspeed, literally just going so fucking fast. And
the fact that he's asleep the whole time, by the way.
Totally insane. And they're doing that simultaneously while Tengen and freaking Tanjiro are literally trying to pack this dude up.
Yes,
Tanjiro gets stabbed through the mouth. Literally, and then fucking goats the fuck up. Literally, okay, so I don't know anything about this, but what appeared on his head was the Demon Slayer mark. That's the mark that the true, the powerful Demon Slayers will gain this mark on their body while they fight. And Tanjiro's hair literally turned flaming red, and he gets his Demon Slayer
and his scar
mark.
goes into an actual piece of art.
Yeah, it turns into this
the
mark.
flame.
Yes, it looks like a flame, and he's like,
Dude, his face, if you were to pause it,
insane.
oh my god.
It's literally so hype. And so, literally, Tengen's holding him off, and then fucking just finally cutting that off. And,
yes. Also, a couple other things too with recovery breathing.
Yes.
That was new.
Yes.
And then combining sun breathing and water breathing.
Yes.
And then Tanjiro having this mid-realization, mid-fight that, oh my god, the reason all these forms have stemmed from sun breathing is because we're all different.
Right.
So it's using your strengths and what is compatible with you.
Yes.
He's like, I will never be the water breather that Gyu is.
Right.
But I can have my own form.
I can make my own form. And that's such a sick idea because he is that's I don't know. I think I think all shows, if they're good, are metaphorical for the struggle we deal with daily.
Absolutely.
What I mean? And obviously we're not killing demons and we're not creating forms, but there's something beautiful about that idea.
Yeah.
That we all stem from the same source, which is, we are born to a mother. We're children that live in this world, you know what I mean? And I just feel like there's that beauty of I will become something. You grow into something, and I don't know. I'm not wording it very well right now, but I think that that's one of the themes of Demon Slayer because even right after all that, you see the backstory of these kids, and it's really sad. It's very very sad. You know what I mean?
And, upper six brother and sister, right? Yeah.
Gyu and
it's awful.
It's very very sad, and then you see upper two, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
With the colorful eyes.
Yes,
bro.
And then you don't see them until the first episode of season 3.
Yes.
Which, do you see what I'm saying about that one guy, the upper 3?
Upper 3?
The one who killed Rengoku? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
He's kind of got, I said last time, he's kind of got something going on.
Yes, definitely.
He's definitely not just a villain. You know what I mean? I mean, all demons are not just villains.
For sure.
Backstory. But I mean, he's going through something right then.
Yeah. No, for sure. And also, just adding on to that, really, please. When he's showing kind of almost a lack of respect for the rank.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
He was the one of when they showed the entire upper 5 that's left, with that whole meeting in the first episode, which was nuts.
So crazy.
And you really get to see everyone. And I have so many questions for rank 1 because that's nuts.
Dude, that is crazy.
So
right?
nuts, bro. I have so many questions. It's doing such a good job keeping me so just literally I feel like I am on a tightrope with this show, and I want to know what happens next immediately after the episode ends.
Absolutely.
But. Yeah, I'm with you, and I feel like the way he even leaves, his emotion they're showing, there's some deeper motive this guy's got.
Totally.
And
that's what I got right when I was watching. I'm like, something's going on here.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting because obviously he has an emotional tie with Naruto, fucking Tanjiro.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the fuck am I talking about? With Tanjiro, because of him killing Rengoku.
Yes.
And so I'm like, this is just interesting. This is cinema,
I'm so
baby.
in it. I'm so in it. I'll keep you updated We'll talk more
Yeah.
and more spoilers once,
Absolutely.
we'll talk more once both of us are caught up. Because
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil anything
We
for
can do
you
a
either.
Demon Slayer episode
But
too.
absolutely,
Okay,
bro.
fuck
I
it.
love it. And go into
Alright.
the depth of things.
Absolutely.
But Joshie, let us kick this off.
Let's
today,
kick it
my man.
going.
Yeah, that sounds fucking
Kick
great.
it going. You
So
like that?
today
Please.
is Wednesday.
That's right.
November 8th.
That's the one.
Which is crazy. It is almost Christmas. I'm not gonna
Holy
lie.
shit! I realized that yesterday.
Yeah,
Because I flipped my calendar and I was like, I wonder what next month's gonna be. I'm like, damn, that's the last month.
dude.
You know what I
know
mean? 'Cause
already.
I have a Dragon Ball calendar, so I always look at whatever the picture is.
Yeah,
It's always
yeah.
fun.
Do
That's wild.
It's for this year, right? I was
Yes.
gonna say, do you read it every year? There's no way you could.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
I'm an
That would be
idiot,
nice.
bro.
I wish, bro.
Joshie, what are we? This is the Flash,
Flash
Bros
Bros
podcast.
Come on
How
now.
would you how would you sum up what we're all about?
Well, I think we're two big fucking nerds who love to talk about the things we nerd out about,
Fuck
and also we love to hear about what other people have to say.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
We love to talk. We love to communicate with the crowd we got rocking.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
Love to hear from the
It's
crowd.
perfect, man.
Is it
Absolutely.
okay if I
no.
say that?
No, it's perfect,
Is
man.
it?
Yes, that's exactly what we're about, brother.
That's what I'm saying.
We upload all of our episodes every Friday. We record every Wednesday.
yeah.
And I got exciting news. We have had this available on Spotify, Apple Music, and YouTube
Oh, yeah.
up until this week.
What?
And now we are pretty much available everywhere.
Yeah.
Which is fucking awesome. We're on Amazon Music, Castbox, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Overcast, Pocket Casts, and Radio Public.
Look at that.
Let's
Great
go.
work, by the way.
Yeah,
Sammy.
thank you, bro. I appreciate
He
that.
put in
Yeah,
the
I
work
really
for this podcast, so I appreciate everything you do. I hope you know.
appreciate you, bro. For
I'm a
real.
piece of shit,
For
though,
real.
I'm sorry.
Ah, dude. I
What?
can't do this without you.
Could
I'm gonna
ya?
be honest with you.
Could ya?
We invite all of you to join our community, you guys.
do.
That's honestly our dream, is to
That
make
is
a
the
community
dream.
where we have like a Discord or like
yeah.
just a group of people who not just support us, but
Yeah.
like we support them. And
Yeah, we
it's
want
a
to
flourishing
talk too.
community.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to hear what everyone has to say. Nothing.
I
is-
love learning, and I love learning
Yes.
perspective.
Yes,
You know,
perspective.
everyone's got a unique perspective on anything and
course.
everything, and
Of
it's
course.
awesome, man. All
Totally.
even the feedback we get about, can you guys do stuff on Mortal Kombat? Can you guys do stuff on this? It's really awesome. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
for real. So
I agree.
We fucking love you. Your
Love it.
support means growth for this podcast and the
does.
community, and
does.
I hope you know, even if you don't even donate a cent, we love the fuck out of you.
We love you so much.
real.
Just for listening and being
Yes.
here. Being
Yeah.
a part of this.
Thanks for being
Hey.
plugged in, guys.
Yeah.
That's what I want to say.
Plug it. I love
And
that.
with that being said, actually, I
Yes.
stole that from Johnny. So we were talking about that
Whoa.
last night. Johnny's like, you should call that section plugged in. I said, Johnny, that's a really good
Johnny
idea.
is a fucking. Johnny's a part of this cast. Hope
Johnny
you guys
is,
know.
bro.
He's
It's
a
not going to be
massive
long
part of
before
it.
he's on here. I'm going to be honest.
Might as well be.
Speaking of Johnny,
Yes.
we got our Patreon sponsors
Hey,
right here, my man. Yes,
look
sir.
at that. Look at that.
So these are our, if you go to our Patreon website, that's going to be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast.
I'm also pretty sure that every
Yes.
person on this list is some of the best of the best.
Yeah.
You know, some of the best people you can meet. So,
Absolutely.
just interesting.
Yeah.
I don't
that's
know.
sweet of you to say, too.
Of course.
For real.
I don't know if there's a science behind it. Like if you guys, plug your support into Patreon, maybe you become even better than you already were. I don't know if that's the case. It's
I'm
almost
kind
like-
of believing
I
that's
think
the case.
maybe scientifically, give it a shot. See
Yeah.
what happens.
There's-
see if you become.
We could
better.
conduct a study.
We probably
You make
could.
it official, but
Absolutely.
I feel like I've seen with my own eyes, and
Yeah.
you have too. I mean,
Yep.
it's just the facts. If
Just
you
is what it
if you
is.
get on this Patreon
Exactly.
sponsor list, like
Yeah.
your life will be improved.
You are better.
Yeah,
you know what I
you
mean?
are better.
Yeah,
Like
it's
it betters
true.
you as a human.
I don't
So-
know. Just a theory.
We got our Patreon sponsors, my
That's
friends.
it.
This is the list of people who do actively support our podcast. What's the word? Monetarily, on a monthly basis, and they get a shout out every week as a big perk, along with
Nice.
some exclusive episodes that are coming soon. So I got my list here of our sponsors, starting with Austin Bowman.
Hey.
As always, my
Austin.
man. We
Love
love
him.
you, Austin.
Day
We got
one.
Annette Anderson,
Annette, Mama,
Mama Donald Duck,
Donald D,
Kendall Sutherland,
Kendall. Shout out her.
Adrell Williams, Sweet A.
Sweet A.
Fucking love that guy.
Gotta check that guy out.
John Rao the Fourth,
Woo.
and as of this week, Lene Lovelady.
Ooh.
Yes, my other bartender and
No
my
way.
sister. Fucking love you, Lene.
Wow,
Yeah.
Lene. So she's probably like 10,000 times better. Right?
Yes,
You
I
think
know.
so?
Yeah,
So
yeah. I want to hear.
this
Lene,
is the
write us
yeah,
in. Let us
Lene,
know how you
please,
feel.
please write us in.
I would love that. And for everyone out there, you can also write us for comments, questions, concerns. We have a reader mail section of this show. Yes, and you can write us if you are not a Patreon sponsor. Absolutely free. Just email us at flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
That's right.
And we'd love to get you connected onto the show, my friends.
We would love that.
With that all being said, Joshie, are you ready for the first section here, brother?
I have never been more ready.
Let's fucking do it, baby. Yes, we got Retro Recap. This is a list of games I get from GameFAQs every week. Today is, like I said, Wednesday, November 8th. So there's a curated list of games through the years, all the way back to the beginning of time. This could be 40 years old, or it's come out recently.
Or it could have been last year.
It could have been, to be honest. Yeah. And so for this week, November 6th through the 12th,
yes, it was.
These are some game releases I wanted to talk about.
Yes.
As we look into the past for a brief moment in time. Joshie, let's start with Hey You Pikachu.
Hey You Pikachu.
Hey You Pikachu. This came out in the 64, November 6th, in the year 2000.
Did you ever play this one?
I did.
You had it?
Yes. Yes and no. I specifically remember when this game came out, and I was all into Pokemon. Right. Pokemon really was like my portable gaming experience. Like that's what my first game console I ever got as my own was my Game Boy Color, as we've talked about, and I had Pokemon on it, so I was a big Pokemon guy.
Right,
and Pokemon cards.
Oh, of course.
I loved it. And I thought this was you get to talk to Pikachu.
Yeah.
You have a mic that you connect. There's that. Did you see that Hey You Pikachu 64?
Yes.
You ever see that
red
circulating?
One, right?
No, it was was it red? I thought it was blue and yellow.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, it was like a dual tone. And then, you know how the 64 had like that on switch on one side?
Yeah.
And then it had the reset button. And I believe that it was right on the on switch. There was a big old cutout for a yellow Pikachu. And when you turn the system on, it would light up like his cheek or something like that.
Oh, that's so sick.
Am I right?
It is blue. I thought it was red for some reason.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Red is the new blue. Okay, so it's got the Pokeball is the on switch, and Pikachu's foot is the reset switch.
That's so funny.
Which is hilarious.
I love it.
A really interesting design for
Holy shit, it's going for $550.
That seems kind of cheap.
You think?
Yeah, to be honest. I feel like they're rare.
They are rare, but...
From what I know. But, no, I played this game. I remember my memory of it was... back in the game rental days. We talked about this, like Blockbuster, American Family Video, where I grew up. And Hey You Pikachu hit the shelf, but day one, it was already rented. So I remember going the day it came out, and it wasn't on the shelf. No. And I was a shy kid too, so I'm like, Mom, they don't have it. So she even asks the guy who works there, and he's like, oh yeah, there's this guy who's like a dad, and he's got a family. He's always renting out like our newest Nintendo stuff. Yeah. I was like, okay, well, we'll check back next week. He's like, yeah, his due date for the game is Thursday, so you should be able to get it next Friday.
Oh, nice.
So I came back for like 4 weeks in a row.
What?
Because I always got to rent games every Friday.
Yes, of course.
And this game never came back.
What?
And then the guy updated us, said, so sorry guys, he actually ended up just buying the game.
Someone bought it. You told me about
So I never got to rent the game. I think the same guy did Donkey Kong.
That's what it was.
Yes. Yeah, we did talk about this.
Funny.
Yeah.
Damn.
I know.
Dude,
yeah.
This guy is the
he's the goat.
What?
No, I'm not going to lie, bro. If you're a dad and you're doing this for your kids, I get it now. Yeah, at the time, I was pissed.
I would be like, fuck
this guy, bro. Yeah, this taking the only copy.
Exactly.
Go buy it from like GameStop.
No, you're right.
Or some
He is
shit.
goated. It's for his family.
Yeah, it's for his family. Yeah, and I feel like the way they kind of did it in the day too is you could rent a game, and after like a certain amount of due dates missed, they charge you for the game, and it was the game in full, so you kind of like lay away it. Right? But you get it early. So you pay $5. Oh, okay. We're going to charge you for $40 to clear out the balance. So it's like buying the game. You just kind of...
They don't charge you extra?
Maybe they did.
They probably did.
They probably did.
It was probably the charging fees and then...
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's probably it.
So, yeah.
Something like that. But,
probably.
But did you ever play this game?
I never did, but I was a big fan of Peanut Butter Gamer when I was a kid.
Okay.
I had an entire Hey You Pikachu video.
Oh, yeah?
I thought it was such a funny video. And I thought the whole idea of the game was such a funny idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're hanging out with Pikachu in your living room.
And you got shit to do.
And you got shit to do.
Yeah.
It is really funny, and Pikachu's huge in that game, too.
Is
and
he
like I feel like he was just a big boy for like the tiny house that was there.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
He was just big on camera, and just
That's
like all the animations, he just didn't... It was different than like the anime.
Was this before or after Pokemon Snap?
I want to say this was after Pokemon Snap. Would be my guess, but I am not quite sure. This was the year 2000. So.
Oh man, Pikachu is so cute.
I know.
I think this kind of Pikachu is like cuter than the modern Pikachu. You know what I mean?
I agree. Bigger eyes.
Look at how it's like he's got this square head and like fat and like.
You see what I mean? Like he's huge.
Absolutely. And also he does look big. There was a picture I saw up here where he was like hanging out the window.
Yeah, that was special. When you were a kid, I definitely couldn't play the game now. Yeah. It's very archaic and dated, and the tech is very weird.
But it was a childhood game.
It was childhood game. You would play. Definitely.
Absolutely. I love it. I had a Pikachu plush when I was a kid, and
oh fuck yeah! I've got one of those.
It looks just like that.
Those Pikachu.
Oh, you do?
I love the Squishmallows.
Yeah.
Let's move on here, Joshie.
Yes,
I got Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga as number 2 in the list. Yeah, so goated, bro. This came out in PS3, Wii 360, and DS.
You're right.
Right?
Can I tell you the truth?
Oh, please.
I played it on DS.
You did?
That's how I played it.
Was it good?
So good.
Actually?
It was amazing. So the way they had to do it was they had to redo all the cutscenes, and it was probably much different than the Xbox 360 one.
I remember looking at screenshots and contemplating which version I wanted.
Pretty good. I played that one in Lego Indiana Jones, and I never felt like there was it was held back. It felt like a full game. It had all the same cutscenes. I beat the whole thing on my DS.
Damn.
So yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't have a big console because it didn't come out on Wii, did it?
It did. Yeah, it came out on PS3, Wii, and 360.
Maybe I just wanted it on DS.
Maybe. Yeah. Or you saw it and you're like, all right, this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
I got it in 360, and it was one of my favorite gaming experiences. Yes. That wasn't like a mature, I felt like I was entering this mature phase when I got my Xbox. Yes. Of okay, I want to play Halo. I want to play Call of Duty.
Kid games.
Yes.
I'm not gonna,
that's my Nintendo. Nintendo's for my family kid games.
Right.
I'm having more of an adult mature experience in my 360. And I'm in high school now, so I got to be a cool kid. Right. That's kind of the vibe I'm feeling.
Cool.
But I remember this game coming out, and none of my friends were interested, and I was like, I don't know, I'm going to get it. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
Played through the whole game by myself, and it was spectacular.
So
the cutscenes that are reanimated from the movie but with no dialogue, some of the funniest.
I just started replaying it when I got my Xbox 4 years
Really?
ago. Yeah, my Xbox One, because Dorian let me game share with him.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had it. And I was like, oh my god, I haven't played this in years.
It's
addicting. It's genuinely one of the most fun 3D platform level select games you can play.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
completely
it's
agree.
So much fun, and I can only imagine that multiplayer would be even more fun. I never played
really
it.
fun.
I never played it.
Oh man, that game is meant to be experienced multiplayer. It's definitely super fun.
Did you ever play Lego Indiana Jones? Did you?
I actually did, and because I didn't really grow up with Indiana Jones, it didn't hit me like Star Wars did. So I never beat it, and you know what I mean. It didn't have that same. The charm was there. Yeah. It was very charming.
That's what I was gonna say.
It had the tropes.
Got the same charm as
the Star Wars. Yeah. Right. I just was a Star Wars nerd, and it really hit me. And so the Star Wars series of Lego was I only beat a few. I think I beat the original one that came out of Lego Star Wars.
Yeah.
And then I did the complete saga, so now I got to experience the original again, plus the the old trilogy or new trilogy. What did it start with? 4, 5, and 6? Or did it start with 1, 2, 3?
It started with 4, 5, and 6, and then Star Wars 2. Lego Star Wars 2 was Anakin and all those guys. Right. And then they had 3, which was the Clone Wars, and then they had the complete saga, and then they had 3.
Okay. I never played the Clone Wars one, but I remember because I played the older ones first. Yes. I got this complete saga, and they really went all out to not just make it 1 and 2 combined. Yes. They added all these characters and all this shit, and so getting to Endgame, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm literally General Grievous in episode 6 right now. This feels nuts.
It's one of the most fun things, because once you unlock all the characters, you'll literally just be walking in the canteen, you'll see General Grievous walking next to Darth Maul.
Yeah,
and and just a bunch of different characters. So
much fun. Yeah, very, very charming. Great game. Definitely recommend Lego Star Wars for it's for any gamer out there and any family. It's for all audiences.
And if you like Star Wars, I don't think there's a better way to get a quicker recap of a cute, fun recap of all the movies, beyond just playing that whole game.
And a recap that you enjoy.
Exactly.
It's a really enjoyable recap of Star Wars.
I've kind of come to this conclusion where it's the more enjoyable an experience can be of like it being quirky and cute and like kind of like making jokes on Lego's the perfect way to do it. It makes the original movies very like so much more iconic too. Like,
I completely
you know
agree.
what I'm saying? Where
I
it's
completely
like,
agree.
It's like you see a scene and you know how it's like joked on in the Lego movies, and then you like it's so funny, and then it makes it kind of more iconic the way that it is. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe
No, I'm
if I
fucking
play
with
the
you.
Skywalker saga, I'll enjoy those shitty movies.
Yeah, but here's the deal with that. I'm just
hate
going to
those
touch real
sequels.
quick. Have you seen like gameplay and kind of what
I have not.
the new one is about?
No, I have not.
It's very different in a lot of ways. First is like it's voice acted. So
No, I thought that it was the Skywalker saga.
that's like the new one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's voice acted
No, I thought
now.
they went back to like grunts because that was the whole appeal.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe I misheard.
maybe-
So
let
I
me
got
check
some
it
of a
out.
review of this game with Marshall back when I
Yes.
worked with him at BlackRock.
Yes.
And I remember asking him because I was like, damn, I haven't played Lego Star Wars in like 8 years.
Yeah.
What is it good? What's it like now? And he said like, I thought what he said was that there's voice acting in there and that it's got like kind of an FPS style gameplay in some parts.
FPS.
Actually, like
What the
FPS
fuck?
and even like when you're running, it's not really, it's much less top down and more like third person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It looked different. There's like a space battleship whole mechanic.
Yeah.
I'm sure if I really wanted to, I could get really into it. But I was kind of off-put that it
Yeah.
really wasn't the same thing I remembered.
Yeah, why let it be like that?
You know what I mean?
Damn, it is voice acted.
Yeah, there you go. And I felt like a big charm, like we just said, was that it was mumbles and it wasn't voice acted.
And then also
It was-
they did such a good job still conveying what was happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you don't need I just was looking at a scene of like Qui-Gon talking to freaking Guido. You don't need that scene.
No.
Literally in the original it's like he points at a sign.
Yeah.
It's like this thing, and then Guido's like,
Yeah.
and points at a money sign.
Right.
And he's like, oh, I don't know if I can afford that. Yeah, it's so simple. You don't
It's
need
so
to
simple,
talk.
and it sums
Yeah.
up like a 25-minute movie
Yeah.
scene into 2
into
seconds.
such a simple idea.
Yeah.
It does not, and it can be funny and cartoony and stupid and whatever.
Yeah.
So.
I want to say real quick too, I forgot to mention it. That came out November 6th,
Oh, yes.
2007.
Beautiful.
Crazy how time flies. I'm
Yeah.
not kidding. I always get like this crazy kind of like a nostalgia trip going through these lists because like,
That's what I
damn,
feel.
man, like
Yeah.
2007, like I was a sophomore in high school
Yeah.
in 2007. So put my mind back in that state.
Right.
You know what I mean?
What was it? November?
November 6th. Yep.
Yeah, so I was 7 years old.
That's nuts.
It's-
That's wild, bro.
But that was like that was like a childhood game.
Let's move on. I got number 3 here. Mario Kart Double Dash came out on the Nintendo GameCube November 7th, 2003 in
Yeah.
Japan, making this year the 20th anniversary. How do you feel about that?
Very, very, very happy.
Yeah.
I mean, I fucking love Double Dash. I think Double Dash was the Mario Kart game that everyone looked at and it was like, I want to play Mario Kart. Like,
Fuck yeah.
That is the game that's like, you know, I mean, because like I didn't play 64, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then I didn't play obviously the original, but that was when it was like, that game looks crazy. You remember those McDonald's kiosks with literally
I
Nintendo
do.
64 controllers
Yes,
and
bro.
little TVs, and they had most of the time it was Double Dash.
Oh,
there.
well, wasn't it GameCube then? If it was.
Oh, I meant to say GameCube.
Oh
The
yeah,
old GameCube
yeah, I
kiosk.
got you.
You
Yeah,
remember
I
those?
remember because
Yeah.
they were always like the slimiest, worst controllers. That in
Yeah,
Walmart, bro.
yeah,
like the
they
swould
did.
be fucked up or not even. It would be like a
Ripped out.
detached thumbstick,
Yeah,
and like there's no gripping on it. The
Yeah.
C stick had no gripping because it
Yeah.
was all just rubbed to shit.
Dude,
And I'm like,
it's so
oh,
bad.
gnarly.
Gnarly as fuck.
What I want to say is that I actually wasn't really my racing fandom, like my video game for racing before Double Dash was Diddy Kong Racing.
Oh, yeah.
So I played Mario Kart 64, but I've played the shit out of Diddy Kong Racing, and I wasn't really just on board for Mario Kart. Like I thought it was fun, but I thought I wouldn't play it by myself.
Yeah,
if that
like
makes
it was a
sense.
game you would run
Yes, and I got Double Dash when it came out.
Yes.
And that was one of my most played GameCube games.
Really?
Double Dash
Wow.
got me into Mario Kart
Yes.
personally.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mostly played that game by myself. I mostly didn't play with other people. And the
Wow.
game is infinitely more fun with other people.
Yeah, totally.
Oh my gosh. Like there was even when I would go to PAX with the boys, you know, and by this time we're bringing our Wii U's to PAX and we're playing Mario Kart 8.
Right.
But we would like whip out the GameCube and play Double Dash with the four of us.
Totally.
What a blast, especially with two people being on one cart.
Oh my God,
and
course.
you both have an item. There's the switching and the driving. It's hectic as fuck.
It's so crazy, but it's so much fun.
It's so much
Seriously,
fun.
so much fun.
Yeah.
And I'm so surprised they haven't done an extreme mechanic like that since.
Me too.
Like, it really does feel like they just went crazy, and then it was kind of, like, plain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
the most part.
Like, back to, like, more like old school
More
Mario
like old
Kart.
school, because then after that, it was Wii, and not much was introduced beyond, you know, controlling with motion.
Right.
And that was a big sale, and everyone loved that for that,
sure.
that as the game. But, like, and then after that, it was like Mario Kart 7 had, like, flying.
Right.
You know? And then, like, underwater, but it's like, that's not really, like, something.
No, I'm with you.
know?
I'm 100% with you.
And then
because...
same thing with 8, too. And then it was like they had the hovering things, but that doesn't really change gameplay.
No.
You know?
I
It's just,
actually,
like,
where my brain is going with it kind of reminds me of Megas with Pokemon.
Totally.
Where, like, Megas,
it's
like we
so...
said, favorite feature, and then they brought back things that are similar, but it's not Megas.
Like
and
they
that's
just
how...
did in Deluxe, too, was they brought back... You can hold two
items, but it's not two
switch.
players with two items.
Two
and
items.
there was a further depth of okay, you have two characters. Say and each character has a unique special power up.
Right.
So you would pick the two characters that had the two unique special power ups that you wanted. So if you wanted Big Boosty, I think you pick like Peach or Daisy, right? To get that.
Yeah.
If you want the giant, remember the massive Bowser shell that you would launch?
Yes.
Yeah, you had to be Bowser Jr. or Bowser to get that. Oh, wow. So you would pick your two boys to like based on those power ups, and it added so much depth.
It does.
Because also whoever is getting the items in the back of the cart, that is who you're gonna. If you have a chance for a special, you're gonna get that ability. Right. So if you want to switch it up, that you switch it right before you hit the item block. So cool. It just added all this level of depth that was really cool. Yeah. You know?
Wow, we have had so much to say about these 3 games already.
I know.
This is a good week. This is a good
this
week
is good.
for gaming.
Yeah, it's really good. Even
good
next week. I was planning next week too, and I was like, damn, bro.
Saw some good ones?
So much history here. Yeah, you're going to love it.
Love it.
Number 4, we've got Guitar Hero 2 on the PS2. The original Guitar Hero 2. Not OG Guitar Hero, but Guitar Hero 2. Really when I think Guitar Hero like took off. And like this game was what pushed Guitar Hero to like the mainstream, right? So this came out on PS2 November 7th, 2006. And this was, I remember going to a buddy I had at church. I would go over and play games with him, like usually Halo, because he had an Xbox before I did. And I was like in middle school, I want to say. And I remember going to his place one day after work, and he's like, hey, have you ever heard of Guitar Hero?
Yeah.
Of Guitar Hero. And I'd heard of it, but never played it. Right. And I didn't have a PS2. I didn't even have a 360 yet. I was still a Nintendo boy. Oh, of course. But he hooks it up, and we start playing. We played 2-player, and I was fucking hooked. I couldn't put the game down. Guitar Hero proceeded then Guitar Hero 3 came out, then I had 360. So then I got to play Guitar Hero so much, like probably 3 or 4 years straight, and that genuinely interested me in learning real guitar. Yeah. And fast forward now. That's what inspired
you to?
Definitely.
Wow.
Definitely.
You know, it's the same story with Post Malone.
Is it actually?
Yeah, that's why he picked up guitar. Because of Guitar Hero, and he loved it.
I didn't know
he was
that.
So passionate about it, yeah.
Oh, that's
really
sick.
funny that you say that. I mean, you might have told me that before, but maybe I started thinking that was just Post Malone.
Okay.
But you might have told me that before.
Maybe, but
very interesting.
Yeah, I fucking loved it, bro. It was simultaneously enjoying. Like that, I came from a history of family where nobody played instruments in my family. Like my mom had an acoustic guitar in the garage full of dust that she never used, and my dad never played instruments. Grandparents never did. So it was kind of like new, and I was like, oh, I'm getting so much enjoyment out of playing an instrument that I really like never thought I would even pick up. You know,
was a part of it, absolutely.
Right, and it was also the music selection in Guitar Hero 2, 3, Legends of Rock, where Slash was on the cover. Yeah, and it's fucking all this 80s music. Incredible.
So sick.
Incredible.
Is that what got you into 80s music?
Yes.
Really?
For sure. Yeah. That was like my big dive, I would say, into 80s music. Because it would be like, I felt like it did such a good job of kind of giving you such a multitude of selection of artists and songs. You know, it wasn't like unless you're playing Guitar Hero Metallica,
Yeah.
you're not playing 10 Metallica songs,
Totally.
even though there's hundreds of amazing Metallica songs.
Right,
You're playing
right.
like one or two
Right.
in the entire game, right?
Right.
And so you would I would play songs to play through the game. Then I'd be interested. I'm like, okay, so the song by Metallica, it's really good.
Right.
That prompted me to look up Metallica,
Right.
then start looking at their library of songs, and
Yeah.
then that was kind of like the dive into the music.
Right.
I want to say.
I love it. I kind of miss Guitar Hero, obviously, until Guitar Hero Live, but I feel like people only have good things to say.
Yeah.
Like even like Trinity has a lot of shit to say about
Actually?
Guitar Hero. Yeah, because that's like a lot of songs she'll play. She's like, yeah, Guitar Hero again.
Yeah.
Again, like every single one. I'm like, damn.
Excuse me.
Very influential on, I guess, kids, taste in music.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Definitely,
the way that
bro.
it works.
Yeah.
Guitar.
Piece of history.
Very cool though. I love it.
Yeah, bro. Well, this one I put on here because I thought you might have something to say about
me
it
hear.
because I never touched it.
Let me
And
hear
that is
it.
Animal Crossing New Leaf
Ooh.
on 3DS.
Animal
That
Crossing
came out-
New Leaf?
New Leaf, yep, on 3DS.
Oh.
Yeah. November 8th, 2012 in Japan, which makes that game, 11 years old now?
Yes.
Which is nuts.
Yeah.
And that was the last Animal Crossing before the Switch, if I'm not
yes,
mistaken.
absolutely.
Right. So,
New Horizons.
yeah,
New
tell
one.
me, I want to know, if you got any, what you want to say about your experience, but also
Yes.
how different was this experience
Yes.
compared to New Horizons?
So this is very interesting because New Leaf is a very special game in the sense of the role you play. And I'll say that before I get into my kind of experience about it, because in New Leaf, previously, you are a villager. It's the
Okay.
name of the character in fucking Smash Bros.
You sure?
It's literally
Yeah.
villager.
Villager!
He's the villager in the town that you live in. In this game, you become the mayor. So this is a massive switch from what the because that changes the entire way.
And I didn't
all
even
the
know that.
Animal,
to
oh,
be
you
honest.
didn't know that?
No,
Wow.
I thought the mayor aspect, or
Yeah.
in New Horizons, you're the
You're the
the leader of the island.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
your island.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I thought that was a recurring trope since the beginning.
absolutely not. So
Really?
The first Animal Crossing, you're just living. Right?
Okay.
City folk, same thing.
Okay.
Wild World, same thing.
Okay.
All of these are just you're a villager, And if I'm not mistaken, I think that the design of villager is based on the City folk and Wild World design of him, and he's literally a villager.
Sorry.
Sam is climbing around like a monkey.
This fucking blanket again.
What's happening?
I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
Should I?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh my god, it's so perfect. It might work perfectly. Wait. Just do just undo that middle piece right there. Wait, Sammy. Oh, maybe you got it. Undo that middle piece
I
and then
see, I
stretch
see.
it. Yeah, you see? And then you could probably put that first corner up there too, and then it could all. Yeah, you see? Yeah.
Yes.
Come on. That's how
Oh
it's
yes,
done.
baby. Thank
That's
you,
how it's done.
Joshie.
You're welcome,
Okay,
man.
that's much better. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
excuse me.
Please continue.
It's kind of nice in here. Almost gets like a golden glow, which is perfect.
Yeah.
In Zelda. Am I wrong? Am I
You
wrong?
ain't wrong,
Come
bro.
on.
No, it's literally perfect.
Okay,
It's
okay.
golden hour for the
Absolutely
entire
it is.
podcast.
Also, look at this. Have you been seeing this?
I have. Yeah.
So that role that you play is very, very. It changes the way the villagers talk to you. It changes the way that you, expend your money. We're not just talking houses and donating money. It's everything is kind of your responsibility. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so commissioning like bridges and all these things. And it's funny because you do have a power in the New Horizons one, right?
Right.
There is a massive, you have an insane amount of power in that game. Of course, you
It's
can
nuts. You can
terraform.
do anything.
But New Leaf started that trend of genuinely giving the player power when originally it was a much more lax
Wow.
experience
Okay.
that was kind of set up like live your daily life, pay off your mortgage, take care of business,
Yeah.
maybe donate to a museum, go catch fish, do all these things. But it really changed the game for Animal Crossing because then it became,
Wow.
what can I do with this town? How can I transform it? And even though you couldn't terraform the way you can in this new game, because
Yeah.
they give you a ridiculous amount of power in this new one, the last one, I have seen people make structures, just incredible towns.
Yeah.
I was so into, so I'll get into my experience.
Yeah.
I fucking love this game so much. It is one of the best video game experiences I've ever had because I played it for so long. I played this game for maybe like...
How many hours do you think?
Dude, 900.
Wow.
I swear to God.
Wow. That's more than I thought.
It's one that I probably have put the most time into. I put in more time than I did New Horizons, and I have put in a lot of time into New Horizons.
Yeah.
But New Leaf there was something so special about it because of the fact that my 3DS was my own. You know, I owned it, and I enjoyed the whole style of Animal Crossing ridiculous amount. You know what I mean? And I had played the ones before it. You know what I mean? I played some City Folk, some Wild World. Not as much as I went into Animal Crossing.
This was your first time, like, all into Animal Crossing?
And I experienced every single holiday. I always had my 3DS on every single holiday. Christmas, Thanksgiving, fucking, like, Halloween. Everything that I did. What's it called?
New Year's?
New Year's, thank you.
Yeah.
I forgot the word for years. What is wrong with
me? I had that because one of my first... memories with you was our first New Year's together.
Yes,
you remember?
Yeah, of course.
We went over to our buddies who were YouTubers, and they had they had like a little kickback over there for New Year's Eve.
Just a little
and
thing.
as the countdown is happening, Josh walks up in front of the group in the living room. Tell me.
So we couldn't get the TV on in time because we were.
That was why.
Yeah, we were watching some anime. We were doing some stuff, and then we were like drinking, having a good time, and we're like, guys, it's like 5 minutes till New Year's, and we're like, oh shit. And so we all like rush downstairs. We get everyone together. Yeah. And Tyler's messing with the TV. He's like, I can't get it. It's not turning on. Like all this shit. Yeah. And we're like, dude, we have like 2 minutes till New Year's, right? And then it was like getting down to like the line. And I was like, fuck. I was like, I have my Switch.
Yes.
So I was like, I'll grab my Switch.
Josh literally whips out his Switch.
Yeah.
He pulls up Animal Crossing. Yeah. He walked into like the center of the town with the clock. Yeah. And they had a huge clock for the countdown timer. Yeah. Josh is in the group lifting up his Switch so everyone, with one arm so everyone can see it. Yeah, and everyone's counting down. 5, 4, 3.
It was with the Switch too. They were watching
it up,
and then it was Happy New Year.
That was so funny.
I think you were my kiss that year. Actually,
I was. Yeah. I needed one that year.
Thanks for being my kiss that year.
Thank you for real.
Of
Yeah,
course.
absolutely.
So I've always been very into Animal Crossing, and those holidays I still try to keep up with. It gets more tough, the older I get, but that was so important to me.
Yeah.
My villagers were so important to me. My town and the way that I upkept it and took care of it. I obviously brought my 3DS on like family road trips. I was playing Animal Crossing late into the night. I'm not kidding. I literally just recently, every hour has a different song.
Yes.
And those songs are so iconic to me because I've heard them so many times, and it reminds me of what time of day it was.
Yeah.
So I would wake up. First thing I would do is check my Animal Crossing in the morning before school. Yeah. Right? Because it'd be like, I don't know, like 6:30. Right?
Sure.
I got to be there by like, I was probably had to be at the, when does school start? I don't know.
Usually like what, 7:38?
Yeah.
Something like
that. So I think I had to be at the bus stop by 7:30 or 7:20 or something.
Sure.
When the bus came.
Maybe it was more like 8:30. I feel like it was maybe like 8:20.
Yeah,
when it started for
8:20
my
probably.
School. Yeah.
Probably around there. Sounds about right.
Okay.
But I remember I would just on the bus, I would play literally Animal Crossing until I got there. I would bring headphones and listen to it, or I just wouldn't have sound on. And this game was inserted to every bit of time that I did not have.
Wow.
This game, because of how casual it was.
Absolutely.
And it's the kind of game you play forever.
Yes.
And the amount of support that game got up until the very end is insane.
Really?
Yeah, dude. They had a complete rebranding of it. They gave it a new subtitle. Have you heard of Welcome Amiibo? Do you remember that? Dude, they released an entire new campsite.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, This is crazy. So this was probably like not even that soon before the Switch came out.
Okay.
They had and I was so into Amiibo. I don't know if you knew
we
that.
both were.
Yeah, we both were.
Well, for me, it was collecting. For you, it was like collecting and using.
And using them, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm so sorry I'm talking so much about
No,
this.
dude, no. This is amazing, bro.
This is such a good week for games.
I know, bro.
I just literally, I think I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't talk about it as much as I did.
Yeah.
So, even towards the end of its life, they were supporting it, had new amiibo capability because of the new Nintendo 3DS, and they had an AR sensor that you could, like connect through Bluetooth. All these really, really cool things. Maybe not Bluetooth. I think it just plugged into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, Nintendo with their shit.
You know how they do it. And I played this game up until New Horizons came out. I kept my Switch alive, or my 3DS alive even after the Switch came out for, I think, just 2 reasons, which was, of course, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask,
timeless
have
though,
to have
you
those.
know?
Yeah. But I was consistently checking in on Animal Crossing.
Wow.
And I couldn't wait for the new The reason I was so hyped was because this was my new time filler. It was my new, like I could be obsessed with this and I could really let my 3DS rest. There were 2 games. Animal Crossing, and I don't know how much we've talked about this, but Tomodachi Life.
We've talked about it because you showed me your shit
Did I
on
show
there.
you all of it?
Yes, dude. You had all these friends and like you had a whole life on that game.
I had 5 kids. My character had 5 kids. Literally all of them had kids. Got married to other villagers who were on that town. I am appalled that Nintendo has not made a sequel to Tomodachi Life on the Switch, or at least ported it. I got so excited because of me. What was that one meme?
There was like that spiritual successor, right?
Yes.
It was it was a me-based one. Miitopia. That was it.
They released it, just a remake on the Switch.
Right.
Where the fuck is Tomodachi Life, Nintendo? Bring that shit now. I'm not kidding. I'm not going to start playing around anymore. I'm not playing around.
Yeah.
That game is incredible. But anyway, Animal Crossing. Amazing. Changed the game, and it was my most played game probably on my 3DS, no question. Yeah. It's funny because I would if I check my, you know how you could check your times.
Yeah.
It always just had the crown at the top, and it was
the
not
gold
being
crown.
Yeah, I think my other one was Tomodachi Life, and it was still like 300 hours behind fucking Animal Crossing.
For sure.
But yeah. So,
wow. Thank you,
game.
Josh.
I love that game so much, and it's very special.
Fuck yeah. I appreciate you being so thorough too,
dude,
because I didn't know because. Like I said, this New Horizons was my first venture in Animal Crossing, and I have that. I have you to thank for that. Really,
I got it for you.
You did, for my birthday when we first fucking met, and then I get into it after we start living together. About a year later, then I'm like, all right, Josh, I feel like I have to play this because of how special it is to you, and because you got it for me. I have at least taste what you're talking about.
Totally.
And what an experience, man. Yeah. Like, I'm not kidding.
Do you still check in on it all? Or?
I actually don't. The last time, I believe that it's crazy because the game is synced to real time. I can kind of like remember my experience, my season I was playing and all these things. I remember getting up until Halloween was starting. Like, it just turned fall.
Last year?
Yes, and it wasn't having like Halloween events.
Yeah.
It was just like fall was happening. And I remember looking forward to seeing what was going to be there for Halloween, and I stopped playing before that point.
So here's all I'm going to say. Yeah. Just me to you. Just open that game up and just do whatever you want to do. Yeah, just check it.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that you just check.
Yeah.
You just check it. You don't have to like go crazy. You don't have to even stress out. You see a bunch of weeds. Hey, those are there. Maybe I'll pick them up.
Okay.
Maybe, I'll talk to my villagers. Maybe I will just boot it up to pick weeds and then talk to my villagers, and then I'm going to play something else.
Cool.
But it's one of those games where I've been slacking on it as well.
Okay. Yeah.
But I still pick it up, and I still like anything that happens. I'm like, because I just played probably like 5 days ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so it's like, just pick it up when you're like, oh, I'm going to sit down and play a game. Mario Wonder. It's like, oh, let me just check in real quick.
Let me check in that. Quick.
Boom. Right to Mario Wonder.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Sure. So that's my advice to you. I will say that because I believe you should.
Okay.
And it will be a fulfilling feeling.
Yes. And highly recommend, I think both of us recommend everyone play or try Animal Crossing out there.
Give it a shot.
I think it's a game for everybody.
See if you enjoy it.
Yeah.
I think that some people might not. I do think it's for everyone. I agree with that, but I think that some people might not feel the love as heavy. You know what I mean?
For sure.
We shall see, though.
Well, let's move on here.
Please.
I got number 6.
Oh, God.
Halo 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Iconic.
Why are
this
there
came
so
out,
many good games? Is this when good games come out?
That's my guess, right? Okay. Is because I feel like in history, I mean, maybe not way back when, but definitely like I feel like the major kind of release schedule for big AAA games is usually early in the year, like spring, like March-ish, right? Yes. Like, because that's when we got Breath of the Wild. That's when we got Horizon Zero Dawn.
Right.
I always think like March-ish, and around that time between February and April, there's like some big releases, but like usually the game, like for the year, the biggest game releases are usually like right when it hits fall. Totally. I feel like in the past, you know what I mean? Right too. Like Call of Duty always comes out in like October, November, you know, like stuff like that. So
no, you're not wrong. And also it's right before the Christmas season.
Yeah, exactly.
At least a month before.
Yeah, so because pretty much all these games on the list are either like really good sellers or iconic in some way. Yes. So Halo 2 came out November 9th, 2004. This was my first Halo experience in all regards. So this was my first Halo I ever played. This is my first like fucking around with it was actually the same guy who showed me Guitar Hero. Like
really?
Luke. Wow. He just had an Xbox, and he was one of the few friends I knew that actually had one and like actually played games pretty consistently. Wow. I would go over to his place. We started co-oping the campaign. We beat the campaign, and then he was showing me multiplayer, and I went into it, and it was might even be really, if I remember right, my first ever like online multiplayer experience, like competitive online multiplayer. You know what I mean?
Shooter too. I mean,
dude. Yeah, and so iconic too because I think I've mentioned the show before, but when the 360 came out, everyone was playing Halo 2 on the 360, which was ironic because that was just an Xbox game, but the 360 had like the best online capability of any console at the time.
Oh yeah,
you know, like you had to get a bunch of extra shit to be able to like connect your Xbox or even with Xbox Live or like PS2, you had to get like some extra attachment for online or something like that. I just remember like not diving into the world of online gameplay at all until Halo 2 and getting so into it, man.
Yeah.
So into it. Yeah. So into competitive nature, learning what like SWAT is. Are you like familiar with like Halo SWAT or anything like that?
Not really.
SWAT is I think it originated in Halo 2 as far as Halo gameplay goes, but it was a custom game mode where you take shields off, and so you die in one hit to the head, or basically 3 shots to the body.
Yes.
Yeah, and it just was so hyper competitive because you could literally if you're running with good players on a SWAT gameplay, someone is dropping every second.
That's
because
crazy.
It's just headshot.
Did you get good, or?
I felt like I got pretty decent at Halo 2 and Halo 3. That was kind of like my prime Halo, I would say. And some Reach too.
Yeah.
But Halo 2 is where it all started, and I've got such respect for like Bungie and Xbox for just giving this experience and making this experience possible.
Totally.
You got any memories of Halo 2 or
no?
Not really.
Still want to hop on one day.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I wanna play it. I have it on my PC. I have the Master Chief Collection. But I literally want to run through the campaign of every single game.
Yes.
I think you should. Soon. I need to do that soon because I don't want to finish Half-Life is my only issue.
Oh.
Because once I'm done with it, I was like, once I finish Half-Life, I'll hop on Halo.
Hey.
And I'm not. I just can't. I can't.
Just don't do it. Leave it.
What?
Let's move on to number 7, Joshie. I got Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Released on the Game Boy Advance.
Ooh.
November 11th, 2004 in Japan. I bring this up because I was definitely an OG Kingdom Hearts fan and followed the series pretty damn hard up until Kingdom Hearts 3. And this was such a dope idea because... Yeah. It was actually really weird is how it was, right? Because one, this is Square Enix, and Square Enix during this time had a pretty bad relationship with Nintendo. Square Enix really didn't make like especially first party or AAA games for Nintendo consoles. They made them for PlayStation consoles, right? So, and the original Kingdom Hearts was literally a PS2 game, right? So they were making this sequel. It wasn't Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah. It was kind of like Kingdom Hearts 1.5. Sure. It was in between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But they completely redid everything and made it feel like this is meant for the Game Boy Advance.
Wow.
Have you seen, like, you know what this looks like or anything?
I'll look it up right now.
Look it up because I want you to, because you're an appreciator of old games and pixel art.
Love pixel art.
It's
What's it called?
beautiful. It's called Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. It's honestly fantastic pixel art. And gameplay was so different because it was still like an action RPG, kind of like the original Kingdom Hearts, right? But it used cards, and you're almost dueling with cards, and there's all these like strategies with like number values and chains and all this stuff, but you're literally dueling other enemy monsters or bosses with these card mechanics.
Wow.
While it's also an action RPG. And so you literally, to have like your combat, you know, like Xenoblade, you're like you set up your party and I don't know, like your strategy. You're setting up your equipment and your combos and all these things in menus before you actually hit the battlefield.
Yeah.
Right? You customize your experience. That's how this is, but it's literally with a deck of cards. So there's no armor or anything like that. You're like equipping your deck, and you take that deck into the fight, and that's who you try to fight the boss with. Right?
That's cool.
It's really cool. Yeah.
This art is really cool too.
It's so dope,
really
bro.
fuck
Yeah, I fuck with the cover art too. The cover art of the Kingdom Hearts games are always so good.
I love the GBA like logo. Seeing that on a game is so cool. You know what I mean? With this like purple.
Yeah, the only four. It's perfect.
Love it.
Let's jump to number 8, Josh, because I know you got something to say about this. At least I'm pretty sure you do.
Let's hope it.
If we haven't talked about it before, Paper Mario Sticker Star.
Oh my Lord.
Came out in the 3DS November 11th, 2012. I honestly completely forgot. You have played this game? Tried this game? You have?
I have.
Okay.
I own it.
So you know how shitty it is, right?
Fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Game actually sucks. I remember being really excited because, and also the main theme is really good.
Yeah.
Do you remember the title screen song?
I do.
Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher it, but that's such a good song. And I remember being like, oh dude, Paper Mario on the 3DS. I was like, this is so
hype. So hype. I was on board.
I was disappointed probably by the first like hour of the game.
Yep.
I was already like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because you started off, it's not like a Thousand Year Door. It's not even like the last.
Not even like Super Paper Mario,
Super
right?
Paper
On the
Mario.
Wii, yeah.
And you're just like, you have this feeling while you're playing it like you're eating like wet bread. You know what I mean? Where it's like it's not toasted and it's not cooked. It's like moist bread. And it's like, it's bland and gross.
Yeah.
And like the more you eat, the more sick you get.
Yeah. You're trying to eat more.
Yeah, you're trying to eat more.
Because
you're like,
you want to love it.
Good. Yeah, it's got to be good because, what if it was like, you know what, a 5-star restaurant brought you moist bread.
Right.
And you'd be like, it's got to be good. I got to enjoy this. And then it makes you more sick. That's what I will say.
Great way to put
I fucking
it.
hated it.
That's a great way to put it. Okay, great. We're on the same boat, bro. I remember. I'm echoing everything you said because I felt exactly the same. I only got to World 3.
I think that's where I got. It was grass then like sand.
Yes,
it was like,
I was literally at that crossroad.
Yeah,
and just the way it's set up.
We might have stopped at very similar places.
Yeah. Honestly, because I'll tell you right now, what really just made me go, okay, no, was these boss fights and the boss items.
Oh, it was
so
like versus.
I can't even remember what the boss was, but I remember the game literally requiring you to find these like real world like items like a big old fan or something like that, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, and you could not beat the boss without this gimmicky item. And then once you use said gimmicky item in the way that the game literally like when you're fighting a boss fight, it literally like walks you through it if you're well equipped, and it's unbeatable if you're not. It's dumb. It's so dumb. Like, and it's not even. Completely. It doesn't even feel good.
It doesn't feel good, and also, if you remember the mechanic, you had to use stickers for attacks, and then you, like, it got to a point where I was like, I did not even want to fight enemies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I was avoiding enemies because I'm like, I have good stickers. I'm not fucking using. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste them in a fight to be able to get like some
coins.
Yeah. What a terrible way, genuinely, even if it wasn't a Paper Mario setup, what a way to make me not want to play your fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, by making it so that everything that I use is finite.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in an RPG,
Yes.
I mean, it's not even an RPG at that point. It
right,
really wasn't.
right.
You know?
But like
imagine if your attacks had like you used your attacks like that.
Yes,
is
dude.
not
No,
fun.
and it literally called itself an RPG.
Yeah, it did.
Is what it did. Like
Yeah.
it was advertised as an RPG.
Yeah.
And no, dude, I'm not for that.
I'm
you
not
know,
either.
like at all. Before I get more pissed off, I'm gonna move on. To be honest, but
Please.
yeah, I thought we were on the same page.
We
on
could
that.
talk
That's
about
so
that
funny.
sometime soon too.
Yeah, for sure. Like the disaster of gaming. Like there's
Absolutely.
always like some series that are like so good, but there's like that one movie or that one episode
Totally.
or that one game that's just a total dud.
Totally.
You know. And sometimes they never recover, right?
Absolutely.
Like it happens a lot.
Absolutely.
So, kind of a miracle, I'll say real quick, that we are literally getting a remake of Thousand Year Door after the disaster of this game.
Incredible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still
because I say that too because with the Mario and Luigi series, that's one of my favorite series, and I thought that was going to replace Paper Mario for me because it's a true RPG. You know,
True
it's not
RPG,
Paper Mario,
and
but it's really good.
Beautiful artwork.
Beautiful. Yeah, in all the ways. But
Funny.
because the last game didn't sell well, right? And Bowser's Inside Story, they disbanded the studio.
The studio's not there anymore.
Oh, okay. So I'm actually like
What
surprised.
were they thinking though, making that game on the 3DS when the Switch was out?
We've talked about this actually before in the
we
episode.
really?
We have because it made no sense.
It genuinely is like one of
made
the
no sense.
stupidest like business decisions.
Yes.
And then relying
And it's
on
not
that-
even 3D, by the way.
Yeah.
Let's add
Oh
that
my
in,
God, you're right.
Yeah, no 3D features.
Yeah,
That was like
yeah.
a trope of Nintendo. We're just gonna push these games out,
Yeah.
and we're not gonna even fuck with 3D anymore
Yeah.
because we're trying to get ready for the Switch.
They're over
and
it.
it just felt like a joke, you know?
Yeah, I do agree.
Joshie, I got one more on here.
Yes.
I'm actually gonna skip it because we've talked ad nauseum about it. It's
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's honestly Super Mario Galaxy. So
Classic. We've talked about it.
Yeah, we've talked about it
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
I'll just say real quick, it came out on the Wii November 12th, 2007, and obviously iconic as fuck.
Very
and it's
iconic.
only I think even if you don't like Galaxy, like I definitely don't like Galaxy as much as I like other 3D Mario games.
Absolutely.
I still really see that we are at where we are now, especially with Odyssey, because of Galaxy.
Totally.
Galaxy is just awesome.
I think
And
Galaxy is an important part of Mario. No question.
Absolutely.
Love it. Love it so much. Do you mind if
Joshie,
we take a break?
That sounds great.
Were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
because we're about to jump into our news and updates.
yeah.
So
Let's
let's
run it.
take a break real quick, my friend, and
some
we'll come
water.
back. Yeah, perfect. We are back.
Back
Joshie,
in crack.
you know what's next, my bro.
Of course.
As tradition dictates, we have news and updates to
we
get
do.
through, and I believe you told me there's some big news this week.
I didn't say big. I said
Okay.
interesting.
You did say
very,
interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Because it's not a big news week for anime, but it is a very interesting one.
Cool. I'm fucking with it. Let me say real quick before
yes, please.
I'll have you start in the first topic
Please.
here. Exciting update for the channel.
Yes.
We have reached over 360 listens as far as that I think a listen is listening to at least 10 minutes of an episode across all platforms.
Wow.
So, yeah, 360.
300.
Yeah,
Let's
dude.
go.
We're on our way to 5 and
Yes,
then
sir.
thousands after that.
After that, baby.
It's hype, bro.
It's
You know, I've been
it's
watching.
gonna
I
keep
watched it hit 100 a couple weeks after we came out,
Yeah.
honestly, and then now it's like, wow, like
That's so
I'm
awesome.
really seeing the growth, and it's exciting.
I'm very
It's
excited.
really exciting.
I'm very, very excited.
Fuck yeah. And I think another stat on
Yes.
YouTube.
Yes.
So this is just the YouTube videos we've uploaded.
Yes.
I think the total hours watched on our channel is 50 hours.
Really?
Yes.
50 hours is a fucking lot.
That's a fucking lot.
That's beautiful.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, I'd probably hit some of that too. I love listening
Hell
on
yeah.
YouTube. That's so much fun.
Yeah.
But that's just YouTube alone, right?
Right, that's just
Yeah.
YouTube. So good stats there,
Beautiful.
brother. But
That's
I want to hype up the channel for a sec.
Yeah.
And why don't we start with you as always?
Absolutely.
And dive into this news, bro.
This is the interesting one. It had me very, very interested.
Okay.
Especially because of my, you know what I love, some One Piece, of course.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we just had, as of yesterday, I believe,
Okay.
a brand new chapter, or it might have been this morning, actually. As of this morning,
It had to be this morning because
Yeah.
I feel like in times past, for especially history, you weren't you telling me that the manga is literally coming out on Wednesday mornings?
Wednesday mornings.
Okay.
You're so right. And I sometimes read the chapter before.
That's what
I
think
do
that's
every
how I
day.
remember
Yep. So it was this morning. I'm so sorry. So we're on chapter 1098, right? And this chapter came out looking rough.
Really?
Absolutely. It is unmissable on the quality of what I was looking at, reading it. It looks unfinished. It looks scribbly. It looks like and this is coming from a diehard One Piece fan.
For sure.
Who literally, like, loves everything Oda does.
No, you definitely have merit in what you're saying.
It is rough. Absolutely. I have a couple screenshots that I took myself when I was reading it.
I want to see.
So this might not be as obvious until you... So just zoom around. It's just not to One Piece quality. Like, you look at this panel, and I'm like... This is not some stylistic choice. We just had regular art with the exact same story that's going on here.
Okay, I'm not kidding. This looks bad.
Bad, right? Okay, I mean, it's art. It's good art, but it's like, it's a sketch. You know what I mean?
I swiped over and saw fit check on Josh.
Is a picture of me.
This looks bad, bro.
This does look bad. There's more down here. These I was very, very shocked at. Yeah. Very, very shocked.
Literally, my brain is going to Captain Underpants /
scribble, right?
Like drafting.
Yeah.
You know how like some manga they'll show you. I'm not even a big manga reader, right? And they show drafts, like early concepts. Yep. That is what this looks like.
And this is some really ridiculous stuff because look, that's shaded, not even in the lines, with like a pencil on its side. And I look at it, I'm like, what is this? This is scribbled on. The shading is ridiculous. Like, these lines are ridiculous. It looks
very rough.
This is not One Piece quality. And so there's this big action scene. There's still the lines that are drawn. There are marks and just scribbles on the whole thing. These characters still have their, like, the lines that haven't been erased when you do art.
Yes.
This is, like, crazy, right? You look at it.
That is
like,
nuts.
What is happening?
I'm not kidding.
And I have some other examples. One Piece has incredible artwork, and this is not a new thing. I just have a couple panels of really gorgeous artwork, right? Just like, it's One Piece. It's this high quality, like, look at this long shot.
Yeah, see, that looks literally nothing
incredible.
like what you just showed me.
And I promise, like, this is the quality you could expect from One Piece. And so for this to be the case, that we got something like a scribbled up mess is strange. It's very, very strange. However, Oda's drawings, this is just something I zoomed into, when he first starts off kind of mapping out the panels, it looks like in that style, very scribbly.
Yes.
That's how any artist does it.
Yeah,
right?
like I said, it looks like an early draft.
Yes, it looks like an early draft. And so with all that said, interesting enough, it's an unfinished chapter. Oda released an apology as of this morning, essentially just saying his full quote was, "I apologize for not finishing the drawing in time." So this is all hearsay. Like, we don't know yet, and this is like just from this morning. So this is why I was really interested, because I was reading the chapter and I was like, this looks horrible.
Yeah, before you even read that he put out the apology or anything.
I had no idea about that. That was research I literally did.
That's a great news piece, by the way.
Yeah,
just because you found it organically.
Exactly. That's why I was so excited to share it. But it's like, so this has never happened before in One Piece history.
Really?
Oh shit!
My bad, bro. Oh no!
That was my bad too.
That's so funny. All right, hold up. We gotta pause, but before I do, I just have to say real quick, we have all these Zelda props around us, and Joshie and I set up a bunch of manga, and I had it held up with a big jar of water, and I had my brand new Ghost Energy. I just opened it, and I moved the water, and the manga fell over it, and there is now Ghost Energy drink everywhere. Oh my god. Sorry, Joshie. All right, we're back. We're cleaned up.
Just
it's
a little mess.
Yeah.
That's the type of raw shit you'll get from the Flash Bros podcast.
Absolutely.
Shit'll happen. Yeah. And that's how it goes.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
This is a crazy house, and we're crazy ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Shit is happening all the time.
All the time. I mean, they probably noticed Dorian walks in, or like Sophie will walk by the window. So good. So we don't know if this will probably get fixed by the official release, because they release with Shonen Jump with the weekly magazine, so it gets published on Wednesdays, right? What I'm guessing happened is there was some kind of thing where One Piece had to be on that week, right? It wasn't done.
Some kind
and
of
he
like
had
rush.
to, yes, he had to do that. And I'm pretty certain he's gonna have it finished by the time it's published in a volume. No question.
Yeah,
like, I cannot see a universe where that is published into.
I'm
a book.
with you.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's understandable, I guess. We don't know the exact reason. Oda didn't provide a reason,
right?
But everyone just
he
assumed.
honestly barely said anything.
No, he just said one
sorry.
sentence. Yeah, basically sorry for that.
Yeah.
But he's such a busy guy. I'm of the impression that, you know, I think this dude needs more breaks, and I also think he needs a bigger team. But this guy, Oda, is so exclusive on who sees what happens in One Piece. Nobody in the world knows what the One Piece is, or the ending of One Piece, or any of these things. It's all Oda. So Oda is
It's so smart.
It is very smart, and it's such a interesting way to write a story, because that is, and it's dangerous too, because if he passes away, unlike Mamura, the one who made Berserk,
right. Yes.
You cannot finish that ending. Like, One Piece is over.
Could you imagine?
I would be heartbroken.
Wow.
Imagine.
He leaves it in a will for his wife. You know?
That would be
it's like sitting somewhere and she discovers it 15 years after his death.
People were saying, they should do a thing where he releases the ending in like a treasure chest, and he tells everyone, he's like, hey, go and find it, and then he's like Gold Roger. It's like a meme, but it's like,
my God,
wouldn't that be kind of sick?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That should be nuts.
Yeah.
You know, some crazy ass motherfucker would find it too.
Absolutely, bro. So I thought that was really interesting just because I came across it.
Yeah.
And I knew there was an issue right when I was reading. I literally was like, this is like distracting.
You open the magazine. Oh, this is news.
Yeah. And the whole chapter was like that. That was just a couple screenshots I took, just to kind of show.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's
nutty.
Pretty wild
I'm
stuff.
not kidding,
and that's never
bro.
happened before for One Piece. So
that's wild. Thank you, Josh. That was a great first article. My first article I got here for news piece number 2 comes from Game Rant, which is Game Rant's been really cool, honestly. I usually follow IGN, if not like GameSpot or Kotaku for my news. But Game Rant is it's a much smaller studio that
I have read some stuff from
Have you?
them,
yeah. And they have an email newsletter. I'm not kidding. It makes my finding of news so easy because I get emails on a daily basis from them. Yeah. And they usually they'll have like a summary of like today's news in the email, like 5-6 articles. Yeah. And they usually pretty good about how they title it. Yeah. So immediately I can kind of see if it's interesting to me, I'll star it and go back to the email later.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Like,
very
great.
Cool stuff.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
Cool so this article I got pulled up is titled Nintendo provides updated list of best-selling Nintendo Switch games. Yes, so Nintendo notoriously puts out a list about twice a year. Yeah. The beginning of the year and the end of the year for their best-selling games on their current gen console.
Yes.
So the Switch has been no exception. Yes. And especially because the Switch is doing so well.
It is selling better than the last system.
I got some numbers for you that are pretty awesome.
Are you going to go down
I'm a
like
bit
what's
surprised.
number 1 and what's...
Yep. So I got the whole list of these are in order with the amount that has been sold for top 10 Switch games.
I'm excited.
Number 1. Actually, let's work our way up. Okay. That sounds a little better.
I kind of do.
Yeah. Because it might not be what you think it is.
It might not.
To be honest with you.
I'm very excited because I do not know what the number 1
Sweet.
My money is on Tears of the Kingdom, but don't tell me.
Okay.
That's just where my money's at.
Yeah.
That's where I'm.
All right.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'll take your money and run.
Whoa!
We'll see. Number 10 is New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, which I was shocked with, to be honest with you. Even at the bottom of the list.
That's a shocker for sure. I did not expect that at all.
Beyond, I'm going to add to it and say I was even more shocked when I saw that the sales number is 16.7 million.
Wow.
That's how many units.
That's digital and
physical. Yep. So then that's Nintendo's own report. Wow. This is not sent from any third party. So Nintendo themselves reported this. That's nuts.
That is actually insane.
That is crazy to me, especially from all the combos we've had about the direction of New Super Mario Bros. Yeah. You know what I mean? And and how this is kind of like so, especially with Wonder coming out, it's so evident like this was their last push for this.
Absolutely.
And maybe even the last push for like a cash grab.
No,
right?
absolutely.
Putting this out at the beginning of the Switch's life, right?
I will say too, I mean, we kind of have a negative view, to a degree of you, especially because of the lack of new things
Yes.
added. Ironically, with the name being new.
And further, that this is literally the U game and deluxe, and they barely added anything.
Not much at all. They added like Nabbit and like Toadette, and then like they have the Luigi version, but it's not new.
No,
but it's not too much different than other deluxe versions that have been released
for sure.
But that really does surprise me.
Yeah.
So I want to hear number 9.
Number 9.
Yes.
The Legend of Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom.
No way.
Yeah, well, think about it in terms of all the other games in this list have been out much longer than Tears of the Kingdom. So,
Tears of the Kingdom just came out earlier this year.
Looking through it real quick.
How many sales?
Actually, I want to be honest with you. Tears of the Kingdom is the most recent release on this whole list.
Well, it's kind of incredible it made the list.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so with 16.7 million being new Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, this is currently sitting at 19.5 million.
If I'm not mistaken, 19.5 million is incredible, by the way.
It is incredible.
For being a game that came out this year. It is the fastest selling Switch game that ever came out.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, and I read that a while ago, and so...
It makes sense, right?
It does make sense.
Look at it just with Wii U Deluxe or Mario Bros. Deluxe. Like, that came out, 5 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago?
It was a little more recent than that.
Was it? I thought it came out the year after Breath of the Wild, which was a year after the Switch came out.
Oh, maybe it was.
Yeah, like as an early... Because that was like their first Mario game on the Switch before Mario Odyssey.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
You might be right, to be honest with that.
Yeah, fact check me, though.
I think I just waited a while to play it, and I do that all the time. Where I'm that didn't come out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, just above that is Super Mario Party, which I was so hyped to see this on the list because that
Super Mario
if anything, Super Mario Party. So unfortunately, it's not the Mario Party Superstars, which is actually way
much
superior,
better version.
To be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is definitely showing Nintendo above all else, which Nintendo is so big on like their profitability.
Yes,
like they don't fuck around, you know?
Fuck no.
So their
games are still $60 on from any like
that's
time.
What I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
So the fact that Super Mario Party it's at 19.66 million for its lifetime sales. So that's just above Tears of the Kingdom.
Absolutely.
But that's huge. It's still so big for a party style multiplayer game. For what Super Mario Party is in today's modern world, there's very few games I think that can compete in this space.
Absolutely.
And it's still king.
And it's king.
You know?
That does make me happy though, because at least that's news to Nintendo that it is still a viable
people want this
IP. Right?
Yes.
Like Mario Party is still
that's what I'm saying, making
money.
Yeah.
And even with a game that was kind of mid in the Mario Party standard.
Yeah.
I enjoyed when I played a little bit of it. I own it.
Yeah. I'm right there with you.
Also I also just think that's good news to me.
Yeah. So, it's honestly really good news for all the reasons you just said for me.
Very cool.
And I will say I loved the mini games. That was my favorite part about this.
Fun.
The mini games were actually really creative and really good.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Although if I remember right, you had to play with a Joy-Con? One Joy-Con to play the game, pretty sure? Yes. Right? Oh yeah, because you fisted the sky to be able to hit that block and shit. Yeah, I remember. Okay.
I love fisting the sky.
Next up on this list is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Really?
Which is at 23.23 million.
I guess I would have expected that.
Yeah.
I guess I would have. Yeah.
I honestly thought it might be a little higher. But next on the list, then right above that is Sword and Shield at 26.02 million. So that's actually really impressive because Scarlet and Violet, I think it's 2 years after Sword and Shield?
Yeah.
Or 3?
I think it's 3.
It's 2 or 3.
I think it was 3.
And so it is 3 million behind last generation.
Yes.
And for all of the press that was put out, right, like as feedback of Scarlet and Violet, it was all very mixed / poor, right? And that's what the public was getting.
Totally.
And it doesn't matter, right? It's the vocal minority.
King,
Pokemon is king, bro. Yeah, every game, they just always are growing, and it's fascinating.
It is really fascinating. So we had Sword and Shield, and then what's after that?
So after that, at number 5, I've got Super Mario. Oh wait. Why do I have 11 games on this list? Why did they say top 10? Am I blind? I am blind.
Is it top
10? There is 10, and this is number 5. Yeah, I can't count.
Okay.
Super Mario Odyssey, okay, at 26.95 million. Just barely. It's less than $1 million above Sword and Shield.
Yeah, very deserving.
No shock there. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that is just such a spectacular Mario game.
Good.
Truly. Yeah.
Seriously, one of the best 3D platforms to come out
if
in
you're
recent years.
like, I feel like there's a lot of avenues to what it means to be a gamer today's day and age, with the average gamer being around the age of like 34, I think. 34.
Really?
Just between 34 and 36, something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's like the average age for a gamer.
Yeah.
So if you're in that category of an average gamer, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like a lot of people, if they think of like nostalgic childhood Mario,
Yes.
it's Mario 64.
Totally.
So for that gamer, it like Mario Odyssey is for that gamer.
It is for
and everyone knew.
It
you know
really
what
does
I mean?
feel like a sequel to 64 with all
Yes.
the references, like getting the Mushroom Kingdom at the very end.
Yeah.
And all that vibe and playing the same music when you walk into the... You know what I mean?
Oh, I got emotional with hitting
really?
that ending. Yeah,
Good.
like I didn't cry, just like had this overwhelming emotion hitting that world, running around on it, and all the other little tidbits, like even the costume they give you, right?
The 64 costume.
Yes, dude. Like
So
it was like, oh my gosh, this is love.
Yes.
I feel love from Nintendo right now.
And that is also one of the reasons it was so successful.
Yeah.
You know, you feel that, and as we talk about all the time, you can tell when something has love in it and passion and care for the consumer.
Yes, dude.
When you're,
they didn't need to do that.
No,
the game was already complete in its own right. Absolutely.
And, that's genuinely just a gift for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So we'll continue here. Number 4 is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Beautiful.
Number 4 for best-selling Switch game. Right? Yep. Josh holding it up right here because this episode is about The Legend of Zelda.
Love it.
So that is at 31.
That's number 4.
0.15 million. Yes.
What are the other 3? I think I'm going to guess. Can I guess?
Make a guess here.
Okay. I'm going to say number 1 is Smash Bros. I'm going to say number 2 is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Number 3...
We were just talking about it. We were just talking about it today.
Were we really?
In the podcast, yes.
Oh, shit. Animal Crossing.
It is.
Okay, did I get that right?
You have the 3, but they're not in the right
order.
order.
Let me hear.
But you have the 3.
Okay.
Number 3
Yes.
is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Number
at
3.
32.44 million.
Wow.
Yeah. But that puts it above Breath of the Wild. Wow. How do you feel about that?
I think that's natural.
Yeah?
Because, I mean, like, think about it. Every friend that we have that has a Switch... and some people have a Switch that's just a Smash device.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And Breath of the Wild is...
But don't you also know people who bought a Switch just for Breath of the Wild?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? There is... I would say Smash is a game anyone will buy. And Tears of the Kingdom... Breath of the Wild, understandably, is... a style of a game.
For sure.
If you don't like open world, if you aren't a fan of, really immersing yourself and putting time into a game, I can see that.
Yeah.
You know, I can see Smash being above.
Same. Yeah.
But it still is very, very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Okay, we're gonna jump up here because we've been at like around the 20 to 30 million for pretty much this whole the last like 5, I think I've said. Yeah. So at number 2 is Animal Crossing New Horizons at 43.38 million. Wow. It is over 10 million more than Smash Bros.
Wow.
No surprise there, though.
I honestly am not surprised either.
Especially after COVID, because literally, like, the timing of that game is nuts. Especially because this was not planned. People are like, no, Nintendo did this on purpose. No, guys. Yeah. Nintendo has, like, there was all these reports of Nintendo started work on New Horizons immediately after finishing New Leaf.
Totally.
So it was in development for like 9 years or something like that.
And you can feel it. I mean, those kind of games are like, they're so thorough. You have something going on every year. Those are not games you can make annually. No. You know what I mean? They're absolutely not. And so... And also, it was coming out right when COVID happened. Yes. How the fuck would they have predicted that? Oh, no. You can't. No. But
it worked out.
I can't really think of a game that came out at a better time than Animal Crossing New Horizons at that time, because everyone I knew was playing it. Yeah, bro. Myself included.
Yeah. I remember not playing it.
Oh, yeah.
And being hired at Dutch Bros. Yeah. Everybody was talking about it and playing it.
Were playing it. You know what I mean? I played with Trin, actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
we played all the time.
I love that.
And then we had there was like a whole Dutch Bros group of us.
Oh, yeah.
That used the Nintendo Online to chat, and we all played hide and seek. because none of us could go
What?
outside. Yeah, it was fun.
That's so funny. I had no idea. That's so sick.
Yeah, it was.
Well, okay, so that's at 43 million. Okay. At number 1 at 57.01 million.
Holy shit!
Is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe?
I knew it. That is yes, because that is first off Mario Kart. Already iconic
to everyone.
You could talk to anyone. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, literally.
Kids, gamers, myself included.
Yep.
Absolutely love it.
Anybody who doesn't
Girls who don't play video games love Mario Kart.
Yes,
you know what I mean? There's no person out there that can't get behind some Mario Kart action. And I also think that game came out at the perfect time. You know, not as perfect as New Horizons, but the Switch was so innovative. It felt like the idea of having this huge Mario Kart game and the shareable aspect of a Joy-Con. Yeah. It feels like it was catered perfectly for Mario Kart.
Right. And with the motion built into the Joy-Con too. It's like,
absolutely. And then literally it's like, oh, what a perfect time we could resell those plastic steering wheels. You know what I mean? That's one of the most appealing things I think to any parent when they're looking at like, what console should I get for my kids? If you have a plastic steering wheel to be able to play, anyone can play that game.
Absolutely.
Any person.
Absolutely.
So that does not surprise me.
That is the whole news piece right there. That's that top 10 list, my friend.
What do you think was like the most surprising one on there? Tears of the Kingdom kind of like that's interesting to me.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to you. I feel like the most surprising one to me was Super Mario Party for sure. Look at that list.
I actually changed my mind. Yeah, you're so right.
Like I just didn't. If I expected a Mario Party on there, it was Superstars. So I'm hoping Superstars still did really really good to show Nintendo that it's. Yeah. I feel like if you're not just a Nintendo fan, like if you're actually a Mario Party fan, I think any Mario Party fan would tell you that game is superior. Yeah. You know, but then
absolutely.
So, I mean, like, really, it was more of a surprise that a Mario Party at all made it.
I didn't expect that. Yeah, I absolutely
more than anything.
I did not expect that, but
so
very, very cool.
Yes, sir.
Love it.
Josh, you want to jump to news number 3?
So, news number 3. I feel like we're talking so much.
We are,
and this is so much fun.
Good.
Are you having a good time?
I'm having a blast, bro. I'm not kidding.
So
I can talk about games forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I can talk about anime forever. Because I do want to talk about anime real quick.
Yeah, please. Let's shift focus.
Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan, baby.
The final episode crashes the Crunchyroll servers, which is a pretty big deal. Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah, I swear. Because these servers are pretty fortified at this point.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they are expecting things like the Gear 5, you know, how that happened. Years ago, Ultra Instinct, that transformation crashed the servers. But
Did it too?
Yeah, but it hasn't been like that in a while. But Attack on Titan's final episode did it. And I wanted to take this time even just talk about why.
Okay.
Because not even the technical aspects of Crunchyroll, but the idea of Attack on Titan. I just think that this series is unique in the sense that it is so mainline, and yet the things that are handled in it are so much bigger and deeper than probably most other show I've seen to this popularity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
because there are themes of war and genocide that are handled just as disturbing as they hold in our world. You know what I mean? And this idea that, you know, the idea of the value of a life and all these things and even time and timelines and the inevitability of absolute is so fucking interesting. Like, it really is, you know, and it's dark too. It's very, very dark. It's disturbing, and there's so many points where it's really funny because watching these specials, I just rewatched both of them with Dorian again. You know, I recognize what they had to censor from the manga, but the manga's even worse. Like, even more. Absolutely. There is imagery from the manga that I was surprised when I saw it that it was as graphic as it was. It's very, very interesting. But the ending, I think, is just the most powerful part of it. It's just there's this epic. It is one of the biggest, highest scale epic endings that I have, I think, ever witnessed in a show. And it's perfect because Attack on Titan is epic. It really is. You know what I mean?
The journey is so incredible, epic, man. And I don't even know the ending.
No, I know. And so I'm excited for you to see the ending too because I think there's a lot to talk about. I think we could do a whole episode on AMC too.
I would love to after I finish it.
What I really want to do too is there's this video that goes over the ending. It's like an hour long.
Okay.
I watched it all the way with your brother Jack.
Oh,
we watched the whole thing. It's literally called "This Video Will Change the Way You See Aaron," and it does. It really does fortify what Aaron's character truly is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like who he is as a character. And it's way more interesting than you would even expect. Even by finishing the series, you're like, wow, Aaron Yeager was an incredible character. And you will be even more blown away. Even more blown away because Isayama is a fucking genius. I don't know how this guy does it.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, there are plot holes in every story. And, you know, Attack on Titan, you know, is not a perfect show, but holy fuck, is it close? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that show is like airtight.
Yes,
airtight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even One Piece, love it so much, but Oda sometimes makes stuff up, and he makes it kind of like it's like, oh, this happened in the past because you know this blank blank blank. I'm like, that was never hinted to at all, but that's okay
for sure.
Yeah, it's okay because it works for the story or whatever. But everything that happens in Attack on Titan...
I never had that feeling watching Attack on Titan up until...
You never will.
Yeah.
You will not because it's finished and you will not feel that way. So, very excited for you to check that out. Yeah. I am thoroughly impressed. I think we should watch that video. Once you finish it with Kindle, we should watch that video.
I'm down.
And then do an episode on it. If you're down.
Yeah,
and even
so down.
It could be even an episode on just Aaron Yeager himself. Because that show is so complex and deep that the main character is already one of the most important, like, interesting aspects of the show. And for those who don't even know, even to have the balls to make a show where the main character becomes the main villain, like, seamlessly, is amazing. I don't know how it's possible, but it happened.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, for sure. Like, even just in... coming from the perspective of watching the transformation happen, like I did watching that first part of the final season,
absolutely,
and still not knowing where I'm at now, but like the transformation happening and the emotional feeling that I feel in that, and that I'm like, even if I'm like questioning what's happening, it's still like I know there is purpose behind everything, right?
Totally,
yeah, and
that's faith that I think you can hold until the very end.
Yeah,
and that's why I'm so happy because. I also think Attack on Titan will absolutely go down as one of the, not even just best anime, one of the best shows of all time. It is captivating from the second the first episode starts to the second it ends. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Credits and everything. Oh. It is just as...
You're getting me excited.
I'm telling you, man.
Not kidding.
I'm excited. So anyway,
All right, cool. Well, let's jump to number 4.
Please.
We got... From Game Rant again. Yes. Title is Microsoft employees are reportedly losing free Xbox Game Pass Ultimate benefit. It's pretty big. Okay. I was kind of like, this article came to my attention and then I hopped on X to kind of see if people were talking about this. This has gained a lot of attention.
Really?
So yeah, I'm going to dive into this story and I want to know
just to say
if you got anything
quick,
to say on it.
I think that your explanation will explain the importance of it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because when I hear that initially, I'm like, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
But, you know,
it seems like whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
But I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I'll get through this article. So it starts with Microsoft employees are reporting that they will be losing their free access to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate soon, and a lot of them aren't very happy about the announcement.
Understandably.
Yeah, very understandably. Until now, permanent Xbox Microsoft workers have enjoyed a free Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, currently worth a little more than $200 per year as an employee benefit. Okay. The membership gives access to hundreds of games and a rotating catalog, playable via download or streaming from the cloud, as well as other perks like free movies, Microsoft Store discounts, and trial subscriptions to services like Crunchyroll and Uber Eats.
Very interesting.
According to The Verge, another game reporting studio, like IGN. Yeah. Microsoft employees were recently informed that they would be losing their free Xbox Game Pass Ultimate benefit effective January 2024. So this is coming up really soon.
That's so much more soon than I thought it was going to be.
And I think I'll interject real quick that I think a reason that there was such an uproar at first too is because Xbox has been flaunting their money a lot.
Yeah.
I think specifically with the acquisition of all these huge studios, you know what I mean?
Is that Microsoft or Xbox?
Well, Microsoft owns Xbox, right? So it definitely bleeds over. And the biggest branch of Microsoft, I believe, is Xbox.
Is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it passed.
Well, Windows, though.
Yeah, I think, though, that Xbox is bigger than Windows in terms of sales, in terms of profitability,
you're right, it might be.
These things.
I can see
Yeah,
it.
I think it is. I think that they're at least in terms of like total revenue for the company. I think that Xbox is their biggest
wouldn't surprise
branch.
me if that was the
Me
case.
neither. Yeah, I could be wrong.
No,
but they will, however, I'll continue, be able to purchase a 12-month subscription at a discounted price from the company's internal store. This change will affect 238,000 Microsoft employees who aren't a part of Xbox or Microsoft gaming, potentially saving the company approximately $50 million per year. The outcry from impacted employees has been loud enough that Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, has responded internally that he wasn't aware of the change and would look into it.
Wow.
Which could be PR speech.
That could be PR speech.
That is the end of the article. And I think it's just worth noting because I don't know if I couldn't remember if the article was touching on it, but I definitely saw this outcry a little bit for myself. And a lot of the outcry is really stemming from, like I said, like Microsoft, like literally spending billions, like what, 61 billion or something for the acquisition of Blizzard, right? Which just happened finally. And then the acquisition of like, dude, it was like some stupid number, like 48 studios of the last few years or something like that. And so with all of that, then cutting on the employees, it just seems rough.
It does seem rough.
You know what I mean?
I totally do.
I definitely see that perspective, and I feel like I would feel the same if I was in those shoes. You know?
I think one of the most difficult parts is, it's a company.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they are not there to please people. You know what I mean? I mean, that comes with the job a little bit.
Right. But the biggest focus they have is money.
Is money.
Right.
And that doesn't surprise me, because that's what they're there for, and it's Microsoft.
Yes.
One of the biggest companies out there.
Yes.
And I highly doubt that a CEO is going to look at this number. You said 50 million?
50 million is what the company will be saving per year.
Per year. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of
money.
I
mean, I know that they're $1 billion company.
Yeah.
But it's also like, I can see them looking at it like that. However, I think it's shitty.
I think it's
very
man.
shitty.
Let me also pose another question here.
Please.
Because I think a perspective would be, yes, if 200,000 people, okay, if this is like the amount of people you're giving this Game Pass to.
Right.
I think you're only looking at it as 50 million if you look at it from the perspective of all 200,000 employees.
Totally.
Would have, instead, like, if they didn't get this benefit, all of them would purchase this benefit.
Yes.
And I highly doubt, especially going about it in this way, I highly doubt that all 200,000 of these employees are going to then turn around and make the purchase.
Well, also, I mean, you have to put in perspective, not every single employee, it's a perk. Not every employee is a gamer.
Right.
Or someone who wants to use that Game Pass.
Yes. That's really what I'm saying.
There's some employees who don't even have an Xbox.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so for that to be then made the decision, or this is the definitive number we will save, is not even accurate.
No.
I don't think.
No.
From what I know.
Right.
And so I don't know. I think it's just shitty. It's once again, it's a giant corporation trying to save a pretty penny by taking away at least a benefit of their employees.
Yeah.
Which happens far too often.
All the time.
But also, it just sucks. It just fucking sucks.
Right.
And
I think what makes it shitty, too, is that it is Xbox's and Microsoft's own product.
Totally.
That's what feels shitty, I think. It's not like they're taking away health benefits.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
And yes, that would be like a big outcry for sure.
Outcry,
but I feel like it's a different kind of sting.
Yes.
Because this is their own product.
Providing this.
Right. Like, I'm sure a lot of these workers are literally working on the Xbox Live service, right?
Totally.
So Could you imagine being like working on Xbox Live and you get a discount on it? You don't even get Xbox Live when they've been giving it to employees for however many years, right?
Yeah. Totally, dude. I mean, even the worst part is the sting is worse because they're taking it away. Yeah. And so soon. A couple of months?
Dude.
That's
like,
crazy.
It seems weird timing. It's like, oh, yeah, we just made this Blizzard acquisition. Fuck, we need money. Yeah. All right, let's do this
Let's cut from our employees.
Yeah. Yeah, it is shitty. No. It's super shitty.
It's shitty.
So I felt that was worth reporting on. Even though we're not Xbox guys, but I think it's always good to know kind of what's happening in kind of the politics of these huge gaming studios. It's very funny. I feel like you and I have very much set as the Flash Bros our opinions on the big political decisions that are made from corporations. Yeah. And this just goes with it perfect. Absolutely. Because it's not cool. No. It's not cool at all. No. And it will never be. And I hope that what's that guy's name? The president? Phil Spencer.
Phil Spencer. I hope he's not just saying that.
Yeah, I hope he really does.
I hope that he's able to fight for the little guy. Yeah. I really do hope so.
Well, one final question then, adding on to what you said. Do you think there's a chance at all that this would be reverted?
It's possible. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's a big amount of money. I don't know if we see a big enough outcry. And that's why I'm always of the opinion, like, if you have an issue, fucking scream it to the world. Yeah. You know what I mean? Say something. Don't just be like, man, this is shit. I'm pissed. Like your opinion, even if you think, I'm just a fucking employee here, one employee here against this $1 billion company, enough voices will be heard. Absolutely. And it's not because they're worried they hurt your feelings, because they don't give a shit. It's that you're going to make their PR look bad. Yeah. You know what I mean? You're going to make them look bad. So if you work out there, if you work for Microsoft, this shit sucks.
Yeah, hard
talk about it.
For real.
I think it's possible they could if enough people say shit. So,
Okay. All right.
You know how it goes.
What you got for your last news piece? Final one.
It's not 5. It's not a big news piece, but I think it goes with kind of this whole thing I've been reporting on this whole time. Cool. Crunchyroll team, they're popping back. Yeah. Yeah. From this whole court case, it doesn't seem like it's really affected Crunchyroll's kind of PR as much as I expected it to.
I was expecting it to be a big deal. You're talking, if I remember right, about the data leak, right?
Yes, data leak. So Crunchyroll, for those who don't know, Crunchyroll has been secretly, without any knowledge of the people, selling data to your data essentially to
like third party. Yeah, black market, whatever.
Yep. So they're bouncing back. And Crunchyroll just teamed up with Walmart, and they're going to launch exclusive anime merch and exclusive anime figures and a bunch of stuff with Walmart.
That's cool.
It could be that, this was in plans for a while. It probably was. Before even the court case came about. Yeah. But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of outcry from what I've seen online.
Interesting.
And Walmart is a very big brand. Huge. And I think if PR were bad enough, I think this would be canned. Yeah. This whole plan would be canned. Yeah. It's not. Still coming out, and there's still stuff going on. But I thought it was worth reporting because I've kind of been updating on what's going on.
Absolutely.
Still available, by the way, until December 26th. Get your money.
Yeah.
From Crunchyroll.
Right. I gotta fucking look into that. I got some free money coming my way.
Yeah, it's just free money. Might as well.
Yeah. Well, Joshie, for the wrap.
Yes.
Number 6.
Yes.
Rumor.
Yes.
God of War Ragnarok half sequel getting revealed soon.
Whoa.
Is by way of Game Rant. Yeah. Whoa. So I had not heard this
half sequel.
At
what does
all.
That entail?
I got details. You want to hear them?
I would love to, Sam.
Okay, sweet. We'll start with, according to a new rumor, a half sequel to God of War Ragnarok will get revealed by the end of this year. Ooh. Yes. God of War Ragnarok received critical acclaim upon its launch in 2022, as it is and has an extremely high score on Metacritic of 94, which
that's is
a fat score, honestly.
For a video game?
Yes, dude.
Holy shit.
It's very few and far between.
Did you play that game, by the way?
No. I have not. Yeah.
Are you going to?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I started it. Really fucking good. That game is really good.
I can't remember if I have it or not. I want to say my mom actually got it for me for Christmas last year. Yeah.
Annette, our
Annette,
supporter.
our Patreon sponsor.
We
Thank you
love
so
her.
much. Okay, continuing. As reported by Insider Gaming and originally leaked by username Area Jew Jones, the announcement of God of War Ragnarok's DLC will be made by the end of 2023.
Oh.
The Game Awards being the most likely event for this reveal.
Most likely. Which Game Awards happen, December?
Yeah, I believe so. Either end of November or early December.
Yeah.
According to the leak, this God of War Ragnarok expansion will be a standalone title, such as Uncharted: The Lost Legacy and Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Yeah, that's what
but not much else is known about the DLC at this moment.
It's not really DLC then, huh?
Right.
Just like a half game.
Yeah. I don't know that I would not call it DLC.
No, it's definitely not because it's
half
not,
sequel is a better name.
Yeah, half sequel. Yeah, I would call it.
You know, like an in-between title.
Those are getting more in-between title. That's really good.
Yeah, like Xenoblade's a great example.
Yeah,
because to be honest, it is DLC,
technically,
but not really.
But they release it too.
Yeah,
So
it's a whole mini game. Mini Xenoblade. Each of those DLC, like it's at least a 20-hour journey.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
and there's a 20-hour journey, but there's so much to it, especially like Torna. I was really impressed with how many side quests there were and like that whole system they created.
Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now too that they just further push this because Future Redeemed has the most side I'm like dude, this feels like a full game.
Yeah,
genuinely.
Well, that's the most hype part about those. But Miles Morales was not far behind those. Like I 100%ed it, but it felt like a game.
Yeah,
it was a full game. It had. You know, its whole story was obviously what it was.
Yeah.
But it was high quality.
Yeah, dude.
It had
That's what I'm
side
saying.
quests. It had a whole. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So take that vein then of kind of Miles Morales, right? I'll continue that God of War Ragnarok was also a commercial success, selling over 11 million copies within its first few months of launch. That's huge.
That is huge.
Originally sold an impressive 5.1 million copies debut week. That is massive. For a single-player game, that is huge,
Absolutely.
man. Single-player games are dying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and
it's
a title exclusive to
PlayStation. Yes, absolutely. Getting it set a new sales record for the franchise with that launch debut week, by the way. Additionally, God of War Ragnarok won various awards at the Game Awards in December 2022, winning in categories like narrative, music, audio design, and more.
It swept the Game Awards beyond getting it won like everything.
Dude, yeah. Like I feel like that's all I saw from the Game Awards. I felt like I would see like the nominees, and it always had God of War on it.
God of War was on everything, and it won most of them.
That's crazy.
I'm pretty sure it won more than any other.
I really keep up with the Game Awards much last year.
Last year was interesting.
Yeah,
but it was also just like Elden Ring came out.
Yes,
so that was
also huge.
Yeah, I wanted to see what was going down.
Didn't Elden Ring win Game of the Year?
Did, yeah. So it was literally like God of War.
Yeah,
Elden Ring.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So we got to figure out actually when the Game Awards is happening because we have to do a predictions episode.
I'm with that.
Yeah, right before.
This is going to be one of the craziest Game Awards I've ever experienced because Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man 2, and Tears of the Kingdom are all up. I don't know which. I genuinely don't know what will win.
I have no idea.
I have no clue.
I'm not kidding.
And there's also big titles that have come out beyond that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're not done.
We're not done.
Yeah, we're fucking not done.
Fire Emblem come out?
You got it.
Final Fantasy come out this year?
No. Well,
that would only
wait. I think Final Fantasy 16 did come out this year.
16?
Yeah.
Oh, it did.
The newest one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's that too.
Just saying,
right?
I mean, like.
And then next week we've got Super Mario RPG comes out like a week or two.
Wonder just came out too, by the way.
Wonder just came out. Yeah, bro. No, nuts.
Yeah. Crazy.
So crazy though. Honestly, like that really wraps up this article and the news. Because a half sequel to God of War Ragnarok, especially when no one knows anything about it, that sounds super fucking hype.
Very exciting.
Very hype. I got a lot of friends who love God of War.
Yeah, when I hear that, I hope for an Atreus focused story.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That actually was what I was looking at speculation for it. It was going to be a backstory.
Because that would be really cool.
That would be hype. I think it's necessary, bro. Like, he's a main fucking character,
Absolutely.
you know? I got some footnotes here, Joshie.
Please.
We got Nintendo Switch Black Friday bundles have been announced by Nintendo.
Is that right?
So they have this is so cool. They have a Smash Ultimate OLED model Switch.
What?
Yes, bro.
You have
it's
a
gonna.
picture?
I don't actually, but it's not new. Do you remember the old Smash Ultimate
controller?
Not the controller, but the Switch.
Yeah,
and the Joy-Con had the line.
Yeah.
It has that. So they brought that back.
OLED.
Yeah, as an OLED.
What about any dock design?
No, the dock is black. Yeah, so it's got the basic black dock instead of a white one, and then it's got the gray Joy-Cons, and one's got the Smash symbol on it, right? Yes. So it's got the Joy-Cons. It comes with a copy of Ultimate, which is digital, and 3 months of included Nintendo Switch Online, all for $349, which is the price of an OLED Switch that doesn't have any of that right now.
So it comes with Ultimate as well?
It does come with Ultimate.
Wow, that's amazing.
That is an amazing bundle. It actually saves you about $69.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, dude. They also unveiled a Super Mario Party bundle, which makes sense now that I saw the top 10 list.
Yeah, you're so right.
I was kind of like, oh, a Super Mario Party, that's weird. No, this makes sense. So you get a digital copy of Super Mario Party, and you get a red and blue Joy-Con bundle for $100.
Wow.
And that comes out November 10th, which is in 2 days. That's
$100?
$100
for a Switch?
Joy-Cons and Super Mario Party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no Switch.
Yeah. I was like,
just a bundle, a Black Friday bundle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a good deal.
Yeah, not bad, right?
Expensive and a $60 game.
And I think if I remember right, when I first saw this and I put this in here, it's a red and blue Joy-Con bundle, but I think it's the opposite of the launch Switch. So I think that if you have the original red and blue Joy-Con, where it's like blue is on the right or blue's on the left, blue's on the left, and then the red color on the right, or like the off red, so the neon, on the right?
That's all I remember.
So it comes with the opposite, so you can have a complete red Switch or a complete blue Switch.
They did already release that though.
Okay.
I have.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Actually, they might have been stolen with my old Switch.
Oh.
So I don't have them anymore.
Never mind. We're going to scratch that. Second piece of footnote news here. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Indigo Disc Expansion has a release date, which I'm sure you saw.
I actually don't know it.
Really?
I saw it on the...
It is December 14th.
Oh, I'm so happy.
So that's a lot sooner than I thought,
it was
to be honest.
year.
I felt like they really got these expansions out really quickly.
Dude.
For it being a two-part.
Absolutely. And this is the part I am most excited about. We talked a little bit on the Pokemon one, though, or even maybe I was just talking on another episode. But they're doing these DLCs really well.
Yeah.
Like they're setting up things a lot better than they even did in the Sword and Shield.
That's so hype. I'm really excited to hear more than anything, because I know you're going to get into it when it drops, and I want to know how it is and how it wraps up your entire Scarlet and Violet.
This is the story we've been waiting on like this entire time.
Yeah.
The Indigo Disc is called that for a reason. The Disc Pokemon before we Terrapicos.
Terrastalize?
No. It's the name of the Pokemon. But they've been hinting at the Disc Pokemon for a long time.
All right.
Since the game came out. So I'm very excited.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Very, very
I'm excited for you, to be honest, and for myself in the future.
I want you to play.
Yeah, I will.
Once you finish Sword and Shield DLC?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Nice.
Last piece here.
Please.
To wrap this up. Disney has acquired the remaining 33% stake in Hulu, and it already had stake in Hulu.
Wow.
That makes Disney now the majority stakeholder in Hulu, so Disney owns Hulu.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was previously owned by Comcast, but it acquired that 33% stake for $8.61 billion. Yeah.
Wow.
No shock there, and it's more of Disney takeover.
I was gonna say I'm not really that excited about it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of recent Disney.
And you've talked about that with me, and
I very much have.
I'm with you. I see it and I don't, especially with some of the movies, because I think behind, like, you and I have had off the record talks about Marvel, and I've liked a lot of like the recent Marvel stuff, whereas I know that you haven't, but you've given me a legitimate reason why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to not like it.
Yeah,
you know what
right.
I mean?
No, and I know that too. Yeah, that makes it even have more merit.
That's the worst part about everything that's coming out recently, and just a little disappointing. And I also I love Hulu.
Yeah,
and I hope that it doesn't get changed too much.
I feel like Hulu's changed so much. Like
It already
OG
has.
Hulu is nothing like what
OG
Hulu is now.
Yeah.
I know.
It really is.
All right, buddy boy.
All right,
that wraps up our news section, my man. So I've got game drops happening right now.
Sweet.
And I think we can do a little break when we hit the main topic.
Yeah.
And
let's finish
is that
this
cool?
one.
Yeah, let's wrap this up. We're on game drops right now, my friends. So these are all the games. Well, actually, it's a curated list.
Game
drops. Josh, I was kind of like really just thinking and reflecting on the podcast, and I feel like I've already narrowed down the game drops from before, where I was saying every game that came out, then it was every Switch game that came out, and then notable ones. Yeah. Honestly, I'm just going to announce games that I know at least one of us has slight interest in.
Okay,
right?
I think that's perfect.
Okay,
because then it'll save
then
us.
Then we're just not talking about shit we don't actually care
Paw
about.
Patrol Fire Force.
Exactly. It felt silly doing it for like the 8th week in a row, and now I'm like, all right, I feel like this is better, and I got a little surprise for you.
Okay, good. There are some
to make up for it.
There are some surprises though that I've felt in the past. What was that one we just talked about where I was like, the magical portals? Yeah.
Yeah?
The controversial Cuphead.
Yes. And I honestly, if I didn't say that, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Because it was just a random
Interesting
game.
though. Let's get it going though.
Let's get it going, bro, because I still got like a small tidbit here. So this is for the week of November 6th through the 12th, from Monday to Sunday of this week. We'll start with November 7th. We have Salt and Sacrifice releasing on Nintendo Switch and PC. Salt and Sacrifice, have you heard of it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, pretty obscure indie game.
Okay.
A 2D hand-drawn look to it, made in the vein of Dark Souls. It was made to be a Dark Souls game as a 2D experience. My buddy Caleb loves this fucking game. Played the shit out of it on PS Vita and on PS4. And I didn't even come out on PS3 way back in the day. It came out a while back. I tried playing it, and I beat the first boss, and the game is hard as tits, bro. I'm not kidding.
How does it play as a 2D?
Plays really good.
Really?
Yeah, it's hard. It's definitely hard. It feels like it was made by the Dark Souls guys. Yeah,
okay.
So it really, really good.
I like that idea.
That's coming out on PC and Switch on the 7th, so that's hype. We got Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, which, by the way, I think they just announced the first DLC pack.
What is it?
And I think I saw Zuko and Iroh on it.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, and Mr. Krabs.
The Dragon of the West. Yeah, I love that.
The Dragon! Oh my god. I didn't see gameplay though, and now, after you said that, I'm like, oh fuck. I want to see the Dragon of the West. That would be actually sick. You barely get to see him fight in the whole show.
Remember that one part though? Did I ever tell you the story of why they call me the Dragon of the West?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Uncle, I'm not interested in some long tidbit. It's more of a demonstration, really. So funny.
So good.
Literally,
that's like right at the end of season 1, right?
Yeah. No. That was season 3.
Oh.
Season 2, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Because it was Earth.
They're on the run, right?
Yeah. Azula, because they found them. They had the tea shop. Azula just gained control of the Dai Li.
Yes.
And so she was the leader of them. And then she like invites them there. Pretending to be the king. And then
then the fight
and then they bust out.
You're right. Okay.
Such a good scene.
All right, moving on here. I wasn't saying number, but it's actually November 8th. Okay, we got 3 games. Duke Nukem Collection 1 and 2 are coming out for Evercade. Remember, that was one of the consoles we talked about a couple weeks ago. That Evercade console that is continually getting cartridge games. That's really dope, you know? So Duke Nukem Collection, which is cool because I know Duke Nukem has a big fan following still, even though the game is pretty much forgotten about.
I don't think there's been a new one since forever, right?
360, I think.
Yeah. Which was Duke Nukem Forever.
I think so. Yeah, literally since forever. Forever. Then we got Risk of Rain Returns. Did you ever play the original Risk of Rain?
I've never even heard
It's an indie game that is like this survival roguelite experience.
Oh, okay.
That's pixel art and it's beautiful. They even came out with a sequel for it. No, I'm lying. There was a sequel in development for forever, and that is getting released the same day.
Oh,
so I have Risk of Rain 2 Survivors of the Void and Risk of Rain Returns. So this is like a definitive edition.
Very cool. So it can be on the same console, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I think these are releasing for everything, but at least the Nintendo Switch.
There we go.
November 9th, we have Catan Console Edition. I thought it's interesting. I remember I remember learning about Catan from Preston and the OG the Vista group,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I played that a few nights, and it's...
You know who loves Catan?
Who?
Gabe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's crazy about Catan.
Shit, man. That's a tough game.
Yeah, it is. That is a fun game, though.
Yeah.
Very, for tabletop.
You got to be committed, but very good.
Very fun.
Yeah. So that's coming out console edition. Then we have Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name.
Yakuza?
Yes. Yep. There's that the spin-off title.
That's got a fan
or
following.
spin-off series. Yeah, Like a Dragon. Yeah, dude. I've heard nothing but amazing things about Yakuza, let alone this series. Yeah, the Like a Dragon. This is coming out also on PS5, PS4, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and PC. And then we got a couple of games on the Switch as Nintendo Online games. I think
nice.
Yeah.
Which one?
I think it's on 2 different consoles here. It's 2 Double Dragon games. You ever play Double Dragon?
No.
It's like an OG
Ninja one?
1v1 fighting game.
Oh,
right?
yes.
I think, or it's kind of like a brawler. It's like mixed of
Maybe.
both. But there's Double Dragon Advance, so I think that's a Game Boy Advance one.
Might be.
And then Super Double Dragon, which I'm guessing is on the
Nintendo.
Super Nintendo.
Look at all those leaps of logic we had to take just now.
Had to, bro. It's tough to figure out sometimes.
It is.
You know?
It's hard.
And lastly, still on November 9th, we have the DLC Beyond the Dawn for Tales of Arise. And that's from the Tales of series.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but my buddy Caleb, he's a big Tales of fan, and
Shout out Caleb.
he was trying to beat the game in time for the DLC.
There you go.
Come out. So that's coming out. That's hype. And November 10th, we have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Is releasing on current major platforms like it's Xbox Series X, PS5,
Everything.
yeah, PC. No Switch, unfortunately.
Well,
but, you know,
that's a good thing.
yeah, for
You've
us.
seen how Mortal Kombat 1 looked on the Switch? Remember?
I haven't, but it probably
showed
looks
you pictures last
Oh, you
time.
did?
Yeah,
The
remember?
picture.
So
yeah.
bad.
Yeah. I want to see like a whole ass video of like how it looks
Yeah.
or even see it with my own eyes, you know.
Get it on there.
Joshie, so
Yes.
that is the game drops for this week, my
Beautiful.
friend. I wanted to add in
Yes,
a
please.
mini section every week now. Since
Yes.
the game drops is going to be shorter.
Yes.
Of something I've called off topic.
Ooh.
So we're going to take it's a little break from games and
What?
like whatever and just like kind of a brain teaser type question that we can talk about before we jump into the main topic.
Let's do
so
it.
for off topic this week,
Yes.
so I'm going to write the time real quick
Right,
here.
Please.
I have a question for you.
Please.
And this comes from I was trying to think of what question for the
This
first
is so
one.
interesting. I'm so excited.
Right? Yeah.
this
I'm
is so
excited.
cool.
I'm really excited to see where this goes.
Yeah.
Actually, I know that Johnny and Lene are both going to be looking forward to this conversation
yeah?
because we were talking about it at the bar this last Saturday. That's where I
okay.
got this from. So
Okay.
I'm going to try to explain this the best I can.
Please.
Because it's not really a single question. It's
Okay.
kind of 2 questions.
Okay.
So today is Wednesday, November 8th, right?
Yes.
But just for the purposes of this conversation, if we're talking about Tuesday as in yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. Would I be saying, if I was to ask you, what's your first thought for your head? If I said, again, referring to yesterday, would I be saying this Tuesday or would I be saying next Tuesday?
In reference to...
In reference to yesterday.
As in how? I'm confused.
Like, if we were talking right now.
Oh, I understand.
And I was like, yo, this past Tuesday, or whatever, like this happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm
As in
talking
we were
about. I'm
talking
trying to
about-
make it vague because we'll dive into
We're
this
trying
question.
to talk about yesterday.
We're talking about yesterday.
I would say this Tuesday.
This Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo,
yeah.
this Tuesday, I wouldn't say next.
Okay.
Because that's the next Tuesday.
Okay. Then one more question.
Yeah.
To feed into this.
Please.
If I was talking about next week's Tuesday.
Yes.
So again, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
And so I'm not talking about that's what I'm talking about. If
Yeah.
I was talking about next week's Tuesday, which would be like November 13th or something
And
like
Tuesday's already passed in the week that we're on.
Yes. Yeah. So, but if I'm talking specifically about today, okay, let me make this easy.
Help me.
Let me pull up a calendar.
Please.
All right. Visual.
Uh-huh.
Today is
It's
the 8th.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Yep.
If I'm talking about the 14th,
Yep.
would I be saying this Tuesday? Yeah, this Tuesday or next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday. Because we finished, the week needs to be finished. So it's only Wednesday.
Wow.
So I would
You
say...
kinda-
I would say, so if I was like, yo, next Tuesday, like KBBQ,
Yeah.
it would be, hey, this Tuesday, because we got too much week left. However, if we get close to the weekend,
Yeah.
I'm going to say this Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's only a couple days.
Right.
However, So this would be probably one of the only situations where I'd be like, hey, next Tuesday.
Okay.
Because there's a whole week because it's not this Tuesday.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Or, I don't know. Maybe I would say.
Okay, let me pull you into how this conversation came about,
Please.
and then what my take on it, and I want to
Yes.
see if you agree. Okay? The conversation came about
Yes.
because of the bar,
Yes.
and because Lene was talking to somebody and
Yes.
trying to reference not this like Friday that just happened, but the following Friday.
She said
and
next?
she referred to it as this Friday, but it was Saturday. Okay. See what I'm saying? So basically, this last Friday when we worked, it was the 4th. She was talking about the 3rd.
I see.
But she
Yes.
called the 10th this Friday.
I would say that's
Okay?
too early, right?
Okay.
Right? I would say next Friday because first off, even if it's the weekend.
Wait. Let me give you my spiel, and then we'll hit with this debate here
me with it.
on what you think is the right answer. So I said, and my stance
Yes.
was, we work on a calendar system.
Yes.
Okay, and some people go Sunday to Saturday.
Yes.
I personally like to view my weeks as Monday to Sunday.
Yes.
But regardless, I feel like right now we're in this line on my calendar for the week.
Yes.
So if you said, even today's Wednesday, if you were saying this Monday, blah, 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 that might be a little confusing. I might to me, like if you were to say
So-
this Monday,
Right.
blah, blah, blah,
Right.
I would probably ask for clarification,
Right,
is
right,
what I would say. I would be like, did you mean this past Monday? That's how I'd phrase it.
Really?
Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, I'd be like, do you mean this next Monday or do you mean this past Monday? And specifically when I'm referring to next week, I'm asking for clarification do you mean next?
Right,
I'm
right.
not using the word this. I'm
Yes.
using the word next.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No, I totally do.
Following?
I am very
because
following.
I believe that the week is kind of like this.
Yes.
Like we're on this week.
Yes.
So,
I agree.
yeah?
I agree. Yes, I do.
You following what I'm
Yes,
saying?
I am.
It's kind of
but
hard to explain.
It gets complicated when you bring in the fact that a day has already passed.
Yeah, right.
You cannot make plans for Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So when you say this, I picture myself making a plan with someone, right?
Yeah.
Because that's why I'm pointing out the week.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, Sam, this Tuesday, let's say Tuesday's a hard one to say.
Yeah, okay.
I'd say Friday. It's Monday.
Okay.
This Friday. Do you even have to question what Friday it's going to be?
If it's Monday,
Yep.
no.
Not
I
for a
would
second,
not question
because
it.
that's this week.
Right.
But I say, Sam, next Friday, what are you doing?
Then I would...
Would you
in my
automatically
brain,
assume?
logically,
Yes.
my brain would be thinking you're talking about next week's Friday.
And I'm the same way.
Not this upcoming Friday.
I'm the same way. However,
Okay.
it can get muddled when it's Friday. Let's say it's Friday.
Yeah.
Right? No. Let's say it's Saturday.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. We just had our Friday. It's Saturday. I say this Friday.
My brain would be asking for clarification unless you're trying to make a plan.
Right.
If you're talking about a future event, like
Yes.
I can conjure
So I'd be
from
like-
your question or how you're phrasing
So
it.
if I said this Friday, I started something with that, you'd be thinking past week.
Past.
Yes.
Right. Does that make sense?
Of course it makes sense. I
Okay.
think I'm the same way with you. I would say in this situation, I would say next. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think I do that.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
I'm with you on that.
I just personally, to further exemplify my point.
Yes.
If it was Saturday
Yes.
and I was talking of like Saturday the 11th.
Yes.
And I was talking about Friday the 17th.
Yep.
I personally would not say this Friday.
You would say next.
I would say next Friday.
right.
For two reasons. One, it's next week.
Right.
Two, it is the next upcoming
It
Friday.
is the next Friday.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
But let's say once we move it to, here, you're gonna say this.
Yes.
'Cause it's
Yeah, if we're
in
on
this
next week, like
Right.
if it was on the 14th or something, like, and I was talking about the 17th,
Yes.
then I would definitely say this Friday.
I'm with that.
You see what I'm saying?
I completely
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
I think I'm with you 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Complete
Appreciate that,
100%
bro.
agreement.
I'll be honest. It was tough.
Yeah.
It was tough out there.
Who
There
was
was
claiming-
Lene was running around, screaming at the top of her lungs
Yeah.
because we were getting rowdy.
Right.
Literally screaming, "I have 16 votes. It is this, not next." And I'm the only one in the corner being like, No,
Yeah.
all 16 of you fuckers, I don't care how many votes you got. You're all wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
That's so funny. Well, it's so funny because I learned this. It's crazy you bring this up because I learned this in school.
Okay.
I don't know why my teacher taught this to me.
Okay.
I remember being a young kid and learning the difference between this and next, right? It was this, and I'm not kidding. This is making so much sense to me because for the longest time, I was so confused on why there was a difference. To be honest with you, I just didn't put these pieces together of my childhood brain and everything, all this shit, right?
Yeah.
So the way I would see it was, as a kid, she said that, and I'm like, okay. So I always looked at it like, okay, next week is this, and then the week after that is next. And I'm like, but what about the next? Like, what about the next? Like, it's the next Friday.
Mm.
So it's like, wouldn't I say that's the next? You know, does that make sense?
Right.
I understand that, but it just only makes sense because we are on this week, so it's this Friday.
Yes.
Next week is next week.
Yes.
So it's next Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're on the same page.
Easy.
Lady's going to be pissed about this, but I told her this would happen.
Have I met her, by the way? Has she been here?
I don't think you have,
don't think
actually.
I
Yeah. She
I'll
usually.
be excited when I meet her.
Yeah. It'll be big hype, bro. Yeah, you'll love her.
You think?
To be honest. Oh,
Really?
dude. Yeah. If anything, she is really similar to you.
Very?
To be honest. For sure.
What?
Yeah. And she knows quite a bit about you because she listens to the show.
Hey.
Just like Johnny.
Nice.
I also have a fun fact for you to end the off-topic little mini section we got,
Yes.
which is Tubi. Are you familiar?
Tubi, the streaming service?
Tubi, the character from
Tubi.
Nier Automata.
I was thinking Tubi.
Tubi.
You know how Tubi is a...
Tubi-doo?
Tubi-doo? Tubi or not Tubi?
Tubi or not Tubi?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
No. The number 2?
Yes.
Letter B. Yes. Tubi's ass has more than 300,000 polygons, which is more than all of Ocarina of Time.
First off, that is hilarious. But also, I believe it. Have you seen that thing? Like, that is one of the most round asses in all of gaming.
Yeah, bro.
Probably.
Yeah,
and I
probably.
absolutely got the
I don't think there's a blemish on that ass.
No, there's
you
no
know?
question.
I thought that was so
That is
funny
hilarious.
when I read that.
I wouldn't even have thought about that, but that's probably the funniest little fact you could have.
Yeah, I thought it was really relevant for this week, too.
It's
you know what I
very
mean?
relevant.
For The Legend of Zelda. Speaking of which,
Ocarina
is our main topic.
Yes,
Joshie,
it
would
is.
you like a break real
I would
quick,
love
brother?
one. It might be a second break because I think Trent just ordered me food.
Okay.
So I think I have food. Do you mind if I eat real quick?
Yes,
I'm
sir,
excited.
Joshie. We are back, and
We
let
are.
us begin our main topic, my
Main
man. The
topic.
Legend of Zelda Timeline.
Bum, bum.
I think I might call this episode A Link to the Ages.
A Link to the Ages.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
What do you think? Yeah.
That is cool.
Yeah, not bad? Okay.
I like it.
Yeah. There's lots of different interchangeable words for like time, but I feel like I've been using there's like Xenoblade Chronicles. We did the Virtual Chronicles.
Yeah.
So much chronology. I'm like, let's do some new words here.
Link to
and I
the
feel like I
Ages.
didn't want to steal Hyrule Historia. Honestly, is like the way to put
It's
it.
the best name.
It is, but I don't want to steal that from Nintendo.
I'm
to be
with
honest.
that.
I want like a original name. So
I agree.
Joshie,
I'm
we
with it.
are talking about Zelda today, brother.
We are, my friend.
Which
We are.
You and I are both big
Massive
fans
Zelda
of
fans.
Zelda, as we have said from the very first episode.
Yep.
I have honestly made this main section myself like kind of open-ended here. I was kind of hoping that because you have much more familiarity with the timeline and explanation of the timeline.
Yes.
If you wanted to lead that off,
I would love to.
All I really wrote here for my show notes
Yes.
was I have a list of all the Zelda games that are the mainline Zelda games
Yes.
that have been released. I have the Metacritic score that they
Ooh.
are currently sitting at.
All of them?
All of them.
Wow.
Yes. And I thought it would be fun to dive into each game, dive into the timeline, hear your explanation, and then also I have a fun little list of how we can rate our favorite Zeldas.
Our favorites.
Yes.
I love that.
You down?
I think we should do going through the timeline.
Let's do it.
And we'll choose a timeline, and then we'll say when we're switching to another one.
Yeah. Do you want to take lead here?
I would love to.
Let's fucking do it, baby.
So, just a little bit of real life lore before we get into the lore here. Zelda, the set games, did not have a timeline because every single Zelda game, they've been given free reign on what they want to do and how they want to make a game. And more often than not, there are connections to other Zelda games because the people who make it are just passionate about the games that were before. So Wind Waker didn't have a set timeline. It wasn't like this is what's going to happen after, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But there are extreme references to Ocarina of Time. So one of the most fun things about being a Zelda theorist, which I don't know if I would give myself that title, but there are a lot of YouTubers that do.
Definitely.
The whole point is that Zelda is open-ended. We were given an official timeline, which is just there to structure our enjoyment on how we decide to look at this series. And
that's a great way to put it,
it's truly the way that it is, because it's not a game series like,
Mario?
Not like Mario, but like a game that's very chronological.
Yeah.
Half-Life, I don't know, something like that, where it's like, play this game, then play this game, and then play this game.
No, and historically, that's my understanding too, is that like Nintendo themselves weren't even thinking really of a timeline in general. They were kind of making standalone experiences that all had the core fundamentals of Zelda in them, right?
Absolutely.
Like the Triforce, like the splitting of the Triforce, Ganondorf, Zelda, Link. But as we know now, with the timeline, all of those things do have very good reason. Nintendo, I feel like, has done a really good job with their version of the timeline, making things make sense.
Absolutely.
In terms of a lore standpoint. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree completely. I just want to say, I want to say that, and then I want to get into it.
Yeah.
So,
fuck yeah.
Boom.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm gonna make this a little bit cinematic.
Can I also, before you get all cinematography on me, I have a question.
Please.
Is that I was doing a little bit of my own research this last week on the timeline so I could better familiarize myself. Because I really only know what you've told me and then my own glimpsing into...
You never watch videos on the timeline?
No, not until literally yesterday and last night. Like kind of educating myself on top of what you'd already told me.
Right.
Which just seems like you're pretty educated, to be honest. So you were kind of spot on a lot of what I heard. But my question is, somebody said something in a video that was... there's Hyrule Historia, right? And then isn't there another big book that has like a new timeline?
There's a new timeline that just came out, and they switched 2 games.
Oh.
And then added a couple small ones.
Cool. Yeah, so we'll talk about that?
We will.
Okay.
And the one that I might reference right here, I'll tell you which one's which.
Cool.
So,
Okay, we'll get there when we get there. Let's start from the top.
So,
take me through the journey.
There was an empty space of nothingness at one point. Nothing existed. No land, no people, no laws, no nature, no wind, no sky, no water, right?
Nothing
at all. 3 golden goddesses appeared from nowhere, right? Do you know the name of these golden goddesses?
It's Din.
Yes.
Nehru.
Yep.
And Furore.
Do you know what they're the goddesses of?
Yes. Wisdom,
yes.
Power, courage.
And courage. Furore being the power of courage. Nehru being the power of the goddess of wisdom, and then Din, the goddess of power. And these goddesses kind of embodied those things themselves. If I'm not mistaken, Din created the land and the entire Earth that exists in the Zelda timeline. It's kind of it's not really planets. There's not really planets in this world.
Yeah.
It's kind of an existing world, kind of like the way the Bible kind of talks about Earth, the way there's like kind of sections to it, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of set up like that. There's the land, and then there's multiple other layers to the universe that exists, right?
Right.
There's the Twilight, there's Lorule, and then there's other places that are in between and in between all these places. So Din created that. Nehru, the goddess of wisdom, created the people. So all the people, we're talking everything that exists. Life.
Yes.
Right. Everything that exists. And then Furore created the laws within the reality that we exist in. So life kind of came to being with these ideas that there is good that exists in this world, and there's also evil. So the world started off with those laws as a part of one of the most like strong structures or pillars that hold this world, this entire place up, right?
Yes.
The entire existence of the Zelda of the Zelda world.
Which
I want to say Hyrule.
Can I
but that is
interject real quick
no,
too?
please.
That it's crazy because I remember seeing this story as a kid because if you played Ocarina of Time, you were literally given the origin story.
Yes,
and it's an unskippable cutscene that you have to fucking watch twice. And it explains everything in a little bit different detail twice, right?
Yep.
And in that, it's crazy how much this pulls from a lot of mythology and like biblical things, like you said, like this balance. It's about this balance that must be had within the life of wisdom, power, and courage, and that ultimately like what creates a balance of life.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
And an ecosystem of people who exist in a world,
and also to add this respect of chaos and order. You know, like having good and evil. Like I feel like in so many animes and stories, it's prevalent that like the world can't exist in a place of pure evil.
Absolutely,
and the world also can't exist in a place of pure good. You need a balance of chaos and
that's
good.
The whole idea of the yin yang, which there is no evil that just exists like without good.
Yeah.
And there is no good that exists without evil.
Like,
and those both
it's like checks and balances, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's also the same thing for our world. You know, that's how it works.
Absolutely.
And so I love that idea of the world of Zelda. You know what I mean? It's not a traditional, story too, where it's like Xenoblade, clearly it's planets. You know what I mean? Clearly it's a world like that. All those others, it's a story of mythology, goddesses, and all these things.
And off rip too,
right off the gate, and that's how it works. So with all that, with the heaven and the earth created, essentially, there is a goddess realm, by the way, that also is where those or a god realm, essentially.
A god realm. Okay.
In the official timeline, they said heaven and earth were created. That's what they're in reference to.
Got it.
And earth is also, and the heaven is also reflected by, there is a demon realm. There's absolutely a so it's called the sacred realm.
Yes,
I believe. Yes. The sacred realm is where the gods and all the kind of sacred
like
energy, higher beings exist in this world. But there's also the demon realm, which is that balance of yin and yang.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? One cannot exist without another, and then one cannot destroy another. Even though they will try, I'll tell you that much. There is no way that evil can only prevail over good and good can only prevail over evil. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, to get us started, alrighty. The era of the world's creation is where we get started. And this is also followed up by the era of the goddess Hylia.
Yes, okay.
While they created the world, they left behind 3 pieces of themselves. This is called the Triforce.
The Triforce, baby.
The most iconic
the symbol of Zelda.
Your first tattoo, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the
yes,
Triforce.
Sir.
Very, very iconic.
Let's fucking go.
Everyone's. If you see the Triforce, you know it's Zelda.
You fucking know.
What I mean?
Yes.
So there is the Triforce. Just like the goddesses, they all left behind this piece that makes a whole. And it's really interesting because when we get down to it, we don't know the true reason why these goddesses left this behind. But it was kind of because, and another thing, a god cannot possess the Triforce. So one of the biggest reasons why this whole series starts off is because the Triforce is for mortals. It's for mortal people. We don't know if they left it as a test for this whole world.
The reasoning is unknown.
The reasoning is completely unknown, but the theory goes that, these pieces would be either divided or unified depending on what prevails in this world, right? And that's not for the goddesses to decide. They don't decide who wins, who loses. This is all of mortal plane. So with that all stated, all that stated, the era of the goddess Hylia was also, she was the goddess that was there to protect the Triforce. She is the goddess that has the hand over the entire world. The entire mortal world, essentially. And with that said, too, the Triforce is sought after by demons because because demons can possess the Triforce. This is only a thing where essentially this is a piece of this almost this question of like, why did the golden goddesses do this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Very interesting. And so, with all that said, we're going to enter the era of the sky, which is where Skyward Sword takes place.
Sword.
Starting off, this game did
Beautiful.
It is absolutely not the first Zelda game, but is the first in the timeline, and this is where we learn most of this lore and how the entire timeline came about, and why Link is reincarnated over and over, why there are multiple Zeldas, why there is a constant state of singular evil that is seemingly either brought up and then destroyed by the chosen hero, or reincarnated, straight up reincarnated.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Which I'll say real quick too,
please,
because we're on
I was gonna
our
say
first
we
game
should
in the
do this.
timeline.
Yeah, we should do this. Yeah.
Skyward Sword came out in the Wii in 2011 and it got a 93 on Metacritic, which actually
that's really high.
Most of these fucking games from the Legend of Zelda series are very high for a Metacritic score.
You played it, but you didn't beat it, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
What'd you think? Like your memories of it and how you feel.
So, if I remember right, I got to just after the first major Girahim fight.
Okay.
Yes. And
major one?
Yes.
That's the first world.
That's the first world?
Yeah, the grassy world, and then you fight Girahim at the end.
Then no, I got past that. Maybe I got to like the third or fourth like world or biome. Okay. Yeah. Whether
was it
that
the one with the time? Did you do the time stuff in the canyon where you had to hit those time stones and it would bring the life back to the
I think I did. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is that in the Lanayru Desert?
That's the Lanayru Desert. That's the fourth one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I either got to it or I beat it, but that is about what I remember last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a good bit of game after that one.
Yeah.
But it's I'm gonna let you say you said the Metacritic score.
Yep.
Was there
Yeah.
else you had
Nope.
to say
That's it on Skyward Sword, baby.
Beautiful, beautiful. I will say my personal opinion. I absolutely adore this game.
Yeah.
I think it is special for multiple reasons to me, but also I think it is one of the most ambitious Zelda games because of the story.
For sure.
Because they locked in and they said, let's make still a story that is open-ended.
Yeah.
And but is lore heavy, is so like heavily rooted in what the timeline is based around.
Absolutely.
And I loved it. I love the fact that forever, when you look at the shield on Link's thing, you see a red loft wing.
Yes.
And you know that is the shield of that is the story of the hero.
Yeah.
The original chosen hero. I think that's such a cool idea. So many things
so
that
sick.
Explain and so cool. So during this game, I'll probably have to spoil the Zelda.
Yeah,
all
you
the
got
Zelda
this.
games
Will definitely
because
be,
of the way they lead into each other.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, this whole topic will be very spoiler heavy. But if you really want to get a grip of understanding this universe, it's very necessary.
I won't go crazy though.
Cool.
I will say what I have to.
Yeah.
The goddess Hylia, because of the rise of the Demon King Demise, had to use the Triforce to a degree. She can't though. She is a goddess and has the inability to use the Triforce.
Got it.
So what she does is she is reborn completely into a mortal human, and that human's name is Zelda. Yeah. So Zelda is the reincarnation of Hylia herself. She holds the power of light, which is only accessible through the sacred realm.
Okay.
Unless you have the bloodline of the goddess.
Of the goddess. Okay.
Which is pure. It's completely pure. So any person that has the blood of them, it's perfectly preserved inside of you.
Got it.
It doesn't get muddled out over time.
Yeah, from humans, because humans are flawed. You
Absolutely.
know?
Yeah. And the interesting thing is, they are still human. Like, Zelda is very human. In all these games, you see she is a human.
Right.
You know what I mean? And she isn't more perfect because of that the bloodline in her, but it is what she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Almost like, would you say, like, darkness cannot exist inside of her? Is that kind of... It's that kind of vibe, like the light. That's what makes her pure.
No matter what, she is the one that purifies the darkness. No matter what, I would say darkness can't. I mean, she can be nasty. You know what I mean? She could probably be a mean person. You see that kind of in Breath of the Wild, who I think has the best iteration of Zelda as a character. You see her kind of deal with the things and kind of stress over this idea of having the blood in her of the goddess. So essentially what happens in I'm going to keep it super vague.
Yeah.
But the childhood best friend of this Zelda, the first incarnation of the reincarnation of Hylia, was her childhood friend Link, who was a knight at the academy that they worked at, right? Or that they went to. Things happen. Zelda gets kidnapped, and Link has to don the iconic green fit, which is literally just the Academy's knight's clothing, right?
Crazy.
He has to do that, and then he essentially has to challenge the Demon King, who is trying to use Zelda in order to get the Triforce for himself. All these things happen. The Demise, the Demon King, is like the big bad of this universe.
Yes.
He is the evil that exists, that will always exist, and consistently has to either be sealed away because he cannot be destroyed completely. Literally impossible to destroy him. You can purge the darkness away, but it always comes
It's
back.
the same thing. It's the counterbalance to Hylia.
Hylia,
yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
You cannot kill Hylia. That is also something that exists. So the interesting thing is, it's kind of like the story of the Bible a little bit.
Yeah.
Hylia still exists while she is also reincarnated, and her bloodline is passed down.
Yeah.
So she still exists in the universe. So it's kind of like God and Jesus in that sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like a piece of her, but it is her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
So with just wrapping this up real quick, there's an incredible fight that happens between Demise and Link. He has to challenge the devil, essentially, in order to save his best friend. And through doing this, Demise curses the Link, the original Link, the one that existed in Skyward Sword. Yes, the knight, as essentially curses him to be forever reincarnated the way that Demise does. So there will always be him to be destroyed by Demise, because it's like this, almost like this petty curse that's created, as in like, I will kill you in every single timeline. Little does he know that is his demise, is the fact that he cursed him in the Twilight.
The irony.
Yeah, the irony of that is so fucking cool. It's ridiculous. So, by the end of the game...
Does he also curse Zelda? No?
No, Zelda is a descendant every single time. So every time you see a Zelda, it is a
I wasn't sure if it was because Demise also cursed.
Yeah, she is not a part of that curse. It was just between those two right there.
Got it.
So, with that said, Skyloft gets brought down to the earth, and Hyrule is then officially able to be started. I'm going to interject a couple little things. We learned that the lore is a little bit different now after Tears of the Kingdom. Actually.
Really?
Yes, a lot, actually, because it deals with all the things in the sky. There were two beings that descended from the sky after, that existed in the sky that we didn't know about. The Picori and the... Zonai. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what we learn is that the Zonai hold an incredible amount of power and ability, and are almost more close in line to the goddess, and have control over magic that only really is used in the sacred realm.
Like ancient magic?
Yes.
So kind of like an in-between of humans
very
and
much.
The sacred realm?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they descend down to the surface and eventually meet the humans. Hyrule isn't originally created yet. It's kind of an entire civilization that exists on the ground, right? Worshipping Hylia in the same way. The Zonai come down and exist in an entire... hi, Sophie.
Sophie's out the window.
Oh, Sophie, we love her. But we
predicted that would happen.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
Actually, it's
Absolutely.
always going to.
Always happens. So with that said, the Zonai are what helped found Hyrule in the first place. Hyrule was founded, and there is an era of... Here's what it is. So the Sky Era is then followed up by the era of the Hyrule's founding, essentially. Then there is the era of Chaos, where the Sacred Realm is sealed away. So there is no ability for anyone to be able to access that because of the returning evil that consistently comes into it.
Got it.
The era of Prosperity, Hyrule Kingdom is established. Everything is going pretty dang good. And this is a couple hundred years before the beginning of the Minish Cap.
The Minish Cap.
Yes.
All right.
So I want to hop in the Minish Cap real quick.
Minish Cap?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll say real quick on the Minish Cap. Let me find it on here. The Minish Cap came out in 2004 on the Game Boy Advance, as you know. And it has an 89. Sitting pretty on an 89 on Metacritic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of 90, though?
Out of 90. Yeah. I have not played Minish Cap, but we've talked about that in the podcast, and I've heard, honestly, nothing but amazing things about this game. Not just from you, but you definitely vouch for this game a lot.
It's artwork aside, it is so much fun. It is my favorite 2D Zelda. And, I mean, I want to say it's not because of the artwork, but the artwork is incredible. I love pixel art. I'm crazy for pixel art.
Same, bro.
But also, when I played it, it was right after I beat Skyward Sword, and I was playing them in line.
Oh,
so,
fuck.
Yeah, it was super fun.
Shit.
I have it on my Wii U, so that's how I was playing it.
Yeah, dude, I fucking love that. It deserves the praise. I mean, like, pixel art Zelda, bro, come on.
Well, they chose these games really well. This game is during the what is it called? The
era?
No, it's the converged timeline. It's like the
like the singular timeline.
The singular timeline, yeah. Before it ever breaks.
Before it breaks, yeah.
So because of this, Hyrule is thriving. There's never been an evil that fought against it. I'm so sorry. The evil that had been fought against it was fought by the hero of man, who is an incarnation of the hero. We never see, all we see is the original story that's told at the beginning of the game about him. He had the Sword of the Minish, which was essentially used...
the Sword of the Minish?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was used to fight against essentially evil.
Okay.
The evil that is consistently reincarnating. And we don't see a lot of that, but we know that the hero of man is one of the reincarnations of the spirit of the hero.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the chosen hero. So with all that said, Vati is the first, from what we've seen in games, the first incarnation of this evil that Demise was telling for.
Yeah.
He was a Minish, who is one of the people that descended from the sky after the Hylians did.
Okay.
One of the two. And these people adore Hylians. They're little tiny guys that literally they sneak rupees and potions and all these things into pots and grass fields. So
I thought they were called the Picori.
Dude, Picori?
Yeah, not the Minish.
Maybe I'm completely... Yeah, I keep saying Minish. I meant to say Picori. You're totally right.
Okay.
It is Picori. I keep saying Minish because it's called Minish Cap.
It's called the Minish Cap. What does Minish mean anything?
It's what the hat is.
It's the hat.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes him small?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
we're there.
I'm so sorry.
No,
Picori.
good. Interchangeable.
So right.
Yeah,
interchangeable.
Picori, Minish,
If I said
whatever.
Minish, I meant
Okay, so
Picori.
is it the Picori sword then?
I think it's the Minish sword.
Okay.
No. I think it's the Picori sword, though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely the Picori sword. So the Picori are these people, they love Hylians so much, and they kind of serve them silently, and have existed through this entire timeline and continue to exist, but they're very, very silent, and they do not interact with any Hylian at any circumstance, but they're almost like little protectors, and they...
Yeah.
If you've played any Zelda game, you have experienced the gifts of a Picori. So if you cut down a weed and you grab some money, they brought that money to you.
That's Picori. I remember you telling me that. Yeah, they hide shit for people to find.
For the people to find, yeah. So just a little bit of fun lore that they got to add right off the gate. Vati is created. He was a corrupt Picori who yearned for power, and he wanted the Picori sword in order to gain that power.
Okay.
He's the first incarnation.
The big eye dude.
Yes, he starts off not looking like a big eye dude.
Really?
Yeah, he looks like he kind of looks like a... I'm gonna look up a picture.
Yeah.
But everyone else out there also look up a picture.
Vati.
Yeah, Vati. He is... Yeah, so look, he looked like... This is after he absorbed a bunch of magic power.
Oh, I've seen him.
He made himself large. Yeah, that's him before he turns into that big thing.
Got it.
A huge theme.
Which also, Vati is a, that's got mythological reference there for a big single eye.
Big
right?
single eye.
Like for evil or the all-seeing eye and shit.
Absolutely.
He looks just like Final Fantasy has characters that look just like Vati.
Any named Vati?
No, I don't think so. Not off the top of my memory, from Final Fantasy, and I was thinking Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars literally has an enemy that looks just like Vati in it.
That's a very big theme in Zelda.
Got it.
Big eyes.
Big eyes.
So Vati is then destroyed by the hero of the Minish,
Okay.
which is the name of. So every single hero that has a game, they're named after their game. So Hero of the Sky was the first one.
Okay.
Hero of the Minish is the next one, and then so he is vanquished. He's vanquished, basically destroyed. However, in the next game in the timeline, 4 swords. Not 4
They
swords,
didn't seal him?
No, he wasn't sealed.
Okay,
He was
okay.
destroyed because he's resurrected in the next game.
Got it.
So he was
Okay.
destroyed, essentially destroyed, as much as they can destroy the evil that exists in this world. So 4 swords. Do you have anything on that one? Or?
4 swords, yeah. So 4 swords came out on Game Boy Advance. I'm pretty sure it came out as it was like 4 swords and A Link to the Past.
Yes,
like
it
as
was.
like a combo pack,
Yeah, it was.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
dude.
that was 4 swords, and let's see here. Where the fuck is 4 swords on this list? Hold up. It might have not made my list at all.
That's
to
okay
be
if it
honest
doesn't,
with you.
because there's not much
Yeah.
to be said on this one beyond there was.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the list.
The
so,
4 sword
okay.
splits a person into 4 different beings.
Oh, makes
and
sense.
Exactly. So Link in that world, it's a different Link than Minish Cap. It's a couple hundred years later.
Okay.
And he's split into 4 different Links. Those 4 Links have to stop the resurrected Vati, who is destroyed finally in that incarnation of him.
Okay.
This is going to lead us to the most important game in the entire timeline, Ocarina of Time.
Yes,
I know
sir.
we both have a lot to say, so I want to hear
Ocarina.
the Metacritic score, the score, and then I want to hear when it released.
Yeah, bro. So it came out in 1998.
Yes.
As definitely for its time, like this was such a fucking what's even the word? Like a spectacle.
Yeah,
In so many ways, so many games nowadays were
game-changing,
directly influenced by this game coming
Influential.
out. It's so influential. That's the word
fuck.
I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Like,
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time was a behemoth at the
Absolutely.
time, man. Like walking out on to Hyrule Field
Oh
for
my
the
God.
first time and seeing like the big plane and seeing Hyrule Castle in the background already loaded
Death
in.
Mountain
and
in
yes,
the
dude.
background,
It's iconic as fuck. Actually has the highest Metacritic score on this list of 99.
Wow, that's
and it
almost
was
100.
almost
almost a
100,
perfect
which is
game.
like literally unheard of for Metacritic, because Metacritic is not just one singular score.
It isn't.
It takes scores across the board
Yeah.
from all different news outlets.
Well, there's a reason.
So there is a reason.
Yeah.
And okay, I will say too, at the time though of
What time- when did it come out?
1998,
Yeah, 98?
The internet was not as big as it is now, so there wasn't a lot of video game publications coming out and reviewing games.
Yeah.
But IGN was building its reputation at this time,
nice.
and Ocarina of Time notoriously was the first ever perfect score, a perfect 10
Wow.
that IGN gave out.
And I
was
think it
Ocarina
deserves
of Time.
it.
Absolutely.
I think with what I've experienced with it, which, I have good memories of it as a child, but I never played through the entire thing. It is iconic.
You've never played through Ocarina of Time?
Oh, no,
all the way.
The original one.
Oh,
No.
okay,
I played
okay.
on 3DS multiple times.
Okay.
But it's iconic.
Iconic
Everything
as
about
fuck.
it is like to a degree like it influences everything. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The hero's journey, the way that the whole Zelda series was like formatted. What's the right word? Maybe structured.
Structured. Yeah.
Structured from that point on.
Absolutely.
Because it worked and it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was also the first jump. Canonically, timeline wise, not this timeline, where it was a 3D game. It was the first time Zelda
absolutely.
went 3D and knocked it out of the park. So
What I'll also say real quick too is that it handled time travel. It's obviously called Ocarina of Time.
time travel in it.
It handled it very well. Time travel and like timeline things, I feel like it's very mainstream nowadays. I feel like all these different like lore wise, it's always with some multiverse
Absolutely.
now, right? But back in the day, like time travel was so difficult to like really explain in a way if you're watching, whether it was a movie and video games were not what they are now. So like Ocarina of Time was like one of the first video games to really even deal with time travel.
Totally.
And Chrono Trigger, right?
Totally.
But time travel, it's hard to explain, and especially in a lore way that makes sense.
Totally.
And Ocarina of Time went for it and nailed it.
Knocked it out of the park.
Because it's a 7 year, it's 7 years, right?
Yep,
that you
7
have a
years.
time travel here between young Link and adult Link. And it just did a fantastic job. Incredible.
Yeah. So lore-wise, what's going down in this one? A lot has happened in this time. This is called the era of the Hero of Time, which is what we're calling it. But there was a couple really important things that happened. The Hyrule Unification War happened right before. It was technically a civil war that led to the sanctions that exist in Hyrule, the way that it works. So Gerudo is a very, very well-known spot. But the whole thing with Gerudo is that it is technically in Hyrule, right? Hyrule is the land that exists over it. So the king would have, or the king of Gerudo would have to report to the king of Hyrule.
Got it.
There was a civil war that essentially was Gerudo trying to go up against Hyrule. This is all what we kind of learn from off-screen stuff, because we understand that there was a war. That's what Link is. He's an orphan of war, and he was literally, his mother, who was dying, brought him to the Lost Forest, found the Kokiri, and
the Great Deku Tree.
And then that's how he was raised with the Kokiri.
Yes, as a Hylian, right?
As a Hylian.
Yes, because he had Hylian blood.
He is a Hylian.
Right.
He's not Kokiri at all. And so the Kokiri don't grow either. They're not. They're more like, they're physical, but they're spirits of the forest.
Right.
And they're kind of a spirit that exists to serve the Deku Tree.
Yeah, and we see that with the evolution of like Kokiri into are they still called Kokiri? Or they're called something else, right?
Is what they're called later. Yeah.
Yes, but and that's just kind of through that evolution of being spirits of the forest. Because in Ocarina of Time, they're explained as children.
Absolutely.
Like that's their form. So after they're babies, they grow until they look about 8.
Yeah.
Or, anywhere around there, and they stay that way forever. They could be hundreds of years old, and they look like they're 8 years old.
That forever.
Nuts.
Which is where the game starts off at. Ganondorf has to report to the king after this civil war that just took place. But Ganondorf believes, we find this out in Wind Waker, that there is no right that the king would have to the land, Hyrule itself. Hyrule is a beautiful, almost like perfect-esque world where grass grows, farming is completely possible. Gerudo is not that at all.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That is not how it is.
And they usually reside in the desert, no?
They are in the desert. The Gerudo Desert is where they live. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. And Ganondorf, by the way, is the king of the Gerudo.
He is king by default.
Right.
He was born into this position because of the fact that Gerudo are all women.
Right.
And every 100 years, a male is born.
100?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I was like, is it 1,000 or is it 100?
No, 100.
Yeah, okay.
No. Because usually there's a king. You know what I mean? And
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Is going to live for a little bit longer. And I did want to say, lore-wise, Hylians ages. They age to a much older age than humans. Than humans do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I
they
didn't know
can live
that.
to be like 120. That would be a really old person.
Okay.
Impa in Breath of the Wild is like 102.
Really?
She's still an old lady who's like in Tears of the Kingdom. She's like walking around, going on expeditions and stuff.
Yeah.
And still taking care of business. And she's like 102.
I didn't realize she was 100. That's nuts.
Well, because there's 100 years that pass. Remember? And she's already like 20. Oh my God, then she'd be like 120.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd be much older than that.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So essentially what happens is the king of the Gerudo is the incarnation of demise in the same way Vati was.
Right. For the first time now as a man.
As a man.
Right.
As a true... Well, he was a Picori before.
Oh, I guess that's true, right? So it was still like a race.
Yes. And that is what happens is they will be born into a race. We see later in Spirit Tracks actually a Hylian holds that same thing.
Okay.
And has so that's pretty interesting stuff. So through this there is time travel that happens because through what Link does, which is to go to the sacred realm in order to bring those, what are those gems called?
Yeah, the spiritual stones.
The spiritual stones,
yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
In order to access the Master Sword, Ganondorf tricks him into opening up the now sealed sacred realm to him, giving him complete access to the Triforce of Power.
Yeah.
So he steals the Triforce of Power and rules Hyrule.
Yeah.
He brings the original kingdom to dust. He has his own castle that floats above this pot of magma and this like magical kind of fortress. And
it's nuts. It looks so different.
It is one of the coolest fucking things, going from that original world to seeing these world with the re-deads.
In just 7 years.
7 years. Well, that's what the Triforce of Power can do, yeah.
Right.
So...
Yeah. Oh, can I add something in too?
Absolutely.
That if you haven't played Ocarina of Time, and just to further go with this lore, specifically, the reason that Ganondorf is able to do this isn't just like the reason he was able to enter the Sacred Realm and grab the Triforce is because, if I'm not mistaken, too, the entire Triforce was sitting in the Sacred Realm.
Yes.
Yeah, as a whole Triforce, not in pieces. Yes. And the way that, as you explained earlier with the three goddesses, the way that they made the Triforce is they made the Triforce whole in 3 pieces, but it was a whole Triforce.
Yes.
And the mortal to touch it physically would be judged instantly.
Yes.
And unless they contained an equal balance of power, wisdom, and courage, the Triforce would be split.
Yes.
And what's the word? The piece of the Triforce that most resembled with that heart of the mortal, that's the piece they would get, and the other 2 would be spread to it. If I looked it up right, it said random, but I believe it's like to the heir of light and the heir of courage. Yes. The heir of the hero.
Yes. And the hero of like that chosen hero is the embodiment of courage.
Right.
So you are right about that. Okay. However, the Triforce can then be stolen.
Yes,
from those
course.
people.
And to further add real quick, that like you said, Link is tricked into opening the Sacred Realm and grabbing the Master Sword. The reason Ganon's able to get in there is because the Master Sword judges Link when he lifts it, and it deems him too young to wield the power, and it holds him. His soul is held hostage to Link, his soul and body, right? To Link, it was a flash of an eye, but he awoke and he is 7 years older because that is when the Master Sword deemed him worthy.
He was held in the Sacred Realm for 7 years.
For 7 years. And so because of that, Link is to Ganondorf's eyes, Link is sitting there in a perpetual prison, and Ganondorf just walks in.
I also forgot to mention how important the Master Sword is to the story. The voice of the Master Sword is Fi, the one that you
from
see.
Skyward Sword.
From Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
The whole point of Skyward Sword is to forge the Master Sword.
Okay.
That's the entire point. And Fi is the final tick to be put into it. She is the soul.
Got it.
She is the one that judges. So the Master Sword is Fi. At that point, it is Fi.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So the one that judged that hero was Fi. She
Got
was the
it.
one who basically...
Oh, I didn't know that.
It has a soul. It's its own self.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And it makes sense because also, for clarification, the Master Sword is the only weapon that has the power to purge evil.
Yes. Purge evil truly.
Yes.
Without the blood of the goddess.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Any other sword will postpone, essentially, the inevitable. Yeah. Right? But the Master Sword is... the
vanquisher of evil.
The vanquisher of evil, absolutely.
That's what the game says. Okay. Sweet.
So, with all these antics going on, we are now split into 2 timelines at this point because there is a timeline where Link was a child. They're trying to prevent the other timeline from happening, the one where Ganondorf rules and everything is destroyed.
Yeah.
In the end, this is important for the lore, Ganon is able to get the slip on Zelda and Link, who he steals the Triforce of courage and power from both of them. And that final beast form that you see, Ganon, is the most powerful Ganon can become. So, with that said, we're splitting the timeline already.
Do you mind if I explain the split? I feel like I understand the split really well. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I absolutely
So basically... And it's complicated really because of the time travel. That's why this split happens, okay? Yeah. So it is split into 2 based off of the events of the past and future. Yep. There's also a third timeline that splits, right? So I'll break this down as best I can without visual for our audience. Yes. So first, we have... Let's finish the plot of Ocarina of Time,
Yes.
which is that Ganon gets the three Triforce pieces merged.
Yep.
And then, because it's a video game, because it's a hero story,
Right.
because it's Link defeats Ganondorf.
Yes.
But he can't truly kill him.
Right.
All he does is end up sealing him back into the Sacred Realm
Yes.
with the Master Sword.
Yes.
And because of that, Link is now stuck in kind of the Sacred Realm and unable to do anything.
Right.
Because he sealed Ganondorf there.
Right.
And because at this point, Link is kind of a lost soul. Like,
Yes.
where does he belong?
Yes.
Because he's not from
He's
that
a 9-year-old.
timeline. Right. He's 9 years old.
The body of a 18-year-old.
Exactly. Right, yeah.
Or not
17-year-old, 16,
17, yeah.
whatever. So, several things happen.
Yes.
So, what you see in the Ocarina of Time video game is then Zelda thanks you for doing your duty
Yes.
and sends you back to where you belong,
Right.
which is the past, which leads to Timeline 1.
Yes.
Okay?
That's called the child timeline,
The child
by the way.
timeline.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because that's where the hero of time could grow as a child.
Yes.
And be an actual child.
Yes.
And
And
exist in that
so
world.
in that timeline, in the child timeline, Link returns to the past, warns Zelda of what's about to happen
Yep.
in the future,
Yep.
and then Zelda and the sages
Yes.
end up sealing Ganondorf away in the Sacred Temple, just like in the adult timeline,
Yes.
or just like what happened at the end of the game, right?
Yes.
And then Link continues on, and that is the continuation
Yes.
of the child timeline.
Which yes, you're completely right
Sweet.
about. Ganondorf is sealed as Ganondorf.
Yes.
Though because
in the
he's
Sacred
able
Realm.
to, in the Sacred Realm.
Yeah. Then let's jump to the. Or do we want to like work down these timelines then?
What
or do
I
you
was
want me to just
thinking
do
of-
the split?
What I was thinking of was we work down and then move over and then work down.
Sweet. Do you mind if I pee real quick?
Dude, please.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, I know we
apologize.
took a break, but I gotta pee again real bad. I think it'll be my last
That's a
one.
P2.
So I will be right back.
P2 or P3?
P3.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, P5, right? All right, we are back, Joshie.
back.
We're about to dive into the child timeline.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So
I wanna explain the three splits a little bit more.
Oh,
one more
yeah?
time.
Down.
So one of the most important things to know is that there's a very strange split in Ocarina of Time, the downfall timeline.
Yes.
I don't think we really touched on as much.
no, yeah, that's where I was wondering if you wanted me to clarify on when all like the
Yeah.
origin of the split.
So technically it does split before the time. There is a timeline where because of the overwhelming power of the entire Triforce, Ganon stays Ganon and he kills the hero.
Right.
So
The
and
hero
then
falls.
Yes, the hero falls. Yes. Hence the name, the downfall timeline. So that final battle is one of the most important in all of Zelda because there's two endings to it.
Yeah.
Right?
And you only see one playing the game.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's like explaining that,
It's explaining that,
if
yeah.
Link failed
Yes.
because of Ganon's power, like you said, the whole
It would-
Triforce, it would lead to this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why Ganondorf is seen in the other in the other games.
Yeah.
Like the child and the adult timeline.
Yes.
And
yes.
then in the defeated, he's exclusively Ganon.
Right.
Because he already won. He's
Okay.
successful
Yes.
and he is the dark beast Ganon that we all know.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so I'm going to go through the child timeline. Obviously,
Okay.
there's a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time.
Yes, sir.
Majora's Mask.
Majora's Mask,
Yes,
baby.
Majora's Mask is lore-wise very disconnected from the rest of the timeline, but
It feels like it too when you play it.
it does.
no?
It
Yeah.
absolutely does. It feels like disconnected from Zelda. It's
Yeah.
like its own world. It's not Hyrule. It's this place called Termina. A lot of theories on what Termina is. Officially, Nintendo has come out and said that Termina is a real place, a place that exists close to Hyrule, right?
Right.
Just a place we haven't seen
Right.
ever beyond
Yeah.
this game.
You can find it by stumbling down a stump,
Apparently,
and then you'll find
and
it
then you'll find it.
Yeah.
While you're in Hyrule,
in the
I don't
middle
know.
of the earth.
The Earth. Who knows?
Who knows?
My theory is that it's in between life and death, and all these characters are dealing with a decision that they didn't make.
Yeah.
Right? And you have to go back and fix all these things as Link to hopefully let these spirits rest. That's my theory, because
I'm with it.
the minute
to be
you fall,
honest.
the fucking Happy Mask salesman says, you've been met with a terrible fate, haven't you?
And that's a
what you
recurring
say.
theme
That's what he says
in the
every
whole
time you
game.
die.
Yes.
If you die ever in the game, right? So
I watched that game
It's-
series.
it's a
you ever
classic.
See that game
Of
theory of
course
like
I saw it.
what is it? Is Link dead?
yes, is
Yeah.
Link dead? It's a classic.
It's-
and that's what I think. That's what I think is going on. Lore-wise, it's not, because the child, Link, the hero of time, he does not die. But Navi at the end of Ocarina flies away. A lot of crazy theories on that one, too. Can I tell you a really wild one?
Yeah.
So fairies, after they fulfill their purpose, disappear naturally. That's just the way they work. So if you have a fairy and it heals you, it goes ding, and it disappears. There's a theory that Navi, after fulfilling her purpose and you put back that Master Sword, she didn't want Link to see her disappear. And so she flies away into the window. And so his search...
I got chills. Yeah. I'm not lying. Yeah.
His search for Navi is in vain because she's not gone. She's gone.
Yeah.
She's not like... She didn't leave.
Yeah.
She's gone.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna stand by that one because it's very.
I'm with that.
It's very very interesting.
Yeah.
And her purpose was given to her by the Deku Tree, and then she fulfills it, and that's the way that it goes for fairies. Because they're like spiritual beings.
Yeah.
They come from the sacred realm.
Fuck.
So
that makes sense.
The child,
the great fairy. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the child, the hero of time, he grows up. This is kind of theory territory. Joins the Royal Knights because of the attire that we
should. If we're about to move past Majora, should I throw in the facts real
I'm
quick?
so sorry.
Yeah, it's all
almost
good.
Skipped
So it came out 2 years after Ocarina,
Please.
right?
Yes.
As like you said, a direct sequel. It even used like same assets.
Yep.
They did. There's tons of new things, like you said. This doesn't even feel like a Zelda game at times.
Absolutely.
But there's a lot of elements that are recycled from Ocarina, and you see that along with a lot of newness. But amazing, this game came out in only a 2-year turnaround.
2 years,
to be honest, it's nuts.
For any game.
It has a Metacritic score of 95, which is higher than I thought it would be because of how divisive.
Majora.
My take of Majora is when I was a child, probably because I was a child, I didn't like it. It was hard. Yeah. It was confusing. Yeah. It did not feel like Ocarina playing it. And Ocarina, when I was a kid, was like my favorite game, right? Like it was like I didn't have that feeling, and the moon terrified me.
It was scary.
Gave me nightmares.
Still is scary.
So scary.
Yeah.
After playing the 3DS remake.
Yeah.
That was my first time ever beating Ocarina from beginning to end.
Right.
Or not Ocarina, Majora's Mask. And at the time of me beating it, genuinely, I said it was my favorite Zelda game.
Really?
I feel differently now, but it is on a top... I don't know if I could put it on a top list. It's almost like Breath of the Wild, and it's just... It's different.
It is.
You know? But I love it because it's different. I love how dark it is.
Absolutely.
I love the design of, like you said, it's like this world where the people in it are, like, stuck and have regrets.
Yep.
And you, like... If you really pay attention and you go through all these side quests, you see that firsthand.
Absolutely.
And in a way that Ocarina does not do.
No.
It's awesome.
It's the darkest Zelda because there is this whole idea of death and sadness surrounding every part of Termina, every single part. You could not go one place without it being a theme in a side quest.
Even the music. It's somber. Yeah. Like, remember the swamp? You get in there and it's like...
Absolutely.
It's just creepy and eerie.
Dude, that game is actually so good, though.
So good.
I honestly really want to finish it, but it stresses me out.
It's stressful.
That is one of the only ones I started and I didn't finish because I got to the water temple and I was getting stressed.
I hate
constantly.
The water temple in that game.
Oh my god.
It's terrible.
It's just there's so many tubes and there's so much shit you have to go through that it's like you're burning time. Yeah. Essentially. So yeah, I am going to move on from Majora though. Is there anything else you want to say about it?
Just in the fact of like what happens. Like so what happens like lore wise is like we've got Skull Kid who is a character in the forest.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if we know really much of what Skull Kid is, if that even matters.
He's a spirit of the forest.
Okay, so this spirit of the forest then gets a hold of the Majora's Mask from the Happy Mask salesman.
Yes.
We don't really know much about the origin of the mask, or exactly how even the Happy Mask salesman came across the mask.
Right.
But it is said in the game that the Majora's Mask has unknown origin, but it was created with evil taboo.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
And anyone who possesses it possesses them.
Yes.
You know?
And it has a will of its own.
Yes. So the Majora's Mask, especially as an antagonist, like such an interesting and, again, different idea.
Totally.
And it wants to bring this moon, this evil-ass moon, down to crash into Termina Field and wipe everything out in 3 days' time.
Yep.
And so again with time travel a little bit, Link with the ocarina is trying to prevent this from happening by continually restarting these 3 days over and over again until he gets strong enough to stop the power of the moon and stop Majora's Mask.
Yes.
Which he succeeds.
So crazy.
So nuts, man.
I just want to say, because you said we don't know the origin of it. We do not, canonically, but these manga, actually, if you read from this point on, this is the origin of the Majora's Mask. And it's actually crazy because one of Link's previous heroes was one of the people who, if you flip the page, was the one who forged the Majora's Mask. And so it's not actually canonically the reason, but it is pretty cool. It's an officially licensed Nintendo manga, and it tells the story of where the creation of the mask comes from, and how it kind of comes to be. Kind of a cool one. To those who can't see,
crazy.
Yeah, I just pulled out the Majora's Mask manga.
Josh ain't kidding, bro.
No,
like,
it's
it actually
cool.
shows this guy that looks like a descendant of the hero, literally forging the mask out of a bunch of shit. And I'm getting
pretty
chills.
Cool, right?
I'm getting chills, bro.
The manga does that a lot, where they add a little bit more origin to something that isn't canonically the answer, but still, as with a series like Zelda, you take what you want to be the origin,
absolutely,
and that's what it is for you.
Yeah,
that's what theorizing these stories is all about.
Oh my god!
So
I'm glad you showed me that. Thank you. Like,
really cool
I
stuff.
love it.
They have a similar one for the Skyward Sword one, but I don't have it.
Okay.
Where they have they kind of explain that the hero who was the hero of the sky was a reincarnation of the goddess Hylia's original true chosen hero who used to serve by Hylia's side.
Oh, wow.
So it's really interesting.
Okay.
It's really interesting. And then he gets caught in the curse.
Yeah. So it's almost like it's not exactly wrong on the lore it's adding. No. It's just kind of expanding on it in a way that could or could not be true.
But if you want it to be, it can be.
I'm kind of
the way of Zelda.
Yeah.
So from that point, we learn about Majora. We learn about all the things that's going on.
Yeah.
In Termina, and we at the end of the game, Link is sent back on his path to search for Navi. He lives a fulfilling life. He has children. We know this canonically. He has children, and those children have children. And he also joins the Royal Knights and becomes a captain because of the attire that we see his Spectre form in Twilight Princess. Which leads us to the next one.
The next game, baby.
Twilight
Princess, bro.
Yes.
I'll say it real quick. Twilight Princess came out on the Wii.
Beautiful.
In 2006. I think Wii and GameCube simultaneously. Yeah. 2006, and it has a 96 on Metacritic, which is, again,
high rating.
High as fuck.
This series so far is...
And this was... I just remember getting a Nintendo Power magazine, and it showed a screenshot from, like, quote, the new Zelda in the works that didn't even have a title or anything.
Yep.
And just these, like, it had, like, 2 images. It had an image of Link going up the stairs against one of the big Goma in the first dungeon.
Yeah.
And then it showed some other enemies.
Okay.
And just looking at Link and how he looked, how mature it looked, and the graphics facing the Goma, it was literally like, oh my god.
A little bit of real life lore. This game was a direct reaction to the reception that Wind Waker had. So Wind Waker was we all love Wind Waker. Every person in the Zelda community loves Wind Waker for what it is. However, when it was first initially released, it honestly got a lot of backlash. A lot of people said it was too childish. It wasn't the style of Zelda. People were afraid this was the direction that Zelda was going to be heading. And so they got to work on a mature adult story. This is a T-rated game. Same rating as fucking Uncharted 4. You know what I mean?
Crazy. I'm looking at all these E ratings for all the other games.
Not your little sister's Zelda game.
No,
you know what I mean?
It's not. I have a tiny bit more lore to add too from who's the guy who made Zelda, or is it? It's either Miyamoto.
No, it's
and
not. It's the other guy.
Okay. I want to say that it was Miyamoto though that. Because Miyamoto's so hands-on with his games that we've talked about.
Yeah.
So he saw like I think the Zelda team had about 50% or something of Wind Waker done, and they were showing Miyamoto what they had thus far.
Yeah.
And Miyamoto did not like how Link looked. He did not like the cell shading. He didn't like the Toon Link aspect being in this massive world. He thought the game should head in a more mature direction, akin to Twilight Princess. Right?
Yeah.
And the team went behind his back and continued development with their vision anyway. And Miyamoto did not want it going out, but he said, okay, you already got 90% of the game done, so I guess whatever. And then it met up with exactly what you said. The game was released. A lot of backlash. It received a lot of noise and a lot of attention that this was a very different and, even like headlines like, oh, Zelda's going like super childish now. Like after Majora's Mask, it's going to like even more of a childish tone. All this slander on it. And really it's been because of time that everyone's looked back and seen like, oh my God.
Absolutely.
Wind Waker is one of the best Zelda games.
It is one of the best and one of the most creative creative artists. What the fuck am I talking about? Creative artistically.
One of the vision, man. And the cell shaded graphics, like everything, man.
Twilight Princess. I'm just gonna stick to lore that has to do with the timeline.
Yeah.
The Ganondorf exactly. I just held up an amiibo of Ganondorf.
There he is, baby.
The original Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time. That is the guy.
How many years now has passed?
It's probably been not an insane amount of time because it's the great grandson of the hero of time is the hero of Twilight.
So like a couple of generations.
Yeah.
Like so maybe 100 years or less.
Maybe.
Maybe
100 years or less. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. So this guy's still alive, obviously. That's the way that it goes. But he isn't killed because he... there was originally going to be an execution that the 6 sages had for Ganondorf.
Yes.
And because of... This is one of the funniest parts of the whole...
like the lore.
Zelda lore.
Yeah.
Is that the reason that they gave him the Triforce of Power back was because of a divine prank. This is directly what it's maybe it's bad translation.
Yeah.
But it was literally like the gods like playing the game essentially of watching the mortals, which is really funny because they can't interact and they can't say who's going to win or lose.
Right.
But they gave him in that moment that he was about to be executed. They gave him the Triforce of Power.
Was it to like hope to kill him and take that piece with him?
Well, why would they want to destroy the Triforce of Power? He's trying to use it for evil, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
We don't know why.
Okay.
Truthfully, to be honest. And it's one of the funniest parts of Twilight Princess. I will look up the actual... Maybe it would be funny if I could find the actual manuscript of what they said. Because I think that would be really funny.
Check it out.
Yeah, just real quick. Let's see.
A divine prank, huh?
See, that's what they say, and it could have been like in the moment what he desired so bad was that he got the Triforce of Power back.
It
manifested into him, which is kind of a divine prank in itself. So people are like, is this because of his will? Is that is this the will of the Triforce going with Ganon, because in that moment no one was more powerful than him. So it's almost like it's maybe not like a little...
Wait, actually, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
I thought my understanding, and this I don't remember. I don't remember when I got to this part in the video.
Yeah, please.
So my understanding before this conversation was that potentially because Ganon this whole time up until them trying to execute him, he was sealed in the Sacred Realm along with the Triforce.
Yes.
So when they opened the Sacred Realm to unseal him, did he still have the Triforce of Power within him?
I don't believe he had... no, I believe they took it from him.
Okay.
So in the Sacred Realm, they would have the ability to remove the Triforce in the same way Ganon has the ability to remove the Triforce from anyone. Right? Yes. So theoretically, it'd be the Triforce of Power is in the Sacred Realm if they brought him to the normal realm in order to kill him. essentially.
Yeah.
Was the whole plan.
Okay.
So what happens is it returns to him, essentially. He ends up killing the Sage of Water, literally with one hand because of his power. And then the rest of the sages, in literal desperation, decide to send him to the Twilight Realm, which is a kind of like an in-between realm that exists as its own universe with its own like rulers and its own people and its own kind of like
is it kind of like does it exist? Does it coincides with Lorule, right?
With Lorule?
Lorule?
I mean, Lorule is kind of a reflection of Hyrule.
Okay.
Almost like the way a mirror would reflect the world.
Yeah. So I kind of thought of the Twilight as possibly this in-between zone of those two worlds.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
All we know it as is an in-between world.
Okay.
And so what Ganon does is because he's sent there, he destroys the ruler of that place, sealing them away into an imp form. I don't want to say too much, just because I think this game, like story-wise, is so much fun.
This is one of my favorite Zelda stories.
It's got one of the best. I think Ganondorf is so menacing. I think that Zant is creepy as hell. This whole game is kind of sad. It's got this kind of sad feeling to it, but it's Zelda so well because it's got all these things and it's got the wackiest, goofiest characters known to man.
Yes, bro.
All these elements of like the fun gameplay, the action-packed fucking like set pieces, riding on that fucking bird and just like destroying this thing until it crashes down again. So excited. The top, like the double fucking
double hook shot is one of my favorite items in all of Zelda.
Absolutely.
You're Spider-Man.
Yeah,
are you kidding
Spider-Man.
me?
You're literally Spider-Man.
It's so sick.
So lore-wise, the hero of time was killed with regret, and therefore he was killed in action.
Okay.
Therefore, his spirit still existed to teach the next reincarnation of his bloodline, of his people.
Yeah.
Which is the only time that the two links have been related, essentially.
Yeah. And like able to communicate directly with each other.
That's the only time it's ever happened.
Right.
And so the hero of time teaches the hero of Twilight literally all the moves that you basically, the most important moves you need to know in the game.
Which is some of the funnest action in Zelda.
Absolutely.
Hands down.
I completely agree.
Finishers, the fucking like all these extra moves. It's like 6 or 7 they give you or something like that. Of like this like just little twists that they add to the combat that just like give it fluff that's never been seen.
Never been seen.
Yeah.
And is awesome.
Yes.
It's so much fun. So essentially the hero Twilight has to team up with with the Zelda of this world, and they have to essentially kill Ganondorf finally.
Yes.
This Ganondorf in this timeline actually kill him by sinking the sword into the original wound that was given by the sages during his execution.
Oh, wow.
Sinking the Master Sword into it. He literally walks off, and one of my favorite moments, there's so many theory videos on what it means, but do you remember did you beat Twilight Princess?
Yeah.
Do you remember how he dies? With Zant, like, breaking his neck?
Yes.
That is one of the coolest fucking moments in any Zelda
Where he's
game.
like...
Yeah, he literally goes... Like he's walking away, he's going to die, and then you literally just see Zant, and Zant just goes, and then he dies. Like Ganon dies standing. It's so epic. It's so cool.
So epic.
So after that is Four Swords Adventure. This one is a little bit controversial. In the Zelda Timeline community because this tells of after Ganondorf's actual killing, he's done, right?
Right.
No more Ganon in this timeline.
Okay.
Vati is resurrected then, right?
Again?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say real quick, too, this game came out in 2004, right? Which is after Wind Waker and before Twilight Princess.
Is there a Metacritic score for this one?
It is 86.
Okay.
So this is actually one of the lower on the list of Metacritic score.
Well, yeah, it was a GameCube game.
Yes, it was.
And it was, had the same thing with the 4-sword.
Yep.
Like in the original.
Easier to play multiplayer, though, no?
Yeah.
Because you didn't need 4 Game Boys, right? And
Absolutely.
4 copies of the game. You just needed 1 copy and 4 controllers.
So the reason that this one is a little bit rough is because there are elements from this that are only from the downfall timeline.
Okay.
So one of the biggest things that you'll see in this world is that there are species that will exist, and then in other timelines will not exist. So the Zora, after Ocarina of Time, in the downfall timeline, because of the world that Ganondorf creates, become very, very distant from Hylians and all other species, and become very, very violent. And they have almost like this violent race to them. They have green skin, big red lips, sharp teeth, and sharp claws. That's what the Zora look like in the downfall timeline. Those Zora appear in 4 Swords Adventure, which is kind of it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I think 4 Sword Adventure should be in the downfall timeline. And also, Ganondorf is reincarnated, which doesn't make sense because Ganondorf should not be reincarnated in this world because it's the only reason Ganondorf would be reincarnated is if Ganondorf was stuck with this curse of demise.
Okay.
Every time Ganondorf shows up again, it's either the same Ganondorf or there's a reason that Ganondorf is back.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
Got it.
So this Ganondorf is dead. He should not reincarnate. So what happened is he reincarnates and Vati is resurrected.
And I'm sorry, this is
4 Sword Adventure. And this is still the child timeline.
This is the child timeline.
This is the end of the child timeline.
Okay. Wait, Ganondorf's reincarnated in 4 Sword Adventure?
In 4 Sword Adventure.
What?
Yeah. And Vati is resurrected.
Whoa.
Yeah, so pretty big stuff.
That's huge. I had no idea Ganondorf was in the game at all.
No, he is.
Okay.
Yeah. Evil King of Ganondorf. Great King of Evil, Ganondorf. So, that all wraps up the child timeline.
Well, what happens at the end? Does he defeat Ganondorf?
So you defeat Vati, and then you seal Ganondorf.
Seal Ganondorf.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the end of the child timeline.
Okay.
So that kind of has a wrap up to it.
Okay.
Until, we'll go over that later. The adult era. Which is
adult timeline.
In my... which is my favorite.
Yeah, I think it is mine too. Yeah. And I'll say real quick to clarify from before on Ocarina. So branch, how the branch for the adult timeline came out is because obviously we said in the main timeline, what you see in Ocarina of Time, Zelda sends Link back to his original timeline, back to the past.
To the past.
But another possibility is created where he doesn't go back to the past and Link continues to live in that timeline that's not his in 7 years in the future, and this is
it's not exactly like that.
Okay, how does it go?
So you're talking about why the adult era would exist?
Yeah.
So
how did this one branch off?
The reason it's branching is because that Zelda that sent him back still exists, and the world that Ganondorf created exists in itself.
Yes.
So remember the beginning.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, beginning of Wind Waker. Ganondorf breaks away from the sacred realm. He's able to get back in contact with the Triforce of Power, and no one is there to stop him. He's able to overpower Zelda, but Zelda sent the hero away. So there's no hero. There's no one to stop them. And because of this massive destruction that happens to all of Hyrule, the citizens in Zelda plead towards divine intervention, essentially.
Yes.
And what all the golden goddesses do, or all Hylia does, in order to help them, because she really can't interfere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She sends rain down and floods the entire kingdom, which kind of fleshes out Ganon to a degree, right?
Yes.
But the water that exists in this world is an illusion. To a degree.
Yeah.
It's not fresh water. It's not seawater. I mean, it is seawater.
Right.
But it's almost this magical seal that sits above the kingdom, because the entire kingdom is in complete contact.
Yeah.
It's completely fine under this ocean. And also this ocean water drains you of your life. There are not that many fish that exist in the ocean.
True.
The Zora cannot swim in it. Nothing can swim in this ocean. Literally, if you as Link go in there, you literally will drown no matter what. It literally takes your life away from you. So the Zora theoretically would thrive in a world where they where
it's just water.
Where it's all water. But they don't. So during this time period,
So what did they do?
the Zora evolve slowly into what are called the Rito.
The Rito.
And the Rito are their fins kind of slowly turn into feathers, and they become almost like this bird people that fly from island to island. They're also
That's the best transformation for the Zora.
that is
by
pretty
the way.
best.
Yeah,
absolutely. Fuck the downfall timeline.
Yeah,
It
bro.
just sucks. So the beginning of the Wind Waker, right?
Okay.
There is no hero to be reincarnated in this universe. There was no hero to save anyone from this universe, right? And the hero who shows up does not bear the Triforce of Courage, right?
Right.
That's all kind of busted around this. So this hero shows up in this timeline because there is a great evil, Ganondorf, the same one from Ocarina, the exact same one. So that big bearded, big nose guy, that's the guy from Ocarina of Time, right?
He looks way worse, to be honest.
Absolutely.
You know?
He should have gotten some work done, I'll tell you that. So what essentially happens in this story is the King of Red Lions accompanies the new hero to help save his sister, who is kidnapped by Ganondorf, right?
Right.
The King of Red Lions is... Should I spoil that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just open ground. You know what I mean? As you said from the beginning.
He is able to steal... he is able to... the King of Red Lions is the original king of Hyrule.
Right.
The one that
What's his name?
Before... He has a name.
Yeah.
But
it's something weird.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Look it up?
Edmund or something like
Something
that?
like
or
that.
something like that. I can look it up while you're
Something like
talking.
that.
Yeah.
So, with all that stated, Zelda is also... her bloodline is hidden after the fall of Hyrule, and she is transformed into a girl named Tetra, who accompanies the hero.
Yes, sir.
In his journey.
His name, by the way, is King Daphnis.
Daphnis. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I would remember that.
Yeah.
But maybe I will.
Kind of out there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So this Ganondorf, which is how we kind of understand the character Ganondorf a lot, he has a really long speech at the end of how he talks about the unfairness that the king would treat towards the Gerudo and how the world that he wants to create will not allow for that to happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is this the same king, too, that is from Ocarina of Time? Or is
yes,
it is.
Yeah,
okay.
it is. We never see him, but
Right.
that's the one he is because he was cursed right after the fall of Hyrule, and you have to rebring power to the Master Sword. You have to get the forge the pieces of the Triforce of Courage,
Yep.
and once you do that, you and Zelda, once Zelda is reunited with the Triforce of Wisdom, or Tetra, is turned back to Zelda, and both of them deliver a final finishing blow to the Ganondorf of this universe, stabbing him in the head and turning him to stone, where all the water rushes in.
Yep.
It's literally one of the coolest.
Yeah, and also a meme is that Ganondorf completes the Triforce because you literally retrieve the Triforce of Courage for him.
Right.
Very similar to Ocarina. And then you get there, Ganon is literally about to touch it.
Right.
Fat meme. King Daphne shows up.
Yeah.
He's already got his hand on it.
Right.
And he wishes
Such a tough part.
It's so tough.
Him already standing there.
And because the Triforce doesn't split in this moment, he has full balance in his heart of those three virtues, right? And he wishes immediately, let's drown this place once and for all.
Once and for all, yes. Which is so incredible.
And you literally fight Ganondorf as
it's
water is collapsing around you.
So sick.
The iconic moment of like Ganon's in stone, Ganondorf's in stone. He's stabbed
through his head.
And it's through his head. One of the most epic final boss fights. And then everything, he's sinking under the ocean forever.
Yeah, and the Master Sword is lost in that universe.
It is.
Yeah, because it's under the ocean with Ganon. Yeah, so you don't see the Master Sword for the two games that come prior.
Okay, for this timeline.
For this timeline.
Yeah. Got you. Okay.
But it was used to seal the darkness away. So it did its job.
Yeah.
What happens after? Phantom Hourglass. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Phantom Hourglass.
Phantom Hourglass, right? Yeah,
Phantom Hourglass is a direct sequel that takes place right after because Zelda is returned to Tetra and Link accompanies her to try and find a new kingdom, to try and find new land. Phantom Hourglass is all the goofy things that happen in between. Tetra is turned to stone and kidnapped by this ghost ship, which they run into.
Okay.
It's funny because Phantom Hourglass is so much fun, but if you look at it like a story, it's almost like the stuff that happens in between. You know what I mean? So the it's really it's got what it's going on. It's got the evil is resurrected, of course.
Okay.
So there's another evil that shows up.
But it's not Ganondorf.
No, it's a single-eyed monster that has like tentacles, and kind of more similar to Vati.
Yeah.
More similar to Vati. And you have to use this specific sword. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
But they accidentally take over. Linebeck gets a hold of it. Did you play this one at all?
I did. Yeah, I did actually. I played. I played quite a bit. I probably played about
it's got my favorite character in it.
10 hours ish. Is it Linebeck?
Linebeck. I love him. I just love his design.
Yeah.
I love the way he acts, and I don't know.
He's goofy.
He's goofy as fuck. I love it, and it's like a companion that looks like him. That doesn't normally happen in Zelda game, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And I just love it.
No, I do too. Can I add real quick?
Please do.
Phantom Hourglass came out in 2007, a year after Twilight Princess.
Yes.
And 5 years after Wind Waker.
Yeah.
On the DS, and it has a 90 on Metacritic.
It's really high.
Yeah. It's higher than I thought it would be.
I thought it would be,
to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I know it's pretty divisive for its feedback,
divisive.
especially for how combat and controls really is.
Totally.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm with that. I liked it though. I thought it was really, really fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed my time with it.
The dungeons are really fun. Yeah.
Let me know when you're about to move on to the next part here because I have a tidbit.
Okay, beautiful. To the next part of the next game.
Sweet. So I thought I saw in this timeline video last night that canonically Phantom Hourglass is 5 minutes long. Is there merit to that?
5 minutes?
Yeah, like there's something about how time flows or something, and canonically all of Phantom Hourglass actually takes place
Where did you see
that? One of the timeline videos I watched like 3 different timeline videos, and one of them said canonically Phantom Hourglass only takes place in like blurped it on the screen for a sec, and then it just moved on to the next game on a Spirit Tracks.
Yeah,
but they're like, we're not going to talk about this because it's only canonically like 4 minutes long.
Yeah, it is canonically because of the Phantom Hourglass. There's like time dilation. So he goes on a whole adventure, but he reverses it back to before Tetra's turned to stone. And so technically it's like it would be like 4 minutes.
Okay.
So it's like a filler episode.
Okay. Yeah, filler episode.
Yeah, but the important part is Tetra and Link are heading back to the ocean, and they continue to sail in search for a new land. They find that new land, and they call it New Hyrule.
Hyrule?
Yes.
Okay.
And, it's kind of up to theory, but they definitely got married and had kids. Because the descendant of Tetra, is Princess Zelda. It's, I want to know how many years from it. I think it's 100 years later.
100 years later.
Maybe longer. I
think
it's like maybe like 500 years later,
shit.
I think.
Okay.
This is where Spirit Tracks takes place.
Yeah.
Right? And so there's a new Hyrule, a new continent, and because of how big it is, there's an entire railway system that's set up throughout Hyrule, which is interesting because this might be one of the most, beyond the Sheikah, technologically advanced civilization of Hyrule we've ever seen.
Really?
Because it has steam locomotive engines that travel across the entire continent, and it's an entire continent that exists within it.
Yeah,
and so it's almost like instead of being like it's not like a medieval story. It's almost like early 1800s.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
which is
almost
very
like
interesting.
Avatar to Korra. Like you kind of see like this like technological like. The civilization is like advancing.
Totally.
Yeah.
And so there's a new hero, of course. Let's see. Malladus is revived. Evil King Malladus is revived. He's like this ancient horned being. This massive like demon that essentially existed after Ganondorf. Was one of Ganondorf's like the demise that existed after him. And then there was
I've never heard of him. I'll be honest.
No, he's only in Spirit Tracks, and I actually did not beat Spirit Tracks. So I don't really know the ending too well. However, I know that they end up killing the bad guy.
Yeah, of course.
So
they do what they gotta do.
That kind of wraps up the adult timeline. Yeah.
All right.
This one is where it gets very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we jumping?
Very interesting. So we're going to the hero is defeated, the downfall timeline.
All right.
Alrighty.
We got the last games on here.
Yes, we do.
Real quick, I'll add that Spirit Tracks came out in 2009
yes. Thank you.
and has an 87 on Metacritic, so a little worse than Phantom Hourglass.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I heard from more, like, from people who played both Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, more people liked Spirit Tracks.
Spirit Tracks, I think, is more interesting.
Yeah?
Like, I think combat-wise, and it's got a lot going for it.
Okay.
More than just being like almost like a filler game.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And then also the mechanic of having the ghost Zelda with you, who, like, she, like, takes over little bodies, and she runs around with you.
Fuck.
Yeah, you know,
that's cool.
That big, her down B in Smash.
Yes.
Based on the knight that she can take over.
That's in Phantom Hourglass, right? Yes.
Or no.
I thought that was.
I think it is. But there also, she takes those over.
She does? Okay.
She, like, becomes a giant knight in,
okay.
Phantom Hour. No. Spirit Tracks.
Spirit Tracks.
Yes.
Got it. Got it.
So,
moving on.
So, the beginning, after the Sealing War, which I cannot remember what the Sealing War is.
A Sealing War?
That's what it says on the timeline poster.
Sealing War.
But I don't know what they'd be sealing away because Ganondorf is still a threat in...
Well, hold up. I know. Because
yes.
It is the Fallen timeline, right?
Yes,
so Link is defeated.
Yes.
The sages still succeed in sealing Ganon.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the sages...
But he's Ganon, right?
He's Ganon now.
He's transformed
so he's Ganon defeats Link. The stages and Zelda are still able to use the Triforce together to seal Ganon within the Sacred Realm.
Okay.
And that's how the story ends.
Thank you.
There.
Sealing War.
Got you. So that's a Sealing War, I guess.
And so the beginning of this timeline is A Link to the Past. Ganon is revived.
Yes.
Right? That's essentially
Notoriously.
what happens. A Link to the Past. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, so first I'll say Link to the Past.
Tell me.
Yeah, this was arguably the first major like Zelda game, really.
Yeah.
Like this was such a bigger scope than this was the third Zelda game made, right? So there was the original Legend of Zelda, which is 1986. Then we got Zelda 2, and Zelda
Link's
2
Adventure.
was pretty mixed received. Adventures of Link, and people were like, okay, it's okay, but the original one's better. And they made this one, The Link to the Past, with the same ideals that they had for the first game, not with all the extra stuff that they changed completely in Zelda 2.
Yep.
And this is one of my favorite Zelda games without a doubt. And I think it's timeless. I think you can play this anytime and love.
I just played it like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe not a couple years ago. Like, I guess 4
You said we were talking about it. Yeah. Well, enough to remember, right?
Enough to remember,
this game came out in 1991 and has a 95 on Metacritic.
Yeah.
So one of the higher rated ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it deserves it, bro. I love this game. I beat it for the first time on the Wii Virtual Console, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I played on Wii.
A couple years after the Wii came out.
Yeah,
you know.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, Link to the Past is amazing. The villain, though, before he revives Ganon, who is that guy?
It's
some wizard,
with
right?
The red cloak.
Yes.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, okay. Not important.
But yes.
His duty was to revive Ganon, which he was able to do.
Yes. And he does that. And you got to fight him. That's right. And there are 6 sages that they talk about in that one. Do you remember? Don't you get a stone from each one of the 6 sages?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So the sages are still around.
Yeah.
Which were formed in Ocarina of Time, which I forgot to mention.
Oh, they were?
Yeah. I didn't beat A Link to... Yeah. That was when the 6 sages were formed. Remember? And then they're passed down to people every single time.
Right. Because it was...
It was originally Rauru.
Yeah.
And then Rauru. And then it was Saria, Dorama, and all those guys.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah, the Zora, all of them. Yeah.
Did you ever beat Link to the Past?
Link to the Past? Yeah.
How's
I don't know how much I... What is it?
How's it end?
How's it end?
Yeah. Do you remember?
I think it just ends with Ganon... Because it's Ganon that's revived.
Yes.
It's not Ganondorf.
It's not Ganondorf.
And I'm pretty sure it just ends with Link defeating Ganondorf. The Master Sword is in this timeline.
When in doubt.
Because the Master Sword is in the forest, and you have to. You have like 3 stones to get it, very similar to Ocarina of Time. And
this is a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time, technically.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Not
so
direct sequel,
and so you actually defeat Ganondorf.
Yes.
With the Master Sword in this game.
Beautiful. So the Master Sword is still around. doing its thing. Did you play Oracle Season, Oracle of Ages?
I did not.
Ganon is also revived in those games.
Okay.
I never played them because they were GBA.
Yeah, and because
GB,
it was
GB
Game Boy
Color,
and they also weren't made by Nintendo.
Yes.
Yeah, so this was like it was Capcom that made these games actually.
Yeah.
And I believe the same guys that made the same team behind the Dream game, Link's Awakening. Yeah.
Which so I don't know too much about that one, but also Ganon is revived.
Yep.
Which seems like it's going to happen a lot in this timeline.
Yeah. I'll say real quick too, those 2 games released simultaneously with like a red version, a blue version.
Yes.
And it is canonical. Like you need to beat both to get the full story for the game, which is so interesting for sure. But I thought it was a meme, kind of like with Mega Man Battle Network. I think they did the 2 colors to kind of like see if it would work similar to Pokemon. Right? Because Pokemon always had that trope.
Yeah.
And some games have kind of copied that and see if it would work, and nothing does because it's not Pokemon, you know. But it came out in 2001. And it has a 92 on Metacritic.
92 is really good.
Yeah, really good.
Little fun fact. This Link from Oracle's Seasons and Ages is the same Link from Link's Awakening.
Really?
Yeah. So he sets sail right after whatever happened at the end of Seasons and Ages.
Okay.
And that's where Link's Awakening starts off.
Okay. Yeah.
So
then I'll add on here, Link's Awakening came out in 1993, 2 years after A Link to the Past, and has an 87 on Metacritic.
87, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So one of the lower. I mean, that's still an amazing score, but in comparison to other Zelda,
You know what's really interesting about these 2? I said I would talk about this early in the podcast, but Oracle Seasons and Oracle of Ages are both. I meant to say Oracle Seasons, Oracle Ages, and Link's Awakening have been reversed recently. So people have said it's Link to the Past, and then Nintendo's official revealing was it's Link's Awakening and then Oracle of Seasons and Ages.
Really?
Which is really weird.
It is weird.
I mean, I guess, Link's Awakening is essentially a filler game too.
Yeah.
So you can move it around anywhere.
Because it's essentially the dream of a giant fish.
It's the dream of a giant fish.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting thing to just swap it because there's also not really a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really affect much, but that was the decision
they made. I understand that, but okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Whatever, bro.
Moving on. So after Link's Awakening and or Oracle of Seasons, depending on which one you're looking at, this starts the Gold Age.
The Triforce
Age. Yes. So there was an age where things were all good, and then things went to shit. Because Ganondorf, try to guess what happened. Ganon is what I meant to say.
Ganon.
He was revived.
No way,
yes,
bro.
He was revived.
Fuck that curse, bro.
I know,
for
dude.
real.
That shit is ridiculous. So Ganon is revived again. And Princess Zelda is sent into a sleep, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Because then we move on to the original Legend of Zelda.
The original Legend of Zelda. The OG. Which I don't know anything really about this game other than, like, lore-wise.
Yes.
Other than Ganon only appears as the game over screen.
Yes.
You don't actually fight Ganon in this game,
That's
right?
Zelda 2, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, because it goes...
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this game came out in 1986 on the NES, and it has an 84 on Metacritic.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty low, though, for Zelda.
For Zelda, yes. But
it's very low.
Compared to other games, pretty good.
Was extremely incredible for its time.
Absolutely.
It was like an open world game.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
Bro.
And then pretty soon after that, so Ganondorf was revived, and then also what was going to happen in the Adventure of Link was Ganondorf was supposed to be revived, and they prevented it. So yeah, that's why you don't fight him. Because you're preventing the revival of Ganon, and that if you die, he gets revived, and he goes,
That makes sense.
Yes.
That actually makes a lot more sense.
So,
okay.
that does wrap up.
That wraps it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll add here, too, that Zelda 2 came out 1 year later.
Yes.
Which is, that explains kind of its lack of, like, depth, to be honest.
It's not that good.
Because it's very different from the original and most Zelda games. You know, like, if Majora's Mask is different, Zelda 2 is on a completely different level.
They've never done that style before.
No.
Or after, I mean.
Yeah, it was kind of like Mario Bros. Mixed with Zelda in a weird way.
And then if you ran into an enemy, you would be in a side scroll.
Yeah, you're like a sequence.
Yes.
And you're not like leveling up or anything.
Yeah.
Like you just got to get through it, right?
It's weird.
1987 has a 73 on Metacritic, tying for the second lowest, or for the lowest score.
What was it again?
Tying with 73.
70.
Yeah, and that's tying with Triforce Heroes. Which was 2015.
I also did not put on the timeline.
Which, it's okay. We don't even have to talk about it.
I don't even want to. It is technically on the timeline, though.
Is it? Where's it? Which timeline does it fall in?
The latest one that they was released.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But actually, that does not wrap up the timeline. But most timelines do not cover these games.
Okay.
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild.
We do not know where this game lands.
Really?
We have no idea.
Okay.
And Nintendo won't tell us.
They won't tell us?
No.
Okay.
Because
then I watched a fan theory then on the timeline. And the fan theory was that it was about 1,000 years after all three timelines, and it's also a convergence of all three
10,000.
timelines. 10,000?
Yeah, because remember, this story... Oh, fuck. Wait, where is it? There's the mural you see of the ancient hero who's protecting all the people.
Yes.
At least 10,000. No, it has to be at least like 20, 50,000 years because the Sheikah rise up having a giant like organization, civilization that exists, and it's so technologically advanced. And then because of that, the king of Hyrule, literally makes all Sheikah like they basically like condemn them from the kingdom.
Oh,
and they
shit.
kick them out of the kingdom.
Okay.
And that's why the Yiga are created, the Yiga clan, because they resent Hylians, and other Sheikahs became peaceful. And they removed themselves from technology, and that's what you'll see.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It does make sense, kind of, but also...
Well, just from what you said, but...
We don't know what this... we don't know where this game lands. All we have are our theories.
Okay.
And the convergence theory is the number one theory on these because there are elements from every single game in Breath of the Wild. Rito exists next to Zora. Already should not make sense. There are Lionels who are in it, which only exist from the Downfall timeline. And then they reference the hero of Twilight from the Child timeline. And then there's even more to count.
You're absolutely right. That's nuts. Yeah.
So, wild stuff after the convergence.
What do you think?
I believe it's a convergence theory.
That's what you think?
It just can't exist in one. It can't just exist in one, or it would be controversial.
Yeah.
It can't just exist in one.
It would either have to be its own timeline.
Absolutely.
Or
which
a convergence.
Is another theory that these games are a reset.
A reset.
Of the timeline.
Okay.
But also that doesn't make sense because there's history of these games. And they have the same places from Skyward Sword in them. So what I'm going to go with is that Breath of the Wild happens.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because the timelines converge into one.
Okay.
And then Tears of the Kingdom.
And then Tears of the Kingdom.
And then that is the complete Zelda timeline. That's my theory.
Question.
Answer.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Please.
Do you know the whole lore?
All of it?
Yes.
I haven't beaten it.
Okay. I know that.
I have a majority of it.
You have a majority of
it.
lore?
And I just watched a video today, and I watched like most of the video, and I understood all of it. But I clicked off because I do not want to be spoiled.
You don't want to be spoiled.
All I got to do is the final fight. Essentially.
Then we will... to be honest, I think that leaves the timeline open-ended for us because I certainly don't know what the fuck happens.
Well, I don't want to spoil this either.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Yeah, I get it. But I mean, like, because also we don't know, and you haven't beaten it, where Tears of the Kingdom lies as far as, like, lore-wise, because I kind of thought maybe people had this big convergence theory specifically after Tears of the Kingdom. You know what I mean?
No, it was after Breath of the Wild.
Well, yeah, I know that it came out after Breath of the Wild, but I thought that I had like seen after people had beaten Tears of the Kingdom that further cemented the convergence theory.
It could be, but I don't know.
All right, we'll leave it unanswered.
Unanswered for now.
For now. We might revisit.
God, this game
My friend Joshie, you want to talk real quick? We can kind of shift focus on this main topic into some of our favorites.
I would love that.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome, bro. I know this has been a very long episode.
It has been
so we don't have to go into...
Holy shit, we've been recording for 6 hours?
No, 5.5. Like, no, bro, what do you mean? No, it's only... No, look, it's at 5:11. Oh my God,
it looked like 6 from where I'm at.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck me.
We're not there.
No.
I still don't think we're going to top, like, our longest episodes we've had, to be honest.
What have we had?
I think the one with One Piece and Dory was like 5 hours 40 minutes, something like that. So
all right,
somewhere around there. So
I'm ready to.
Yeah, Joshie, I wanted to make. I know a lot of coverage out there, especially with social media and YouTube. A lot of people, when they make like lists of Zelda games, it's kind of like they make a numbered list in order of their favorites.
Yes.
That is way too difficult, I think, for me, and might be speaking for you too.
Yeah.
You know, like there's just so much to love about these games. So many of these Zelda games are unique for so many different reasons. Like, and as an example, I think of Breath of the Wild as a literal masterpiece. However, it's not my favorite Zelda experience. Does that make sense?
It does absolutely make sense. And also, even like the joy that you would feel playing Twilight Princess versus Wind Waker, completely two different feelings they give you. Yeah. I can't say which one's better. I can say maybe, you know what I mean? Like, it's just
hard to be objective because it's so there's just so much to it. So I wanted to break it down into my own list that I made. Yes. Of 10 categories here. And I want you 10 categories.
Holy shit.
Yes. Okay. And I want to know your thoughts. Okay. Yeah. And don't think too much on it. Kind of like maybe just like what comes to you initially. And I cheated a little bit because I filled in what my first thoughts were. Okay. Okay. So we can discuss this. So the first I got for you is best 2D Zelda.
Oh, I already know.
And whatever that means for you for 2D. I'm saying like I will say in this list too. Yes. No remakes. I think I don't think a remake or remaster, even like the Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D remakes, those are obviously better versions of the original. Right. But I think you should give what you think initially based off of the original. Yes. Okay? Okay. So best 2D Zelda, go.
Minish Cap.
Minish Cap. No question. No question. Yeah. I knew that'd be your answer. Come on. Oh yeah, and that's what you've been saying. Yeah. You're sticking to. I stick to. All right. You're consistent at least. Yes. All right. I put for me A Link to the Past. Yes. Yes, and I think that really is just. I don't know if that could ever be replaced.
Be topped unless they drop like an incredible new 2D Zelda.
Incredible. Just and I will be real. Link Between Worlds was very close.
Oh yeah, that's an amazing one too.
It's amazing.
Why wasn't that on the list?
Link Between Worlds? Yeah, you're right.
It should have come out right after Link to the Past.
Should it on the timeline? Yeah. That makes sense, right? Like it's like a revisit of the same fucking place.
But it came out after Skyward Sword.
Yes, it did. I actually have it on here. Link Between Worlds came out in 2013, 2 years after Skyward Sword.
So they had to make 91. A new list. Yeah, they had to make a new list in order to
include that.
To include that and then a couple other ones.
Yeah. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sweet. Well, anyway, for number 2, best 3D Zelda. This is really tough. There's a lot of options here. I'll start. Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom. I put / because I haven't really experienced all of Tears of the Kingdom myself. I have no doubt that, if I'm being honest, if I beat Tears of the Kingdom, this would completely replace Breath of the Wild. But I very, very fond of my first experience with Breath of the Wild and how it made me feel playing that game. It was the closest thing I've ever had to like Ocarina of Time for the first time as a child. Again. You know what I mean? Like all over again. Like I do. I felt so giddy and excited diving into this world and having no goal sometimes, right?
Absolutely. I agree completely. Yeah? Can I say that?
You can.
Can I agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's totally cool. We can agree, bro.
I'm agree with agreeing. It's all good. I agree with agreeing.
Yeah, bro. We're on the same page. I feel like we have a lot of really similar tastes too. And we both love. I feel like you're a bigger Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom fan than I am. In terms of Zelda specifically. And I think you just appreciate it on a lot deeper level than I do, to be honest.
I'd say possibly. Yeah? I also think I was at an age that was like, I was ready for a game to completely take me. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Because I was still in high school. Of course, I wasn't like that young. Yeah. But I was at that point where I was like, you know, I was begging for a game on the Wii U. I loved the Wii U, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it never did. And I was still a diehard Nintendo fan. And this came out at the perfect time during the Switch's life, right when it came out. And so I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No dog on anything.
No dog, bro. No, absolutely. For real. Yeah, because like that's what makes this list so interesting, right? Like this is not objective in any way. Yeah. Like you ask 100 Zelda fans, this list, like no two lists are gonna be exactly the same.
Ever.
So with that being said, number 3,
Yes.
I have best portable Zelda. And this does not include remakes, so this is Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask are not counting here. Okay, so like the original release of a portable Zelda. You can still use, by the way, Minish Cap if you would like to. So you can reuse these here. I said A Link Between Worlds. That was my favorite portable Zelda experience. Oh, I'll also say Switch is out. Switch, I'm going to say, is a console experience. Yeah.
Okay. That's a great question. And I can't say Ocarina of Time 3D because I would say that in a second.
I'll take it as as what you would say if it was like
I did
available.
not play the original.
Yeah, true.
So maybe would I be allowed to? Because
I'll allow it.
I did play it on
I'll
the
allow
phone.
it because that was your original experience.
It was my first experience.
Yeah.
So
And that's what's coming to your head.
I would say if not Minish Cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay.
So yeah.
Stellar. All right.
But I just picture myself like playing Ocarina of Time at school.
Yes.
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
No, dude, for sure. I know, like, and that's kind of like the insight with these questions is kind of like what's rushing your mind.
What
if you
goes
think
to?
portable Zelda, what game just popped in your head? You know what I'm saying? So for number 4, then we're gonna switch things up.
Okay.
Best music.
Fuck. Damn, that's a good question.
And
Oh, I know.
it is a great question because Zelda is so iconic with its music.
Absolutely. I know.
What's your answer?
Wind Waker.
Wind Waker.
Wind Waker, no question.
My answer is also Wind Waker.
You said Wind Waker?
Yes, bro.
Fuck
You
yeah,
already
dude.
fucking know, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Wind Waker is
That music is incredible.
yeah, some depth for
The
me is
sound.
like it's everything sound related in that game. It was like it was so new
Yes.
noises from Link's mouth, right? New slashing sounds, new bomb animations and sounds with those. The sound of the rupees on pickup, the sound of pausing the pause menu, unpausing the pause menu. Remember the save sound? It'd be like like it just had like all these chimes for everything. Plus the music itself is actually stellar.
The music is so good. Dragon Roost Island is still one of my favorite Zelda tracks of all
Oh
time.
my god, how could it not be, bro?
Even just like the Wind Waker, the overworld theme.
Yes.
Of just like. I
love it.
I'm like sailing.
Dude, it feels so good.
It's so good.
I'm with it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question there.
Easy.
We're on the same page. Number 5.
Yes.
Best world/atmosphere.
Best?
What was your favorite? I'm not looking at objectives here. I'm looking at your own personal best. Like, what world did you either think was like the most fascinating, or you're the most interested in it, or you just liked how it looked visually? It could be any reason you want. There's so much, because what came to my head was like Twilight Princess and the world of Twilight and the world of Light, and how much more alive that world felt compared to Ocarina. And I love Ocarina's world, right? Breath of the Wild, obviously another great, like, dude.
You know what I'm thinking? That kind of came to my head. Skyward Sword. So there's something so epic about like Skyloft, like music wise.
Yeah.
But also just that feeling of like this is like the fucking spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There were so many little secrets that were found there, and then also that goes beyond not just that as a hub world, but when there's such a fucking good feeling about flying through the sky. There's something so fun about that traversal, and then not knowing what you run into. There's literally like that circus tent you can find when you like like fly off, and then there's the you find that one god who's like that you have the boss rush with the electric god.
I don't know if I ever saw that.
You didn't see that guy? That's how you get the shield.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like an unbreakable shield because the shield's broken in that game.
Okay.
But there was something so fun about like you go, there's a like a swordsmith, there's a not a swordsmith, a shieldsmith.
Oh,
and then there's like that one guy who looks like the Happy Mask salesman.
Yes.
The shop, like it feels alive.
Yeah.
The academy.
It did feel alive. Yeah.
It felt more alive than probably most Zelda towns.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there was something so like I wanted to see all of it. And that is I felt that before Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, I'm probably going to have to say is on top.
Yeah.
But Skyward Sword went straight to my brain.
Okay.
So I don't know which one to choose.
Well, I'm going to say, I think that's a great answer, by the way.
Thank you.
Mine is definitely Breath of the Wild. And by extension, Tears of the Kingdom, because it really is just, again, like, Breath of the Wild isn't my favorite Zelda experience, but it truly is a masterpiece in how they created that world. Yeah. Really. Like, Breath of the Wild alone. We don't even have to talk about Tears of the Kingdom at all. Absolutely. And Breath of the Wild and just how you could really choose your own adventure in a way that, like, they really, like, had a throwback in that way to, like, Link to the Past, right? And that's what a lot of fans said.
They threw it back to the original.
Yes.
What they said was, let's make
You're right. The original Legend of Zelda. And in talking to other people, like, I felt so immersed in my experience of the game. Yeah. And then I was honestly so shocked to hear how nobody who was playing it around me had the same experience as me. Right. It was so unique, Absolutely. You know? And the dragons flying around in the sky.
I gotta say,
that's definitely mine.
I would say, after you said that, Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom.
I think it takes that original world. Yeah. Just makes it every other vibe that you thought you were missing. Oh the God. Depths, the Sky Islands, there are cave systems that make it so that every single part of the world that you thought you've already seen, you haven't seen. And it just makes this world feel deeper and bigger. And I love it.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
I changed my mind. Tears of the Kingdom.
All right. Also, I have a side note here. Please. That I just remembered. I was looking up lore on Xenoblade Chronicles X, which I've never done, but I really wanted to, like, I was watching a video of a guy who's like a diehard Xenoblade. This guy thinks that the narrative is the reason you play Xenoblade, but if you want, like, one of the best experiences of gaming ever, Xenoblade Chronicles X is what that was his standpoint. He actually said in his video very prominently, this is the best open world RPG ever made.
Holy shit.
And apparently in the video, he said that it's 3 times the size of Breath of the Wild.
Wow.
I had no idea.
Crazy.
That's nuts.
That is wild.
Like traverse, like for the scale, right? Yeah. Like in traversable
mechs
space.
In that game.
Yes, so you can fly around and shit. Yeah. But
Very
just a side note. Yeah,
very,
I got
very
you.
Interesting.
Number 6, Joshie.
Yes.
Best dungeons. I put for mine.
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time. No question. I think that game just did such a stellar job of a perfect blend of everything and uniqueness in each of their dungeons. Each dungeon feels so specific and unique. And I know Zelda usually does that pretty good. Like, Wind Waker does a great job of that too. But there's just a feeling I get playing through those dungeons, whether it's my first time or my 10th time. It's so consistent in how amazing the design is of those dungeons.
And that you're right, they're all so different, and the music from all of them is so, like, it sets the mood. That the forest temple is like an abandoned mansion.
Yeah,
like, it almost has this ghost feeling to it, and it's just nothing like any other one. I'm gonna go with that one too.
Fuck
that is an amazing.
We're there, baby.
Yeah.
Sick. Okay.
We're there.
Number 7.
Let's run it.
Best items / gear.
Twilight Princess.
I also
Did you
said
say Twilight
Princess.
That top is so much fun. I loved that top dungeon.
Yeah.
Where you grind on that top.
Yes.
And then the double.
What is that? Arbiter's Grounds?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah. Arbiter's Grounds. And then the 2 hook shots.
Yes.
And then it also had, like, the Zoro armor and, like, the gear. I don't know. I feel like the gear was just the best.
I just felt like the items, if I was relating the items of Twilight Princess to another Zelda, it would definitely be Ocarina, and it felt like it was like it was really an extension of that. It was like, completely. Hey, we have a hook shot, we'll give you 2.
How do we double that?
How do we double that? Like, it would just, every item felt like with purpose and like so unique and so fun and utilized well in the game too. Like, it wasn't like worthless having all these items, right? You needed all of them.
Yeah.
So.
Well, there's some really good ones. Like, I really like Wind Waker.
Yeah.
I really like the bomb, the boomerang. The arrows are good. Deku nuts are just fun.
Yeah,
the sticks
very
that
fun.
break, like
The grappling hook.
the wind. Yeah, the grappling hook, the wind thing you can use. That just pushes enemies.
Yeah,
back. The gliding.
the Korok leaf.
Yeah,
or whatever.
the Korok leaf. Yeah. That one was up there in my head.
Yeah.
But I gotta say Twilight Princess.
Have to, bro. I also thought of Majora's Mask just because really the masks are almost like,
that's like
their
gear.
Own gear too, right? Yeah.
But I just, and like there's that hammer and like all those things. Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. There's so much good shit for items and gear. I have to say Twilight Princess, though. Absolutely. Also because, I don't know, like, Link also just looks insane.
He looks so cool.
In the default suit.
Is so good.
Yeah, all the armor's so good. I love how that red armor looks on him.
Yeah, it looks so sick.
It looks so good.
Yeah, dude. So good.
I wish you could just put it on as like a cosmetic, you know? Like too. Not like at the cost of your
Xenoblade.
rupees. Xenoblade, bro. Number 8. Best remake.
Ocarina of Time 3D.
I said Majora's Mask 3D.
Did you really?
Yeah, and honestly, I think
like
a reason for it.
think,
Yeah, for sure. I think that a reason I feel this way is because the original Ocarina doesn't have to be messed with to have the same same experience.
Totally.
Totally. Majora's Mask though, it definitely is way better on the remake. You know, and Ocarina of Time is better than the remake too. I'm not saying that, but I feel like I can personally get the same Ocarina of Time experience in the classic form.
Yeah.
And they also added the free camera in the Majora's Mask one, not an Ocarina.
It's not an Ocarina. Yeah. What about the metal boots?
The metal boots
in the water temple.
That is a fantastic quality of life upgrade.
Pressing that button and being like, ding.
Yeah.
Instead of going,
oh yeah. Yeah.
Let's think about that.
You're right.
I'm gonna say Ocarina because Ocarina incited this level of like, just a level of like, I didn't think a remake would feel as incredible as Ocarina I think did feel.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just gonna stick with that one, and also
That's
I
fair.
do like Majora's Mask, but I just like Ocarina.
Yeah,
sure, a little bit more.
For sure, and I'm like right there with you. Really, like they're both like
absolutely.
Amazing.
And I can see your point too. I'm.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. Also, like Wind Waker's right there for me.
Wind Waker I almost said, but I feel like Wind Waker, it's not as like big of a change. Yes, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it's more just like the best version.
The version, you should play.
Yeah. It to me, it almost is this funny feeling of like, you know, like when you play games that are archaic, and especially if you play them younger, when you look back in your brain as like a memory, it's in HD. It looks nicer than how it actually looks.
Totally.
So like Wind Waker HD, in its like truest form, is really my memory of original Wind Waker.
Totally.
Does that make sense?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how it is probably for Ocarina too, huh? Where it's like you remember it looking better than it did.
Definitely. You know? Yeah. At least with the polygons, bro. Totally. You know what I'm saying? All the rough edges.
2D's ass.
We'll say number 8 here. Oh no, that was number 8. So number 9, best final boss fight.
Fuck.
I put Ocarina of Time in this one because honestly, I didn't even know before you said the whole timeline to me that Ganon is the strongest Ganon because he gets the whole Triforce. Yeah. But you feel it when you're fighting that Ganon, bro. Totally. You know what I mean? And of just course. The music and the way, like, he's just this big... Ganon's usually just kind of like a whatever kind of pig. Like, even in Twilight Princess, he's big and scary, but he's still kind of... That Twilight Princess Ganon is not as menacing as this dual wielding and the sounds he makes at the end. Terrifying. Plus, I mean, that's right after the fact that you came from a castle that Ganon himself was trying to collapse with you. Yeah. And when you fight Ganondorf, he's the biggest, baddest Ganondorf, bro. Like the sound he makes and everything. So
what about Wind Waker.
Wind Waker is amazing, and of course that was a runner-up.
That might be the most epic.
Yeah.
I mean, like that one is probably
especially for how it ends.
But the ending, but also like the feeling of desperation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
And the way he's like striking at you. I think I'm gonna go Wind
Sounds
Waker.
like yours is Wind Waker.
I think it's
yeah, have to, bro.
Yeah,
have to. Number 10, finishing up this list before we
Yes.
get into our favorite.
Yes.
Best cover art.
Damn, that's such a good one.
I'll show you mine.
Is it Skyward Sword?
It's Skyward Sword.
Wow.
It's Skyward Sword because I'm not kidding. Even like looking at your copy right here, that's like it looks like a used copy. You know what I mean? It looks like it's like you've had it for a while. Like you know how these old game cases get like banged up and shit. The sheen on this gold foil on the front and how like Link looks with his whole like attire.
Is so sick.
I love that cover.
Am I basic for saying Breath of the Wild?
No.
I think this is probably one of the most like perfectly explainable cover arts you could ever see, because Skyward Sword, it's like I don't know what that game is about. You know, it's
for sure
awesome looking.
Yeah.
It looks sick.
Yeah.
But like, what do you see here? You see the character, right?
Right.
Link facing off against a giant open world. And that's what the game is. That's what it is. It's a Breath of the Wild.
Beautiful.
And I love the logo probably more than any other one. You got the plant growing along that. The Master Sword is beat up. Like it does not look like it does on other covers.
Right.
It's like
and going through the center instead of like, you know, like an ocarina, it's going on the side, you know.
I gotta say Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. Facts. Okay.
I gotta say
that brings us to your favorite overall Zelda game. If you had to pick your favorite, your absolute favorite. And I left it blank because I wanted to see how I felt after this whole talk.
And how do you feel?
I feel like it has never changed. Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina.
I have to. And I have bounced. I've had Breath of the Wild at the top at one point. I've had Majora's Mask.
Oh yeah.
I've had Wind Waker been the top competitor with Ocarina.
Yeah.
Because truly, that is one of my favorite gaming experiences ever. I could go back and play Wind Waker HD today and still just be so sucked in.
Totally.
But I can also do the same with Ocarina. And I can do it over and over and over. And Ocarina of Time is ironically, a timeless experience.
It really is.
It really is.
It really is a timeless
so
experience.
I have to say Ocarina of Time.
I believe I know what mine is. It's Breath of the Wild.
It's Breath of the Wild.
It's gotta be Breath of the Wild.
Fuck. Even above Tears of the Kingdom?
So the tough part is, I love Tears of the Kingdom so much. But there is something about an experience like Breath of the Wild for the first time. That can never be topped. You know what I mean? Even though this world is better, I believe the weapons are better, the whole system is better.
Yeah.
I have never had an experience like Breath of the Wild, and I don't think I ever will. Never. You know what I mean? Because of even my situation of like my dad running out and getting me a Switch.
Yes.
And being able to find me a Switch. I'd been saving up money for this entire time I was working. I was only like 16. No. How old was I? When did it come out?
Breath of the Wild?
2016.
2016? Pretty sure.
Yeah, so I was 16. Maybe even 15 because it came out in March. So I was 15. So I couldn't have gotten a job yet. Maybe like somewhere where like Walmart, right?
Yeah.
It was 16 was when everyone got a job. And so I worked for the basketball coach at my school filming the videos and getting paid like $20 a night. And I saved up all this money. And my dad knew how hard I was working for it. I was so excited for it. So he got me a copy of Breath of the Wild. This exact copy, actually. And then surprised me after school with a Switch in Breath of the Wild, and I played it all night long.
All night.
And then I woke up and I was playing it, and I remember I wanted to learn how to cook. I didn't know how to cook in the game.
Yeah.
Which is you have to grab the materials and bring it to a pot. I just would roast stuff by the fire, and I looked it up. I was like, how do you cook in Breath of the Wild? I've probably told you this so many times. And I remember the thing that popped up. This was the second day. It just came out.
Yeah.
And all that came out was like things that you should look forward to when Breath of the Wild comes out. And I literally felt like when I looked at that, I was like, damn, I'm in the wild.
I'm in the
like,
wild, bro.
No one knows what's going on.
Yes.
I have to figure it out. And I did.
Yeah.
I figured out all these things, and I discovered all the divine beasts. I didn't, like, hear any spoilers. I didn't get spoiled on anything. And it was all my experience.
Yes, bro.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Even going into Tears of the Kingdom, I was spoiled on some things. And I saw some leaks and all this stuff. And I was so hyped for it. And then I knew the way the system played. I knew all these things already. I knew where this was. I knew where this was. And you just can't beat the original
for
experience.
real, bro. No, it really is like a part of that masterpiece that Breath of the Wild is.
Absolutely.
Is honestly how it makes you feel.
Totally.
And it's so, how do you make a game, or like really, how do you make a video game?
I don't know.
That makes a person feel a certain way when they play the game.
Right.
And this game really just
knocks it out of the
unlocks
damn
that, bro.
park.
It does, bro. Is unlocked.
Absolutely.
My brother, that wraps up our main topic, my man. How you feel?
I feel amazing.
Feel
honestly.
good?
Yeah, I feel really good.
Fuck yeah, bro.
I'm feeling great. Feeling awesome. It was a long episode.
Very.
I'm feeling a little tired too.
Yeah,
you
me
know?
too. Yeah, and it's late. We fucking started late in the day today, so let's wrap this up. I just got a few more things left here, okay, Joshie? We'll start with some Telegram now. I got just one here today.
Yes.
From Michael Sandoval, my one of my good friends at my bar.
What?
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
He
he's a
emailed
G.
us?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he sent me a text.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
perfect.
yeah, you know. I'm like, hey, if you got my number, text me, bro.
Same
thing.
here. If any of you guys
Easy.
want to ask a question,
Yeah,
you can text me.
Text Josh. You got
Text me
Josh's
or
number?
send.
We love that, guys.
I love it too.
So Mike asked, I kind of paraphrased, or I kind of like put in my own words here.
Yeah.
He asked, you think... Wow, I wrote it funny already.
No.
I rewrote it after all. Come on now. Okay.
Come on, Tim.
Do you think...
Yes.
Dark, difficult games on the PlayStation or Sega Genesis had a different audience compared to colorful, family-oriented games that Nintendo had?
Absolutely.
Yeah? Like,
For the
I don't
most-
mean just like,
Yes.
I mean like, maybe take adults out of it.
Yeah.
Maybe take like you and your friends.
Yes.
And who you knew, and like,
Yes.
did you feel like there was a difference or maybe a divide in the people who enjoyed the more colorful Nintendo games, and there's more people who just really preferred that dark, and maybe they'd even stay away from Nintendo games because they want more. Of
I would
that dark
absolutely say
experience.
it's a different audience.
Yeah.
There are always, in any era of video games, there are audiences that will not touch a Nintendo game. There are sports games fans out there that are, that is why they own a console, you know what I mean? Understandably. And then there's an audience of people who do not find joy in like a game like that.
Yeah.
The game has to make them feel a certain way. And not saying they're more casual, but that's just how it goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have some good friends who only play on like PS5 who don't really play colorful Nintendo games. You know what I mean?
Right.
I didn't even think Dorian was really like that until he 100%ed Kirby in the Forgotten
For
Land.
sure.
You know what I mean?
For sure. Yeah.
So I would say absolutely it's a different audience, but
Yeah.
I think those audiences are a little muddled sometimes too because I like both.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree.
And a lot of my friends do too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like when I was younger, and maybe it's because I was exposed to the colorful, family-oriented Nintendo games first.
Yes.
That was definitely my draw, and it drew me away from PlayStation, Genesis, and the more darker tone things,
Totally.
I'm not talking about Sonic the Hedgehog, by the way. That's like more...
No, he's really dark.
Yeah.
It's a very dark series.
Dude, that death.
Yeah. Have you seen Shadow the Hedgehog?
Oh! Don't get me started, bro. He's got a gun!
He does have a gun.
He's got
A
two
big gun.
guns.
He's got two.
It's fucking
He's got a
fucked up.
motorcycle.
Yeah.
And he shoots people.
He does.
With his
No, I
gun.
know. He's an actual gangster as a hedgehog, bro.
Have you
It's
seen
fucked.
those pictures where it's like at E3 there was like the statue of Shadow the Hedgehog and he's pointing a gun like this and people would like get on their knees and like have their hands tied and they look like they're about to get shot and some of them were like crying. It's like he has like, this gun to their head.
I haven't seen that,
really
but that
funny.
sounds fucking iconic.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm sure Nintendo never did that again. Or what? A Nintendo?
Sega.
Sega. Joshie, would you like to hop into some pop trivia?
Yes.
You got no choice.
I need to.
We're diving in, baby.
We need to.
I have a list of Zelda-related questions for you here, my friend. And they're from all over.
Just pull it up.
What do you got? Oh, he's...
And
Bro.
people be like, Becky. not to be killed.
Everyone's like begging.
Yeah, it's so funny. I don't know what happened.
I can't believe they literally made that as a model.
He's got a big gun. Look at it's so funny.
Jeez, bro.
It's on his head. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of love that.
So funny. Anyway.
We should get that. We should.
Oh my God.
We should find that.
We
or
should.
One of those statues.
And buy it.
Yeah, put it in the right when you walk in that front door.
Uh-huh.
You know, or outside the podcast room. Don't come in.
Don't come in, you cracker.
I've got 24 questions.
24?
24.
Holy shit!
For
Okay,
you, Joshie.
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Get your brain juices flowing. We don't have to go long on it, but we'll see how you do.
No, let's hit it.
We'll see how you
I
do.
feel like I could do good.
Okay. I feel like
ready?
I got faith in you.
Hopefully.
Ready? Or I'll keep score even too.
As long as it's not questions about Oracle of Seasons.
Oh, you're fucked. Number 1.
Okay.
In the original game, an old man gives Link a sword. In Breath of the Wild, an old man gives Link what?
A glider.
That is a good guess, but I'm not taking that answer.
What?
Yes, it's
That's
you're
what
given
happens.
it is by a certain old man.
Come on.
Yes, but an old man gives Link something else first.
A torch.
Baked apples.
What?
Yes.
All right.
I know, it's a little fucky.
That is kind of fucky, but it's cool.
I have to see where you stand right now, okay? We'll see how number 2 stacks.
Okay.
Which region is Spectacle Rock found in Breath of the Wild?
Gerudo Valley. No, a Gerudo Desert.
Yeah, Gerudo region is what I wrote
course.
here. Dude, that was literally too easy.
Spectral Rock, easy. You
Got
know
you,
I know
baby.
the map
Oh,
like that.
dude.
Come on.
Yeah. Fucking A, man.
I'm all fucking A, bub.
Number 3.
Yes.
Which Zelda game does Link begin his adventure in his pajamas?
Wind Waker?
Easy.
Yeah.
Done.
Wind Waker, easy.
Bing, bing, bing.
Bing, bing, bing.
Number 4. Dark Link is a recurring character who made his debut in...
Ocarina of Time. Oh, wait, no. Adventure of Link.
Oh! I'll give it to you.
You'll give it to me?
Because you corrected yourself.
You're right.
I didn't even answer yet. But that was a close one.
That was close.
I actually thought it was Ocarina when I made this
Well,
list.
that's funny because right when I said that, I was like, no, it's not.
He's here
from
somewhere.
From
yeah.
Adventure of Link.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to pretend like I know because I never played Adventure of Link.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I never played it, but I just knew that as the lore.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a
You're
lore
on
guy.
it. You're
I'm
on
a
it. You're a
lore
lore
guy.
king.
Can I say?
I know you're very proud of your Zelda lore, so that's why I like to test it.
Well, thank you.
Number 5. What year was the first Legend of Zelda released?
Didn't you say 86?
I did say 86.
Uh-huh.
You got a good fucking memory, bro.
Thanks,
I'm
buddy.
not kidding.
I really don't, but I guess I remembered that.
Well, didn't you just say 86? I said that like an hour ago.
right.
So you got a pretty good memory, to be honest,
Thank you,
bro.
buddy.
Yeah, bro. Points for you. Number 6.
Yes.
How many masks can be collected in Majora's Mask?
Is it 20?
It's not.
I'm going to say
I'll give you 3 guesses.
30.
No.
Hot or cold?
It's somewhere in between the 2 answers you just gave, so you got one more guess.
25?
It's 24.
24?
24.
With Fierce
including
Deity?
Fierce Deity.
Fuck.
Yep. I knew you'd say that.
Fuck.
I got you. Number 7. What game does the character Tingle first appear in?
Ooh. Majora's Mask?
That's correct,
Yeah.
dude. You didn't even fucking hesitate.
No.
Remember when he's flying in the balloon?
Yeah, he's on the
you gotta
balloon, you
pop
gotta
that
shoot
bitch?
him. Yeah.
dude. Number 8.
Yes.
What prominent feature was added to the water temple in Ocarina of Time 3D?
Prominent feature?
Prominent feature.
You could equip the metal boots?
No. It's specifically something they added to the water temple to make it easier.
And it wasn't equipped
From
with
the
boots?
original. It's no.
Because that's already a pretty
That
good
answers the
answer.
question. I
Yeah.
mean, you're with it. I like where you're going. No, they added something that's it's super prominent.
Really?
Especially in comparison to the original.
I never played the original.
I know.
I might not know. The water goes
Make a
quicker.
guess.
I don't know.
Okay. It is it has something to do with the water. It has arrows on the walls that point to water level changes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was
I did not know that, but I remember the arrows.
You remember the arrows?
Yeah.
Show you, yeah. So now imagine playing through the dungeon and you got no hints.
That dungeon sounds horrible.
It's literally
it was already
awful.
pretty tough on the 3DS.
I
thought,
right.
But it was.
Right. So now imagine going back in time and playing it without the quick boots feature. And you have no idea where the fuck you raise the water levels.
I think I'd rather not play the game.
Oh, dude. Oh, well, that's where people quit. No.
Oh yeah, of course. That's where real men.
I wonder if they had like the data back in time,
yeah.
and you could see like player drop off, and it was like water temple
all the time.
100 fucking million, bro. Number 9, which Zelda game was notoriously criticized for its new graphical style upon its initial release?
Wind Waker.
You answered it yourself.
Yeah.
I had to give it to you anyway.
Come on.
You already fucking said it out loud, baby. Number 10. Yeah. Why does Link transform into a wolf in Twilight Princess instead of a spirit when he enters the Twilight?
That's a great question.
There is a reason.
Was it because Midna wanted to use him?
It was not because of Midna. No. It's something within Link and only Link.
Was it because he possessed the Triforce?
It is because he possessed the Triforce of Courage. It already had chosen him. I don't know if he already had possession of it yet, but the Triforce had chosen him, and because of that, it preserved him in a different form.
Damn.
Yeah.
Now I sound like a fake Zelda fan.
No, bro. Fuck.
That's a detail that I honestly did not think about right now.
Honestly, I learned that fact from the lore recap.
Really?
Yeah, it was like a part of it, and I'm like, damn,
well, I didn't think. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'll do it.
That'll do it, bro.
That'll do it.
Number 11. Which game was the first to feature multiplayer gameplay?
Four Sword?
It was Four Swords. Yeah. Yes, sir. Number 12.
Let's hear it.
You're halfway done. You're cruising, bro. Look at your score. You're chilling.
Let's
you only
go.
missed 2. Number 12. What is the musical instrument of Deku Link? Or Deku Link. I always say Deku because how I grew up. Yeah, you know. Tomato, tomato. What is the musical instrument of Deku Link in Majora's Mask?
It was a horn. Right?
Yeah. Technically, the correct answer. It has a name, but I will give it to you because you remember. It's Deku pipes.
Oh, Deku pipes. Okay.
Yeah. It like has it's all coming out.
Yeah.
The
Deku pipes, and then it was a guitar, right?
Yes, for Zora.
For the Zora, and then it was drums for the.
You remember? You got it, baby. Easy. Number 13. Yes. Name the effects of one of 2 of the hidden songs within Majora's Mask. I think I worded that funny.
What are the effects?
Yeah, so there's 2 hidden songs in Majora's Mask. Name one of the 2 and like what it does.
I have no idea.
No idea?
No.
There's 2 secret songs that aren't even on. You know, like when you pause the game, it shows you your songs you've learned?
Yes.
Right? It's not even on that. I think actually in the 3D version it might be if you unlock it, but in the original you don't. And
I have no idea.
They're very optional. You don't have to get them.
Tell me.
It is the song of Double Time and the song of Inverted Song of Time is what it's called.
Huh.
Did you ever know about this?
No, I did not.
Really?
No.
Oh, this is huge.
Or is Double Time when it makes it go slower?
Double Time makes it go faster. And then Inverted Song of Time makes it go half speed. So you either go double speed or half speed with these songs.
But it goes faster.
For Double Time.
But then half speed makes it go what?
Half speed. Huh. Yeah. So Double Time
makes it go, but half speed makes it go slower?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was like if you're really struggling, I feel like it was like a nod from Nintendo of like, okay, if you're really struggling with dungeons.
But I used that though. I thought that was official because it definitely does show up in the 3D version.
It does show up, but it's I think they actually make it way more prominent because you get a hint at it in the original Majora's Mask
use that one
from
all the time.
The Scarecrow.
Yes.
Right, going up to the lookout tower, right? Yeah, and he like kind of hints at it to you, but he doesn't tell you. I think in Majora's Mask, he literally tells you how to play it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's optional.
All right.
There you go.
I'll take an L on that one.
All right, brother. Well, that's okay because Majora's Mask is you never even beat it, so you're not. Don't even feel bad. Number 14. Which game features the item called the Sand Wand?
The Sand Wand.
It is in one Zelda game. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Dude, Sand Wand. Is it Minish Cap?
It's not Minish Cap.
I don't know.
Would you like another guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the Sand Wand.
I'll give you one hint.
Huh.
I've never played this Zelda game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Link's Adventure?
No, it was Spirit Tracks.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, I had no
I
idea.
might have not gotten to that part then.
The Sand? Yeah, you didn't beat Spirit Tracks, you
did
said,
not.
right? Yeah, I got
I
you.
played an okay amount.
Yeah.
Not like
Enough.
that.
Well, you didn't get to the Sand one.
Apparently not.
Number 15. What type of instrument is the ocarina?
It's a flute?
Correct.
Nice.
Got it, baby.
What a funny question. I honestly didn't even know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a flute, right?
It is a flute. It's straight up.
Okay.
Yeah, like when I was looking up like fucking
Kind of.
I think I was literally like on a
flute?
page of facts of Zelda, and the first thing was the ocarina is like the time flute, blah
Right.
blah blah, and I was like, oh, it's a flute. I'm just gonna ask a
Interesting.
question. I'll throw that in there.
Right.
Number 16. What is the first game to feature the character Beetle?
Oh, that was Wind Waker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It sure was. Number 17. Which game introduces the hook shot?
Hook shot. Is that Twilight? No, sorry. The Ocarina.
It's not Ocarina.
What is it?
So you know it's an Ocarina, so it had to come before Ocarina.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
give
then.
you one more guess.
One more guess. Link to the Past.
Correct.
Let's go. Do I
It
get
was in Link to the Past. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you got it, baby. Number 18. The Mirror of Twilight is located atop which dungeon in Twilight Princess?
that? The Arbiter's Grounds?
It's correct, baby. You fucking got it.
Easy.
Easy.
And yet I didn't know why Link was a wolf. What a piece of
You know,
shit I am.
Lore crazy. That's all I'm
Okay,
going to say.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Number 19.
Yes.
Name one of the 2 new rods Link can use in A Link Between Worlds.
A fire rod.
No.
Oh.
That one actually debuts in Link to the
Link to the
Past.
Past,
Yeah.
damn.
So these only exist, I believe, in Link Between Worlds.
Okay, I'm gonna
They
say
at least
water rod.
debuted. Okay?
And a wind rod.
You expand on the wind rod as your final chance.
A storm rod?
Oh my god, that's so close.
Come on.
It's tornado rod.
Tornado! That's
give
a
it to you.
storm.
I'll give it to
on.
you. And then there was the sand rod.
The sand
Yeah,
rod.
do you remember the sand rod when you
Yeah.
would like go over the sand
And
you
then it
would
would
make
go-
the pillars?
Yeah, that was sick.
Fucking sick. I don't remember the tornado rod, to be
I
honest.
remember it.
Yeah?
I don't know what it was.
Just made like a fucking...
Made like a wind.
Yeah, something like
I
that.
thought it was like
A mini Deku leaf.
Yeah.
Number 20. Princess Zelda was named after what author's wife?
fucking Christ. Dude, I have no idea. J.R.R.
This is
Tolkien?
no. That's a good guess though. This is crazy. F. Scott Fitzgerald. Do you know who that is?
No.
He wrote The Great Gatsby.
Okay.
Yeah.
News
and
to me.
apparently his wife is Zelda, and
That
Robin
means
Williams'
Robin
daughter.
Williams' daughter is named after
You
after
fucking
him.
got it,
That's
baby.
very cool.
Although I think Robin Williams did name Zelda after the game.
It was
no?
the game.
It was,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Number 21. The map in Breath of the Wild
Hmm.
was designed to be the same size as which major city? Apparently, someone from Nintendo said this themselves.
U.S. city?
It's not US city. It's actually in Japan.
Tokyo?
It's not Tokyo.
Shibuya?
It's not Shibuya.
I don't know any other cities.
It's Kyoto.
Kyoto! I did know
Kyoto.
Kyoto. I'm so
I don't know any other cities, bro. Fuck! Number 22.
Yes.
What is the name of the steamship Link uses in the Phantom Hourglass?
Oh, the Oro Jackson?
No,
It's the Puffing Tom.
it's not.
The SS Lineback.
Got it. There it is, baby. What, Puffing Tom?
Yeah. Well,
is that from something?
Yeah, the Puffing Tom is from One Piece.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
23.
Ooh.
Where can you find references to the Super Mario Bros. Series hidden in Ocarina of Time?
The two brothers that live on La La Ranch.
No.
Absolutely. Ooh. Are you kidding me?
Oh, just in like terms of like character design?
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude.
I see what you're saying.
What are their
I'll
names?
actually give that to you.
Wait. Hold up.
No, based on how I worded the question.
I want you to see it.
Yeah.
Lon Lon Ranch.
Yeah, Talon and Talon and
Is her name Talon?
The girl's name is Malin, and the older evil dude, that's Talon, right?
It's Mario and Luigi.
Yeah, it literally is
Am I
fucking
wrong?
Mario. No, dude.
See?
What the fuck?
That's Mario.
You're
that's
so
Luigi.
right. Okay.
Am I
I'm going to
wrong?
give you a point.
What's the original? What's the true answer?
I'm going to rephrase the question.
Okay.
More tailored towards what I was thinking.
Oh, there's a Mario mask in the Happy Mask salesman's face.
Oh my god, that's also true. That only though was added in Mario 3D.
No, I think that it was.
Is it in the original?
Yeah. I might be wrong.
No, you're right. All right.
I'm pretty sure. So you're telling I better get 3 points if I get this next one correct.
All right. All right, buddy. Since you've already given me 2, answer me this. There is a picture frame, okay, on the wall. There's actually several picture frames, okay, that have Mario characters.
Oh my god, I know
Where
what you're
is
in
that?
reference to. It's in it's Zelda's Castle, or it's Hyrule Castle.
You got it.
Because
Yeah,
when
you
you're
know.
looking up,
Yep.
you can. There's
Right before you
picture
talk
frames.
to Zelda. Yeah, in
where
the garden.
Ganondorf is. Yeah.
Yep. And you can only get into that area.
So can I
one
get 3
time.
points for that?
Yeah, you can get 3 points. Yeah, you fucking do.
You were like, what about this one?
That. Oh my
yeah,
god, you're
fuck.
right, bro. Last question, Josh.
Okay, ready.
How many dungeons are there in The Wind Waker?
Aren't there 6? There's supposed to be 7.
There's 7.
Aren't there 7? But there were supposed to be 8.
I think you're right on that. I think
Yes.
there was supposed to be 8, and they didn't finish
That's
that
what
dungeon.
I meant.
You got it. You got it.
Come on.
Joshie,
Yeah.
you got it. We're at
Oh, that's a
20.
win. Yeah.
to
20-4.
Beautiful.
That's a dub.
That's a
I'll take
big
that as
dub, bro. That's what, like a 96 on
that as a dub.
Metacritic?
Huh?
Like, no question,
Gotta
brother.
be.
I got some weekly wisdom for you real quick,
From
brother,
Uncle
before
Iroh.
I send you and everyone else off to enjoy
Yes.
the rest of their
Have
week,
a great
okay?
rest of their week.
I will say that I'm in a huge anime mood right now, and I think like I'm thinking of Avatar a lot,
Yeah.
because of the themes that are in Demon Slayer.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's so sick.
Well,
There's so
Aang
much
is a great
wisdom.
example of characters who like choose like almost like thinking of others harder than like most other MCs. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like Naruto, Tanjiro, Aang.
Yeah. Yes,
those
bro.
kind of guys.
Yeah, Tanjiro
Jakku
definitely,
even,
and even like how the leader of the Hashira presents
Yes.
himself with just he's so wise and
Yes.
revered.
Yes. You should not.
So our
watch.
wisdom this week comes from Uncle Iroh himself. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say you should not watch AOT then.
Because it's very opposite.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
The main character sucks. Like he's a terrible.
Well, the Titans are
character.
so wise, no?
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? The quote this week, Joshie,
Yes.
is many things that seem threatening in the dark become welcoming when you shine a light on them.
Beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Yes,
that is so
sir.
true.
And it's so true, bro. Don't you?
They
I
seem
feel like
welcoming.
yeah, they
Yeah.
they seem threatening, but they're actually welcoming when you shine a light on them. You know, and I think that it goes true for so much. And I feel like if you were to really put that into a concrete takeaway, I feel like as humans, like we're always like trying to like analyze the future and prepare ourselves for things. And so with that, we judge things. We judge situations. We judge people. We judge like again, like just scenarios that happen that maybe even seem uncomfortable or threatening in front of us without actually understanding it them.
Yeah.
And so actually taking the time to shed even your own light on them or it.
What I feel is like, I think there's a lot of situations where you don't have to, with other people, attribute malice when you could attribute incompetence. And that goes for, a lot of things in life. But for me, it's like, why assume the worst in every scenario? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I think it's a great way to put it.
When you allow yourself to be like, okay, let's take a step back. Like just recently, Rocky, the puppy I got, chewed up one of my Deku figures. Because,
really?
Yeah, I had her, it was not really one I cared about.
Oh, okay.
You know the one I had on my little table?
Yeah.
Yeah, chewed it up.
Oh, fuck.
But it's okay. It was like a birthday gift from one of my friends, and, not really one that I was crazy about.
Yeah.
Probably because that's why it was in a place so it was, like, easy to get to.
Yeah.
But I put her in the cage, but I let Dorian play Dark Souls on my PS5.
PS5? Yeah.
Yeah, and he let the dog out just to be nice, you know what I mean? And I got home and I saw it, and it could have been so easy for me to be like, Rocky, you dumb fucking dog.
Yeah.
Dorian, you asshole. Like, you should have been watching it. Like, whatever. But it's like, I just looked at it and I'm like, okay, in this scenario, this puppy grabbed something and chewed on it. I'm going to scold her, of course, because I need to show her that's not how you do it.
Yeah.
But why treat that scenario like there are bad guys or villains in this situation? I'm just going to shine a little bit of understanding, that light, and just see it's all good.
Yeah.
And it was. It literally was. It was like Dorian even sent me a text. He was like, dude, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear her chewing on the figure. I'm like, dude, don't even worry about it.
Don't stress.
That's
really, I think it's really admirable of you.
Thanks,
just so
man.
you know.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to say it like, I'm trying to blow my own dick.
No, I'm not taking it that way. I'm taking it like I know how much you care about your figures and things, and I have a I like to keep my things nice personally, right? Like I have cases for all my shit. I got cases for my phones. I used to collect figures, right? And I've had shit happen to my stuff too. I know the feeling, and it can be shitty, especially if it's like a scenario like that where like you trusted someone with one thing and maybe they didn't directly it's not like nobody ever Dorian went in your room and took your figure because you trust him in your room and he bent it in half and said fuck you, right? Shit happens for all around, and so having the patience and forgiveness to look at.
But it would have been so easy to just be in the dark, and just be angry and fearful and whatever.
Why did this happen?
Yeah But it's not like that.
And
Iroh knows that.
Yeah,
Iroh knows that.
And all you motherfuckers. Joshie, that concludes
what an episode, man.
12.
What an episode.
I know, bro.
We really went into everything we talked about.
Yeah.
I don't think we half-assed anything.
No, from the start. From the start. We full-assed our catch-up section. I think it was 40 minutes long or something like that. I loved it. I had a great time, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, thank you for joining me this week. Yeah,
I'm
me too. I'm not kidding. It's 9:20 p.m. right now. We never end this late. Never. We usually end before dark.
Yeah.
So
most of the time.
Yeah, and right now it's getting dark at 6 o'clock. It's actually nuts.
So we usually finish up before then.
Yeah. So let's wrap this up.
Yes.
My friends, thank you so much for tuning in with us this week, joining Josh and I in one of our biggest passions, which is Zelda, and talking about the timeline. Joshie, thank you so much for kind of taking over that and kind of walking us through all the games. It was so much fun.
I love talking about the timeline, and I love being able to share what I know about Zelda.
Yes, bro, and thank you for teaching me so much. Well, for real. Yeah, I know people are going to be looking forward to this, so absolutely. I'll just throw our final plugs out here. Check out our website, as I said, patreon.com/flashbrospodcast.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're a subscriber there, you can get the perks for joining the club, like getting your name shouted out every week and access to exclusive episodes once we got our first one dropping very soon.
Yes, sir.
And otherwise, you can email us, flashbrospodcast@gmail.com, for any questions, comments, concerns, or anything you want to write into the show. And we will see you all next week.
I love all of you out there.
Love you guys. Please take care. You guys be safe.
Have a beautiful week. Bye.